The top 8 teams from each stage will actually get the chance to compete in the OCE Championship. The winner of the last chance qualifiers will actually receive a ticket directly to the champions. That's pretty big.
But he does get spotted, and that's going to be Sicko picking up another. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can.
Myth on the flank, he might be able to do something big. 1, 2, they're not turning around. There's 3, the Rocket to solidify it.
40, all of a sudden, there's actually a little bit of a, oh my God.
Order.
I want to get to the international events and have a really good run, even win them, and bring a huge audience back to Oceania.
Mind Freak.
He gets a second as well, looking really good here.
Grimmer's Disciples.
We're expecting to come out of our group as the #1 seed.
Meow Meow.
1 versus 1 situation now. Gets the jet dash, hits the kill.
Clarity Esports.
Our strength is definitely our unpredictability.
Bonkers.
Just though, it's down to a 1 or 2.
Fun Crew.
And just like that, flawless to come through for Fun Crew.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Panic doing a lot of damage to Clutchy as well. 1 more bullet and he's going to be out of the game. Norton going to be the one to take people out of the game. It would seem Panic going to be able to take them all out. Oh my gosh, Panic!
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No! Oh my God! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper moves still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. Oh my word! Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It's a Sunday, and what a perfect way to wrap up a week of Valorant. My name's Conky, alongside me is Avril, and of course we've got the VOT back again for some upper bracket action today, Kev.
Absolutely, man. It's been a wild ride so far. A lot of different games not going quite the way people expected to. I was going to say like maybe upsets, but you know, looking at it now, there's so many teams that are just so close in skill level. So maybe not even upsets, just really good games.
Finally sort of lining up, which is exactly what we need. But if you guys are just joining us for the first time or need a little refresher on what these guys are playing for, stick around for a little explainer.
Welcome to the 2022 Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for Valorant Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
You guys heard that correctly. There will be a couple of spots over at that APAC stage. And of course, you know, playoffs, that is where we're at right now. But I think the thing that you guys might find the most interesting is that prize pool. Certainly something not to laugh at, a big, big boost. And I think we've already sort of spoken about it a little bit here, Kev. You know, we've given away a couple of those lower sort of prizes, 7th and 8th going out. But, you know, we still have that 9,000 buckaroos available.
Now, deal or deal, no deal, mate. We just got rid of the lower numbers. 8th, 7th gone. The 1Ks have gone out here. Meow Meow. Grimmer's Disciples both been eliminated. Into the top 6 only now for 1.5K over to the 9. And just one thing as well, Mitch. It's just one team, actually. One team going to APAC playoffs. So it's all to play for. You got to be the best to go head over to APAC.
Exactly right. And, you know, I guess obviously with last year, you know, now we've got that change up, being able to go over to that Asian region where obviously Valorant is absolutely so massive. And I think the level of competition is going to be super, super hyped. So very much looking forward to seeing who will go over there. Obviously, everyone's sort of got their favorite, but let's actually break down what's gone on in these playoffs so far, because there has been, as you sort of spoke about, a couple of surprising ups and downs. You know, Grimmer's Disciples already going out. Meow Meow sort of, they've had some showings, but across the board, we kind of have ended up where we expect, but not in the way maybe in full.
The 3 teams, well, the 3 matches after Auto Meow Meow in that, you know, first quarterfinal there pretty much went the opposite way of where most people would have, you know, really expected. So you had essentially two of the favorites outside of Order and Bonkers and Criminal's Disciples both being knocked into the lower bracket, and then they have to knock each other out to progress in that lower bracket, which means Criminal's Disciples, who I would have otherwise had in my top 4, is already gone. They've already been eliminated in 7th or 8th place, which is a wild result for them. Mindfreak as well had a super off day versus Clarity, who are now known as Honey Badgers. You know, they've reverted back, and Mindfreak came back with a bit of fury in that lower bracket game yesterday versus Meow Meow, and they absolutely demolished them, so they're ready to have a bit of a lower bracket run themselves.
And what a massive run as well from Bonkers, you know, to take them out 2-0 Criminal's Disciples after such good showings in recent times. So we are finally sort of seeing those teams that have been putting in the hours really start to settle. But the maps that we are looking at today, of course, is going to be those upper bracket matches. No eliminations so far, but it is going to be Order versus Honey Badgers, and of course Fun Crew versus Iconic. Now, I think thoughts might sort of stand pretty similar for everyone on that first map, where it could kind of be that Order one-sided affair. But Honey Badgers, you know, as we've sort of spoken about, right, they definitely have the capacity to go toe-to-toe. Meow Meow obviously sort of, you know, putting some pressure on a couple of days ago as well. But I think Fun Crew versus Iconic, that's going to be the real spicy one for me today.
Probably that you expect that to be the closer game, especially after Fun Crew dispatched the Criminal's Disciples with their own 2-0. That was a very surprising matchup. The fact that Fun Crew was like the bottom seed in their group, didn't they go like 0-3 or something? So it was really tough for them in the group stage, and they come through guns blazing coming into playoffs now on that first game in the upper semifinals. Honey Badgers Order, right? I mean, we do probably expect that Order are going to be the favorites. It would be expected that Order get to the grand finals, and at this stage it seems like they'll be able to do that through the upper bracket. How much does Honey Badgers get off Order? Do they get a map at all? Is it just going to be rounds? Is it going to be close? They caught Mindfreak off on one of their off days. I don't know that Order really have any off days.
No, it doesn't really seem that way. I think, you know, the only time I've seen them kind of look mortal in the last little while was that stage 2 grand final last year, where we saw Wildcard actually take them down in a 3-0, I believe it was in the end, which was just, you know, unheard of almost, it felt like. But they don't need any reintroduction, but we're going to do it anyway because they got some beautiful photos, so let's reel it in. Order in front of you right now: Tux, Texter, Autumn, Disco, Maple, and of course Coach Dick Stacey. So look, you know, again, as I said, a team that has been around for a while, the longest mainstay in the region now. Maple obviously being the recent player, sort of adding that extra firepower sort of more into that Sova role, but the other 4, they've been together for a while and they've been putting in the hard yak up, really expecting big things from them.
I think they're on something like a 20 match win streak. Not maps, matches. You mentioned that the last time they looked mortal was when they kind of lost to Wildcard in stage 2 last year. Well, that was June of last year.
Wow.
So we're almost for a full year now. We're getting towards it, you know. It's been like, what, 7 months? It's been more than half a year of domination when they haven't dropped a single match. There's been a few maps here or there. Very rare, though. I mean, you can count them on one hand, really. They dropped like 3 or 4 maps in that past 7 months as well during that 20-match win streak. So it's been pretty well done. They even kind of, you know, demolished Wildcard in the next tournament straight away after losing to them in stage 2. So they kind of proved themselves there. They had a close run-in versus Meow Meow and Haven. Haven was an interesting one. So that was, dare I say, them at least looking mortal on a single map, where Meow Meow kind of went 9-3 in the first half and had what was the finish, like 13-11 or something crazy like that. So that's one of the closer run-ins Order has had on an individual map, but they still didn't lose it.
Yeah, correct. And I think that's the thing, right? You know, what Tux sort of said is like, we don't just have the sort of, you know, the best team. We kind of have 5 of the best individual players in its own right anyway. But of course, you know, we can't boost them up too much because they do have an opponent in Honey Badgers, who, for me, they're sort of the more unknown quantity, right? You know, I saw some awesome things from Suave in the previous sort of course of the year, and Cream also popping up. But Jelly D Fulvis Milky, not really sort of namestays for myself personally. You know, I'm taking a little bit of time away over the Christmas break, whatnot, finally easing back into Valorant, and they have been absolutely stepping up to the plate. It's been so beautiful to watch them put in some big results, and definitely sort of catching some mainstays off guard, I think, is probably the best way of putting it.
I mean, essentially for me, I came into this team without really knowing who any of them were, and that's just being honest. You know, they hadn't really been part of this top 8. They're very much newcomers, and I like to see that because you want to see some new blood being injected, so it's not just the same people all the time. Some good, young, motivated new players able to do some real damage, and they've already quite, you know, I think they've done that. The fact they're in upper semifinals now, guaranteed top 6, pretty beautiful to watch, and they saw that extra life in this upper bracket if they do end up in the lower bracket today. Expecting some cool stuff out of them, and there could be some reasonably fun rematches for Honey Badge as well if they do end up dropping in the low bracket early from today's game. It's gonna be a tough one for them, but I'm happy to see how far they go.
Yeah, well, great run of experience right now. Perfect sort of spot. They're going to be accumulating those points to take them into future events and whatnot. So I think it's a perfect spot for them to be in. And you're exactly right? Like, moving sort of out of that unknown quantity into the top 8 very, very early on in the year as well. Like, I think that's awesome. So we can definitely be looking to expect big things from them. But head to head, we'll also kind of line up, what you and me have been thinking as well, Kev. I think of who is kind of those, ones to keep the eye on, because whilst their roles don't really kind of line up, Texter, obviously a very versatile player. He's on that IGL. He obviously sort of plays the more technical kind of roles, your Astra, your oh my god, I'm trying to remember, Cypher, that's the one, right, with the tripwires and whatnot. Now Jelly D, he plays almost everything, it feels like. We've seen him on the Sky, the Rainer, the Breach even to a degree, so very, very versatile player, and someone who's been really, really impressive as of late.
Yeah, the thing that really impresses me is that, like, we're even swapping roles a little bit here. I'm not too sure if that's always the best thing to do, but shows versatility. Mostly what impressed me about Jelly D in day 1 was the Rainer play, which I think will get highlighted again today. We'll get to the video in just a second. You'll see which exact maps I'm talking about where the Rainer can come out. But he was definitely the most impressive factor coming through on that day 1 game versus Mindfreak, and a big reason why they did beat Mindfreak. Texter kind of speaks for himself. Not even like a primary duelist or anything, but someone that puts up big numbers every single game, huge impact, is IGL, kind of does it all, and does it on a supporting role most of all, and still is probably their biggest fragger.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the most impactful players. Like, I think we spoke sort of towards the end of last year about to all the players who you sort of thought was the best, and the amount of times Texter's name rised up was just insane. So very excited to see, obviously, how him and Jelly D do go toe-to-toe. But as you spoke about, Kev, right, we need to know what the maps are going to be. So that veto has come through. It is going to be out in front of us right now as we do start to do the little walk and the little dance. Now, Breeze going out, and so is Fracture. No real surprise to me. I know Order obviously are a team that definitely gets involved in absolutely everything. But Fracture still obviously being relatively new, trying to sort of make their way through it. Breeze being probably Order's best map, and one that, we quite often see those 13-1, 13-2s. So starting off on Bind and then Icebox. I'm actually quite okay with that starting sort of 2 maps. Then with Ascent right at the end, what are you sort of thinking for this series?
Yeah, so first of all, Fracture's been Order's like first priority ban for quite a long time now. The only time they didn't do that was versus Meow Meow, where I think they knew Meow Meow weren't going to go towards it anyway, and they probably wouldn't care if Meow Meow did, because they backed themselves to beat the Meow Meow even on Fracture. Breeze is a new ban for Honey Badgers. A couple of reasons. You know, to one of them, it's one of Order's best maps, but they lost that one to Mindfreak, and it didn't look good as well. They had a 2-1 victory versus Mindfreak, and Breeze was an outlier in terms of, it just not being in the wheelhouse of Honey Badgers. They admitted in the post-match interview as well, they're just not practiced enough on it. So get rid of it. Go towards Bind. Go towards Icebox. Icebox in particular being the pick for Honey Badgers. That's where Jelly D is going to bring out the Rainer again. We already know that Order's great on Bind. It's been one of their best maps in the history of their team.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think, Icebox being that sort of interesting one, right? Like, obviously, they've got such a sharp roster on that, obviously seeing like Autumn come back out in the Jet, Disco, whether or not he picks up the Rainer or sort of the Killjoy. Saw Rainer, I believe, last time as well. So that's always a scary one. But, the confidence from Honey Badgers to actually go in and pick it, it is a map that does seem to always throw out these very, very interesting results. So that's my primary focus. I think Bind might potentially be a bit one-sided. But then, look, if we end up on Ascent, that's when you can sort of start to actually question this series a little bit. Again, Order obviously in the driver's seat, but if we do get there, it does start to open up a bit more.
I mean, you got a couple of the maps here that Honey Badgers got over Mindfreak. You've got the Icebox, which they pick. Ascent being the map 3 here. So if they can get an Icebox and go to Ascent, I mean, it will still be really rough. But if you can win one map versus Order, you've already done better than like 95% of the teams in this entire region. So that's a W in and of itself. But they get to sort of run back a couple of the maps that they beat Mindfreak on, which is comfortable territory for a team like Honey Badgers. And up against Order, any small comforts you can get, you better take.
For sure. And, Jelly D right now hovering over that KO. That's sort of the thing that we've kind of been seeing as a bit of the outlier as of late, but it works very, very well on a map setup like this. Order have gone for their stock standard, pulling out the Viper, Sky, Autumn back onto the Jet, which is nice to see. Maple with the Sova, and of course Texter on that Astra, going to be able to lock down all those positions. So I'm liking the sense that we are probably actually going to see, not that straight up mirror matchup. I think that's going to be, one of the big sort of sort of factors for Honey Badgers to potentially do some further damage. But yeah, look, Bind being the opener of this weekend, I'm really sort of keen to get into this.
I think the 5 agents that Order pick right now, to me, is the quintessential Order lineup. You look across all 5. If I was to name, like, every single player's current best agent or what I think they're most well known for, it's exactly these 5 on board right now. I mean, there's a world where Order might decide to go Raze, but not today, not on this map. I still think Raze has huge value on this particular map, but he's going to back himself in the operating section of the sniping part. You mentioned KO as well. I'm pretty big on KO, honestly. I think KO's got a lot to bring to the table, especially on a map like Bind, where you pop that null command, you cover like most of the site just walking in. It's pretty nasty for small maps, in particular in maps with tight chokes. Generally speaking, I'm a huge fan of new agents coming through, obviously except for Neon, who's I don't think has any place in the meta at all, but Chamber and KO, give me both of them any day.
Yeah, Apex Legends, man, it feels like sort of just coming out of nowhere. But no, you're exactly right. And it always is an interesting beast in this region, right? When something new comes along, everyone sort of talks very early about how they're busted or broken. You know, Sky, for example, being like, oh my God, that flash gives information. Are you joking? But then all of a sudden, it doesn't really seem like teams actually start to pick it up super early. So, you know, we're yet to really see Neon across the board. Chamber does get picked up a bit, which I love. I reckon that's fantastic. And yeah, of course, obviously, you know, with KO, I feel like really gets taken up a fair bit in NA, and I would love to see it way more here. But Kev, look, we're here, Conky and Avril, alongside for the final day of this week, at least the Sunday, the upper brackets of VOT. Let's dive into Bind.
Map 1, bit of Conk Avril on your screen right now. Order Honey Badgers. A couple members moving up already into showers. It's Honey Badgers checking the extremities over on ramp. Didn't see too much. Early rotation possibly from Jelly D, thinking about it for sure.
Yep, already sending his way over. Very, very heavy lean inside the showers. The wall will go up for the time being. Suave tempted to sort of send the shock dart over, but that's going to be information early. He actually does manage to hide away from the recon bolt, but it's going to be Disco. He's got the guiding light out. Does get tagged up slightly, but action yet to come through the other side of the screen. But the opener, it's Suave. 1 and 2, but it will stabilize. It's actually very, very early lean towards the advantage of Honey Badgers here, Kev.
Yeah, Spike dropped over towards showers as well. Tux to go and try and retrieve that, but the damage that Suave's done is probably already terminal at this stage. Extra rotator coming on through. Contact found over towards ramp. Texter versus Cream. A highlighted player in Texter. Struggling here. 20-something HP. He's just going to have to back out, and information is going to be given over to the rest of the teammates that Astra player Texter's going to be super low.
Well, I love that walk, you know, managing to get out the showers, creating all the space, but the guiding light just not quite finding its way. And now they all walk in, waltzing through. Milky to be the one to take down Tux. And Suave, look, he is rather low, but so is Texter. So I think they're actually going to try and keep him alive. And in that light, we may see a flawless Texter. Little shaky, but in the end, he does manage to find at least one head of Jelly D. But that is an excellent start here to come out from Honey Badgers. And Order sort of just caught with their pants down a little bit.
Suave playing with fire there a little bit. Just kind of doing a wide peek. They should really get you killed every other day of the week. And Texter, there's a couple of uncharacteristic misses. We'll still get a kill at the end of the day. So not quite a flawless. You'd love to see a flawless if possible, but still a decent round. 5 Spectres full armor being purchased here. Suave's double straight away after the toxin screen drops over towards A was pretty magical. That basically wins in the round off the back of it.
To be caught off guard there and still manage to find 2 is just a ridiculous start, but it is that early B-site lean for the time being. Usual sort of utility going down. Jelly D playing a very aggressive line, but he does have Cream on the Marshal to try and sort of hold him down. He will be the first to sort of spot some information. Paint shells do go down. Should find some damage. Actually, maybe going a little bit too deep, but Milky's going to be the one to open up here.
Yeah, I don't think the paint shot's really connected, but the will kind of force Order into a little bit of a weird spot. Cream doing as many just no scopes as possible. Still gets a couple of kills though. Drops down to a 2 versus 2. Guns retrieve for Order. Now Tux and Disco can sort of get away with this one. One will go through teleporter. Disco looks like he wants to maybe just lurk a little bit further. Very low HP. Not going to get a chance to heal. And look at where the defenders are. Suave and Volvis haven't moved. They are kind of assuming it's a fake. And Tux is actually on A now. He doesn't know it's clean, but he will in a second.
Yeah, the old big brain double sell. Maybe looking to rotate over if they did hear some footsies, but nothing for now. And Tux very much just trying to do his due diligence here and clear out. They've already, you know, lost a whole lot of damage here, but now hearing that Trailblazer go into U-Haul, don't think they quite heard it, so that might actually last a little while longer. Guiding Light does come out, but Fulvis is already all the way around, does get tagged up. Tux actually managing to find him, and that is a round that Honey Badgers should have never, ever lost. Well done here from Order.
I mean, Order just break on through B. Even trades comes down to a 2 versus 2. And a decent amount of Order members kind of go down in Octagon, but they also get kills over in Hookah. So that will award them weapons. And then the remaining 2 versus 2 where Tux gets a free plant. You think he's probably going to play for Showers based on where the plant is, because that's also where his wall is, but he doesn't. He just kind of jukes around the box a little bit, finds an excellent timing onto Fulvers, who just can't see anybody, cops a headshot long range from Disco, and things go awry super quickly for Honey Badger, and that's the expertise and skill of Order coming on through, and our patience as well, as Texter's definitely expecting something.
Absolutely. What a start from him. Little shaky. Does manage to walk away with 2. So not exactly a horrible result, but now that does mean that they can actually sort of creep around. They've taken full control of Long, and that will allow them some real estate on towards this site. The spike, however, is actually a fair while away, and with Milky being in a very, very awkward line, at least we do see Tux going around now. Be able to pick that one up in just a short second, and he's also got a Vandal for his troubles as well. So they are going to continue that walk around Long, not going to try and contest Hookah rather, and Disco does manage to take down that pesky Milky. So it's only left to the last 2 members of Honey Badgers. Should just be business as usual here in this round for Order.
Texter actually dies. I mean, you can see his body right now in Swab's POV. He dies far away enough from ramp that you can't retrieve the gun. So importantly, that doesn't go over to Honey Badgers. Want to get to maintain control, like you mentioned, retrieve. So 3 rifles, 1 Spectre. Fulvus deleted by Maple. It would just be Swab now coming through from Long, and instantly Tux will spot him and dispatch of him as well.
Maybe a little just morning sort of shakes, I guess, from Order out of that first round, because they've certainly sort of thrown the dust off now. 2 nice and clean rounds off the back of it, and ultimately we do see the first full buy come out here now from the Honey Badgers. They've all gone for the Phantoms though here. Love to see it. No Vandals in sight for now. Disco still holding onto that Spectre, but overall, relatively sort of even run, except for the fact that we do see good financial positions to give Order a bit of backing over these next couple of rounds as well.
Can't wait to see those 140s come out, Conky. That'll be lots of fun when you have 5 Phantoms on board. Now, Cream's really, yeah, he's seeing the money there. It's like, no 140s for me. Only 150 shots. Takes a bit of damage on his way in. And that Orb is going to confirm the Hunter's Fury for Maple as well.
Information gathered off the back of the KO as well. Getting that knife down. They're still walking very, very slowly. So far, just allowing Autumn to cruise down towards the end of the bathrooms and just sort of see what they can find, waiting to see if any aggression will come through, as it does appear that the spike actually does seem to want to make its way over towards that B location, just having old mate Cream sitting outside of Hookah, but, you know, it's a 3-person stack there, so they've done their homework so far.
Actually seems like they're going to kind of, I don't even know if you would call that selling a bit of a fake on towards B. This Cosmic Divide covers both sites anyway, and now they're going to regroup over towards A short. Throwing it out as well. All right.
Okay.
Autumn gets pinged out, which means an instant kill, and that's going to be at least decent for Jelly D to go even.
It somehow slowed down the pacing, though, slightly, which will allow, obviously, for that Cosmic Divide to start to fade. But now the rotation immediately coming in, actually already from Milky to now Cream does hear the footsteps, gets into a very good position here, Kev. 1, but not quite the second, but already Milky onto that site, the Astra getting the stars down. But Texter, this rotation, he's going to hear the footsteps. Do they have enough time? It is going to be absolutely tight, but they might just have enough. What are we dealing with? 10? Okay, they should be okay.
They're going to suck straight away.
Get that. Yep, exactly right. Fulvus does find 1. I don't even know if they've got...
No,
it's going to be tight.
They don't. Time's run out here.
There you go.
There's actually an extra star there as well. I mean, if Milky really wanted to confirm that, he probably should have sucked over towards A short, Gravity Well, just to guarantee. I mean, you probably don't actually know exactly where the rotation is going to come from. A lot of back and forth from what I mean. Indecisive. They want to go towards B. It's not looking too great, and Texter's over on A yelling, it's clean, it's clean. They rotate it off, come back, but there's like 20 seconds left, and even your full sprinting, you're not going to plant in time. I think they were off by maybe half a second, which is still too thin of a margin. Even if you were off by, you know, a shorter margin than that, it's just such a high risk. So
yeah,
ends up being a time loss, which is crazy. And actually, a lot of that comes down to, like you mentioned, Jelly D messed up their timing on the A push, so maybe that was enough.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously Cream, you know, taking the aggressive line into Hookah as well. The second he hears those footsteps, it immediately drops a spike. They have to hightail it out of there. And yeah, not really something you do see quite commonly from Order. So we've already had a pretty nice start to this match, of course. You know, the buy does come through in again from Order, but Now, as they move towards B, again, we've got those 3 members holding down, but still just stuck inside hookah.
Well, they got the fragment out early, which is always a really good start.
Take flight.
One of KO's strongest utility pieces done and dusted. Gotta get rid of this drone as well. Jelly D's just copping damage on the side of Octagon. Maple trying to open things up. That's going to be a tag on the Cream. Unlikely to finish this kill, but has one more shot remaining anyway.
Again, it's just time burning, though. You know, 40 seconds now. They've still got to reaggress over towards this A site, and they do look hesitant. They do look indecisive. Not something that we're used to really sorting to, you know, see from this side. But now Jelly D walking down very aggressively if he gets timed by Texter here, which I do think he will. But inside, oh, no way, no way. There is absolutely no way. He's inside the Cosmic area. And he's been taken down. Jelly D with the timing. Now Autumn onto the side. It is going to be the KO utility, but is B. But they are moving towards Autumn, trying to pull some information. But in the end, he only finds Jelly D. 10 seconds left. Fulvus has found 2, and it is all left alone onto Disco. But again, a sense of panic instilled to Order. And can he actually get res here? He can.
Yep.
That is brilliant. Flawless to come out here from the Honey Badgers, Kev. I am loving this.
Just another slow round coming through from Order, and it's not really even Order's fault necessarily, but they're not able to break through being so much of the power is coming through from the KO of Jelly D. I mean, you see the 0-point knife. He sticks into the wall from Octagon, and it covers all of Hookah. So the coverage of this utility is absolutely nuts, and why I think KO is such a huge pick currently. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sky does a lot in this map because you can throw all of your util and command it through the teleports, and, you know, that's a decent gimmick, but KO holds down a site like nobody's business. It's incredible to see. Null Command as well, just doing so much on that defense. And the res as well, meaning you don't have that extra death. You get to maintain the gun. Your economy's safe. Humongous kill onto Texter. I was sure that Jelly D was going to die, but did not expect that Texter was going to go into Astral form at that exact same moment. It's got to be one of the most unlucky timings you can possibly get.
He was so smart as well, you know, holding that line, being surely we're going to see some aggression. But yeah, no, you're definitely right. Now, go through. Walking their way in towards Hookah this time. Maybe a little bit more of that aggression. You know, last time we did see the Hunter's Fury come out. They were still very slow in their traps, but now we see Autumn diving straight through. Cream has actually done quite well here. Showstopper comes out, top of the site, but it's actually Milky to find it somehow. And now we do see the Cabbages come through. Cream will be caught up though. Texter finding one, but the Cosmic Divide has gone down just quick enough here, Kev, but does get up on top of the site. Texter for 2, and Jelly D is very much stuck in the corner here. Rock in a hard place. He sees one go through, but he gets another. Texter, he's had to do absolutely all of it right now, but he's found 3. It's a 1 versus 2. How does Suave play this? 50 seconds left.
He doesn't know it's A. That's the problem right now. He doesn't actually know the teleporter came on through. Tux is on to the side, so the Suave, man, I should do something here. Not at all. Tux had the angle. And finally, a round going the way of Order after 2 really, I think, awkward rounds where they basically just didn't have time to play through. It ends up being an excellent push through from just Autumn having smoke into the dash, puts Cream into a weird spot. Cream has the showstopper, doesn't play into Hookah because he's under pressure straight away by Autumn. So he even goes for this kind of weird showstopper where, honestly, that probably would have missed. You're going for an aerial showstopper on a jet that's on top of the tunnel. It's just like, you can just sidestep that one. I understand it. You know, you probably panic in that situation. You don't realize that you have a teammate ready to back you. That's your ultimate gone. Pop flash.
Oh my word. Well done. Tux has played anti. He's been able to be there for a little bit of extra support, so they only do lose the 1 member in the end. But I was just sort of thinking to myself whilst you're running through that, Kev, going, shit, if I needed to wake up this morning, that was the round to do it in the previous one. And it seems to be no different so far. You know, that early aggression already coming through here.
Oh,
trying to get the lighting. Yep, exactly. Gets the info. And now they can kind of equalize in this 4v3.
I think Order will have woken up off of that one. Maybe Texas still needs a minute or 2, but he'll keep slow things down. 2 versus 3. Suave, okay, buddy. We've seen this before. He's gonna go for drone. That's gonna get him killed. So unfortunately, he made the wrong move on that occasion. I think if Tux was a little bit slower, the drone makes a lot of sense, but he kind of just does it in the open. It's like, I don't know about that play. Tux might even go for a pit here.
What's he gonna do? Makes the move.
Go for the pit.
Very wise. It's just going to cause that panic because there's so much green on the map right now. He's still hunting for that information. He actually goes for the teleport, and now he would have heard that. Yeah, absolutely. He's already going to make his mark. Should be able to hear those footsteps, should be able to hear the plant. He can walk straight out here, Kev. Should be able to find that pick unless Tux is ultimately ready. A little bit shaky, but certainly not stirred as the round will be done. No 4K for Tux, and we see Honey Badgers take back the lead here.
Oh, man, like... 7 out of 10 times I've seen Tux just outsmart people with that kind of play, but he had no idea where Fulvis was. And that's going to be one of those annoying VOD review moments where Tux will come back to that round and be like, that sneaky bastard was all the way, he was already coming towards me, and then but he was kind of halfway through, and I didn't trust my, maybe he trusted that he had the wrong gut instinct, and he thought A wasn't clean, actually was, but it's one of those 50-50 moments, right? He doesn't know where Fulvis was, and if he goes for the plant on towards A, he might just get swung, so he goes for the B play and doesn't realize Fulvis is right around the corner.
And Autumn, just looking at it now, you know, it's not something you really want to sort of focus on, but a 1-6, he's having that slow start, definitely needs a bit more momentum, but the Bladestorm has been pulled out. Jelly D is sort of here for the time being, however, and with that 0 point going out, he will call the information, and now he's got the flash drive also. He's not going to quite pop it just yet. Shock Dart does keep him at bay, but I'm loving the aggression throw through from Jelly D. He is looking to do absolutely everything to suck the gravity well, but another flash, the right clicks miss, and it's a blinding up, but it's going to be Autumn at least to find one. Cream for the traders, an equalizer 4-on-4, but Tux is looking to make things happen over towards A.
It's an awkward peek from Jelly D as well. I mean, you just have to trust that Suave has got your back, or rather not Suave, but your other two teammates, so Milk and Cream, can help you out there. In either case, we'll go down, spammed all of the KO utility almost instantly. As we divide on the attacking side as well to offer themselves a pretty safe plant. Tux already had the lamps control, so not worried about that flank. Let's go versus Suave, though.
Oh, it was going to go one of another way, but already holding onto the position as well is going to be Maple. He does manage to drop Milky in that position, and yeah, Cream's just out of there. Wants absolutely no part in that at all, and yeah, checking on the cash now, it's not super good. You know, maybe in a position where Cream could potentially drop over one. We'll have to see in just a second, but yeah, I don't really know. You know, we haven't seen sort of many full ecos as this point in time because it has been such a back and forth couple of rounds here, but look, that is Order doing a much better round, you know, locking down that A site. Great lurk out from Tux, and they walk away with 4 alive, so a certain result that they really do need to sort of get back up into the face of the Honey Badgers.
I mean, just really awkward position to die in if you're Honey Badgers. You look at all the blue X's on the board. And I go back over towards initial aggression on towards B as well. It seems like every single time that Honey Badger's gone for some early aggression, it's been punished quite heavily as well. Order have been really good at reading those, and every time you have Jelly D in particular trying to pop flash through, somebody's anti-flashing exceptionally well, and that ruins the entire, you know, peak that they're trying to do. Then beyond that, as you mentioned, Tux had that great lurk over towards A, just sneaks himself in towards Lamps, and that's going to be enough to win the round. Okay.
So, change of pace to a degree. Looks like it is going to be that aggression straight down in towards mid as the Poison Cloud is there. Tux is going to start to wander away, however, and it's just Milky to sit on the back of that B site, seeing if he's going to find any further information as the stars start to go down, but he does wrap around towards Elbow here, so it should be relatively free real estate. And look at this from Tux. This is just so big brain right now. Going to watch all of them walking along. They line up nicely. 1, 2, making a third. Not quite. Suave does manage to pick it up, and now they've heard Milky, so they should be able to find this nicely. Guiding Light does gather some info, and Crosshair just off the head, and that should be the site found nice and easily here for Order.
All right, well, now Honey Badger's going to get through with 2 rifles. One was saved over from Cream's dead body, and the other one picked up courtesy of Tux, but still 2 versus 4. The recon coming through as well. That's information given over to Order that you are going to be moving up from long. Unfortunately, the recon spots nothing. Both players moving up long as well, so here we go. Just comes down to Order playing this one properly. They're all going to peek at the same time, which could have been dangerous if Fulvis gets a lineup, but we'll only get Texter and Order are going to convert via Autumn, so another round where Tux just had the heads-up play, knew exactly how to play that situation. Great read as well to assume that, you know, there could be a 5-man push coming through into spawn or towards spawn into that sort of market area place. And you don't normally play there as an attacker. You don't normally hide a player near caves, near spawn, waiting for that. You have to really read that quite well.
And he has been the impact man right now, you know, 10 and 5, really putting in work. A couple of cheeky broken rotates as well from him, and, you know, that round obviously no exception. So this time, it is a early sort of step towards B, coming out from a couple of the members in Maple and Autumn. But once again, 3 members, they've been very happy for this B site lean so far, Honey Badgers, and just allowing the couple of members to sit back on towards that A side. It is obviously the Viper and the Sova, way more utility to kind of push it back. But again, it's a slow start from Order, waiting to see if there will be any of that unseen aggression to come through.
And the interesting thing about B as well is you can see that Honey Badgers are way more keen to try and hold on to Octagon and be long, and Order are way more keen to take hookah control. So it's not every single round, and Order have won plenty of engagements on long, and Order will instantly get a headshot onto Milky straight away.
Flash out from Jelly D, did try to find it, but now it's all the timing game here. Cream does manage to spot one, but Maple, that's a second in the round. And a great shot at that as well. Now Disco looking for some sort of fight here. Suave does manage to actually find the line, and it's actually going to be onto the other Sova as well. But Fulvis, look at this man, Kev. Once again, he has remained unmoved, unshaken. Now just checking over towards the showers. The timing is found, and now he knows the second as well. Texter is there, and it's the jump as well. The scroll wheel, as we see Fulvis walk away with 3, locking down A like it's nobody else's business.
Excellent, just angles there being taken, isolating every single kill. 3 back-to-back 1v1s, and Fulvis takes every single one of them. A little bit shaky on the initial kill onto Tux, but they get the spike, they get all 3 members, they defend properly, they lose a little bit of control over towards B. And it's 5-5, Conky. It's just like, again, you're playing up against Order, and you've gone even with them in this first half on one of their better maps.
Yeah, and making them look, concerned too. They don't look that usual cool, calm and collected Order that's very confident in their site takes. They have hesitated a couple times, and it's a thing of beauty right now. We're getting to see an absolute game as the Hunter's Fury opens up nicely. Autumn does get tagged up slightly, but Fulvis, he's inside the pit. What's he going to do?
Playing it aggressively. The big problem here for Honey Badgers is that Autumn got through. So Autumn can be a big problem here. The rest of Order not quite as comfortable. Oh yeah, that Trailblazer spots Fulvis, so that's probably going to be the pit falling now. He's an easy kill.
Nicely done. Disco does manage to get rid of that one, but Suave could be the X factor here. Jelly D does try to find the flash drive out, but Suave also caught. Now that should be the round absolutely immediately. A much, much quicker, nicer play. And yeah, look, I think the second that Trailblazer came through from Disco, it was pretty much game over on the round.
No one could also really help Fulvis, which was the other problem. Suave looking over towards showers. Jelly D goes down to Autumn as well. Yeah, these 2 players are saving. Okay. One more round left to play. They know they don't have this one. They might as well try and have more guns, but they're both spotted now. To be fair, we're not expecting Maple to 1v2 swing this.
Does have Disco cruising into spawn. It's always the extra option. Do think Creamy is watching that line, though. They actually might work this out in just a second. There's the little bait in from Maple, and Cream does at least manage to find it, but Texter and Maple are there, and money's gone. I was going to say, I like the little duo kind of, hidey hole saving spot, but when you got 5 hungry members of Order running at you from all different angles, it can be a little bit too challenging to hold that one down. So let's check in on that money situation. It is not going to be as good as they could have had it, but 2 Spectres, at least they can get the job done here. They've got to go to the half shield for a little bit, but overall, we do see the timeout now, Kev, and that's actually called in by old mate Dick Stacey on Order side.
Yeah, of all teams. I think this is Order just looking to secure a clean 7-5 instead of letting this one go 6-6. If anything, I would have thought that Honey Badgers would be quite keen for timeout to discuss how they want to make a 6-6 happen. Few rounds where I think the interesting back and forth is there. I mean, we can talk about the fact that there's been plenty of rounds where we expected Order to take it, and then suddenly it goes the way of Honey Badgers instead. We had that Tux 1v1 round versus Fulvis, where he kind of got unlucky with his 50-50. And then you have plenty of rounds as well where Honey Badgers actually looked like they were in a great position to win a round, and it kind of just goes awry. And that's maybe in that second round, the anti-eco, they had the 5 Spectres full armors, and Order kind of steal that one away as well. So both teams have been able to win in circumstances that were not favorable for them.
So what's going to be the decider? Will we end up with Order still kind of leading that charge? And obviously, as we do know it very well, Bind, quite a challenging map on that attacker's side. So for Order to walk away with 7, I think they'll be still pretty chuffed with that. Certainly not what they were kind of expecting, I would say. But And now the cruise up towards B. It is the aggression out. One for the showstopper, but none for the frag. And now Jelly D, he's keen to go for this as well. Does find one, but now with the old null command out, it's actually going to be taken down too. So that is a very, very early play. That's a bit of a blunder, Tux. Will he be spotted out by Fulvus? The timing, not quite, and that's a Spectre frag found. The Texter, he's walking on in now. Milky also looking to hold the line. Does turn from the guiding light. One, but not quite two. Fulvus has found another over towards A in the exact same light. Do you know what he's found, Kev? He's found the spike. 2 on 2.
Yeah. And that's the biggest problem here is we have this huge play coming through from Order, dismantling all this aggression coming through from B again. Talked plenty of times about the fact that Honey Badger's early aggression on these sites, defensively, it's just not worked out. They try and pop flash, they try and just send the showstopper through, it all goes amiss. But then on the other end, because Order are trying to work 2 sites at the same time, Fulvus somehow now wins a back-to-back 1v1, drops a spike, might just get Disco as well. Brilliant timing, Disco has no idea. That leaves Maple by himself with a 1 versus 2. He's got to get the spike, but
30 seconds left.
Not a good position to play in. 87 HP as well.
They just need to play this smart. All they need to do is just find the timing, not allow Maple to break it down. But Fulvus, a little nervous, a little worrying. But Maple, 9 HP, it's not going to quite be enough. And Kev, I just have to dive into this one a little bit, right? Like, it just makes me so happy to see. They got the spike. They didn't sit on top of it. They didn't wait around for Order to kind of just walk straight into them. Instead, Fulvus took advantage. He moved into the showers. He wrapped all the way around. Yeah. And he has just won the round completely on his own volition just there. It was an absolutely stellar play from himself. And that brings him up to the 6-6 scoreline here. Beautiful stuff.
I don't even know who I really... Do I think a particular team got robbed on the round? Because there's a couple ways to look at that. Order, to be fair, I think had the better default play where they handled the aggression out of B again. Just finessed. Finesse Cream and Jelly D, who just, I mean, at this stage, you just got to stop pop flashing out. It's not working for you. Yeah. They're no longer defending, so lesson learned, you hopefully imagine. And it looked like it was Order's round, but then Fulvus happened. And I feel like that's not the first time Order's just kind of lost because, you know, on the A side of things, Fulvus or whoever just get a couple of incredibly good kills. I mean, Fulvus had this 1v3 event happen on the same spot as well. 3 isolated kills. It's like A short was actually the hard area for Order to get through, and they keep sending the spike in that direction, but that's all on their attacking side. Now defending. Autumn walks up. Trying to get some info.
Yeah, those big individual plays do quite often come through. Order, you know, a team that has been around for so long together. They know each other's weaknesses and strengths, and you know, but still trying to sort of work around. Honey Badger's a new quantity back on the market. They are just absolutely making this entertaining, to say the least. And Milky is going to do the exact same thing. They had a near flawless round on the pistol in the previous half, and they're also looking good here as well. Looking to start to clear around on towards the site. Milky, it's actually Fulvus to get to.
Oh my god.
Man, this guy's an animal. He's on fire right now, 5 on 2.
Yeah, I mean, we thought Tux had a brilliant first half, but really Fulvus has taken the lead.
30 seconds
In a big way as well.
Planted.
This flank needs to be good from Texas, and it's just not going to happen. This is a repeat match of that first round that we got in that first half as well. And if it is a full repeat, it means Autumn gets 1 kill here, and then gets taken down. So it's not quite a flawless. So see if that is actually what ends up happening. But I think if you have the opportunity for flawless here, you really should be... And there it is.
There it is.
Told you.
Perfect round. Fulvus with 3, and yeah, the absolute mirror matchup. 4 alive, you know, obviously still a very, very good position to be in, and you know, Autumn trying to do that further damage.
Now watch Autumn win this round.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Only with the classics as well. Oh, man. What a run. This has been such an entertaining start, you know, like a series where you look at it one of 2 ways. You know, I've regularly broken this sort of down with Komodo over the last sort of year, I suppose it was. And it was kind of like Order, you know, they're a mixed bag in the sense that it's either going to go really close, you know, maybe down to the wire, and they still likely sort of, you know, tip over at the end, or they'll walk out in 13-1, 13-2. But right now, it's toe-to-toe, super equal. And, you know, Fulvus obviously doing a lot of heavy lifting, but we've seen some great things as well from the rest of the roster.
It's Order just losing to some really random stuff. I'm not going to say that Honey Badgers also haven't, but... Well, they haven't as much. I think when Honey Badgers are in losing situations, I feel like Order have just played a very smart round. They did all the quote-unquote correct things in terms of structure. And when Honey Badgers kind of pull through these extremely clutch situations, it's one of those Fulvus moments, you know? That's what we're basically, in this game right now, it's what it is. It's you got Fulvused.
Too fast, too fulvous right now. Maple straight on through. Are we seeing another repeat? It's got 2.5, but Jelly D does manage to walk away with 1 and also a second. So no, it should be a stabilization of the rounds as we are expecting 8 here. They do actually rotate through and Disco does get caught up, but it's going to be Milky sitting inside the teleporter and 4 alive. Another super solid round. And of course, Order's going to be walking out the door with their full buy into this round and 8-6.
Call that a combo break right then. Order aren't going to pick up a second. Well, it would have been their opponent's anti-eco. They wouldn't have. They don't pick up a second denial of an anti-eco. So, with that, Honey Badgers take the lead, 8-6. Imagine leading versus Order like this as a new team, brand new into the top 8.
We are strong.
It's just so nice to see, you know, coming out of the woodwork. A couple of individuals that we've heard of, but you know, really starting to go toe-to-toe, and that's one of the big things about Valorant being a new title. You know, you're always going to see those prodigies come out of nowhere, and they seem to have a bit of a following too, which is awesome to see in the chat. Shout out to everyone that's here, but they are going to be shouting out
Disco
a B-site hit as Disco is inside the site. Is he going to be able to lock down anything here? Plenty of bullets going out, but it's Autumn. Disco with 1, but Suave, he's walked away with 2 here, Kev. It's already a 3-on-3, and that spike is going to get planted in
I mean, it's just one of those
a
classic
second.
Suave 2Ks. Hexer, though. He has info on 1 play inside the tube, but it's just not going to help him out enough. This is looking like a very Honey Badgers round. Tux for a 1 versus 3. 2 low HP members on half. Reads the teleporter, so they're both going to go on through plenty of time, but Tux has such a gigantic HP advantage, and on top of that as well, does have a toxin screen immediately placed. How confident is Milky going to be here? Tux doesn't really want to swing straight away, so he knows a secondary player is there. Easy kill to Suave, who's just exploring by himself. That's a mistake.
Clearing it. There's the experience, though, right, of old mate Tux. I was saying it before. That's like where I sort of almost cut you off there in the spike. It was in the hands. I thought it was about to go down on that site, but it just didn't sort of quite happen. And then for Tux to walk away with that was just absolute beauty. Well done there from Tux. Again, experience beyond his means. And unfortunately, Honey Badger sort of caught with their pants down a little bit, and the 1v3 does come through.
I just don't think that's the way you play a 1v2 if you're Honey Badgers, you know, Suave, solo exploring. Milky can't even help you there. You're basically giving Tux a 1-to-1. You're low HP anyway. I don't know. You have to basically bait each other, or somebody has to bait the other person. You have to kind of swing off the death, and hopefully you can trade Tux, and that'll be enough. So a round that was looking really good for Honey Badgers going the other way. And like Mitch, I've talked about so many of these types of rounds where, you know, it looks like it's going one team's way and it just doesn't. It ends up being the other team that picks it up instead. Tiny
little kind of, you know, lapse in concentration or some panic, and definitely can turn on its head very, very quickly, as we have seen. So the orb will be obtained by Jelly D nice and early. That does mean that the null command is now available. And Tux is going for a little bit of a wander down yonder, but he does choose to fall away. Maple now getting closer towards his Hunter's Fury, but it still is a relatively slow start to the round, right? We've got Fulvus waiting to see if anything does come towards Showers, and the rest of the members kind of just sort of sitting around short for the time being.
I mean, depending on how they want to go for this, I mean, look at this. So the knife can come on through. Where does it land? He sent that one towards B, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. There you go, right in hookah.
And that's kind of like, you know, they're faking it because Tux hasn't checked in hookah. So all 3 members that are on B are still stuck there currently. They need to basically null command and go on through. And they can get an easy kill to Autumn because he can't dash away. That's the power of the null command.
It is.
And Texter can't star either. He can't do anything. He has just to back out.
The ultimate duelist tilter, isn't it? You know, being able to force their way in and not leaving Autumn in a position to do absolutely anything. But now Jelly D, confident from the man 1, but not quite 2. Very, very bold and beautiful play, but he only does walk away with 1 for the time being here. Disco, could he be the X Factor? No, it doesn't look like it. Suave already ready for it. And now it's only left onto Tux and Maple, and they've got so much extra work to do, and Cream already holding that cross on towards the site. It's going to be tough regardless, and I think the old smoke's going to go down in just a second. Yes, it will, but they're going to run away. Had enough. Out of there. 9 rounds here for Honey Badgers.
Interesting placement for the post blind as well. You can see most of Honey Badgers actually off-site. It's only going to be Cream playing contact. That's enough. I mean, time is a bit of an issue. So many uncleared angles. 4 players live. They've doubled your numbers. Maple took a bit of a hit and damage as well. It's minor, but could make a small amount of difference. So that on top of money not being great means, yeah, back out. Take your guns. give the 9 over to Honey Badgers. Not quite double digits yet, but they're really starting to get close here. And more ultimates coming online in just a hot second. I mean, so many players now are about to hit up ultimates, so orb control in this particular round is going to be really crazy.
And just no money, you know, putting Order in a situation where they're looking down the barrel of a force buy, you know, they're going to pick up those sheriffs, and Autumn, I don't think he's one away from that Bladestorm, so he will be able to at least go pick that up, but still it's a journey to go and find it, and if we do see Suave swing nice and early, he might be able to find that, but the Guiding Light does go down, as well as the Toxic Screen, so he will be afforded it, and now that does mean that he can at least have something to work with in this round, but once again, it is going to be that slow walk up towards Hookah from Honey Badgers. Plenty of time in the round as the fragment goes out.
And they always like to frag quite early, and that's after the boombot's been used as well. So spending a decent amount of util to get control in towards Hookah, they'll just leave the one member in as rest of Order go and explore what's happening over towards Long. They see nothing, which could cause maybe Disco to rotate. Oh, he's trying to go back over towards spawn, and Cream just finds an insane timing. Now some stars come down, and these are fake stars as well, so it's just to keep the rest of these Order members interested over towards B. Tux reads it well. Gonna fall off. Knows nothing's happening over towards B.
Yeah, very quick rotations, so will they stay around? I don't think anything was actually spotted off the back of the... No point there, but we'll have to see. So now Jelly D walking slowly up towards U-Haul. They are available, ready to rock and roll. Inside those nebulas here, Autumn does get spotted out. Should find some information here, but it's actually Fulvus to get one. There we go. Texter tries to force his hand through. Tux actually walks away with another. Could be on for another frag here. It's somehow down to an awkward sort of position, but Tux has the spike in a 1 versus 3. We've already seen him pull one of these off, but it's going to be Jelly D to find it. And that's an ultimate wasted there, Kev. Already the hit goes down. 10 rounds, and surely that's a full eco here on the cards for Order.
I mean, it was already an investment from Order, so they just had to kind of pour more into that investment, try and win it away. Tux going for the clutch. He's won clutches before, but that one was probably just asking for a little bit too much. 10 on the board now for Honey Badgers. And not the cleanest take either. I mean, consider the fact that they failed to really sell their B fake because Tux still read it correctly and rotated over. You still had a great gravity well over towards A shot that prevented early movements. You had this recon that nobody broke. I mean, you have like pretty much a whole team of Honey Badgers over on short and still no one breaks a recon. That's poor. You have to be able to do that. And even then, they still get on site. They still do well, and they will get the open couple of kills here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, certainly not looking their full selves, but you know, we'll let this round ride. Just be in that full eco. Allow it to sort of settle in, but what do we got? Just checking out the money. Suave, obviously, and Jelly D above that 5k mark. They're going to be looking super fresh. And obviously in the next round, you know, we are going to have that full buy, so it is important for the side of Honey Badgers to ensure that they do still keep all those 5 alive as best as they can, not burn any extra ultimates either. So it's just the Texter and Tux duo that will be holding out that exit, but doesn't look like anyone's sort of there just yet. They're still waiting outside Long.
And really important that Texter in particular does go down here. Or Tracer does something. So all of Order have to basically just get wiped. You want to make sure you're not randomly alive. All right, Flawless coming on through. Jelly picks up most of those. So Null Command ready to go. They have a lot of ultimates going to the next round. I mean, so do Order. But Cream and Fulvus are even a little bit closer. So you can see them getting the 12th off these ultimates, then play for their 13th from the pit or something like that. Eventually, Cream gets his Showstopper as well, maybe saves it for that 13th round, and Showstopper's great at clearing sites, so you can sort of see how it plays out. When you clear site with the Showstopper, you pit down and you get that 13 on board, and Order maybe just get stuck on 7. So this is a huge round now, where if Order don't win, they're back onto a Force Buy, which is just going to be super awkward. Light rifles with light armor, probably. Something really lame.
Does Fury so early to be engaged, obviously, as always, trying to find the info. Nothing spotted at all. Just silence from the side of the Honey Badgers, pulling Autumn out of his cage again, trying to see if he's going to go hunting. Suave is on the line, does get spotted. Lines him up, so Fulvus actually takes a little bit of damage in the process as well, but it's still an equal 4v4. Plenty of time left to go, but my God, just the presence that, again, Honey Badgers have had on this attacker's side. You know, it's such a challenge, like playing against any team on the defending side of Bind, let alone Order, and Honey Badgers just continue to break the mold. So important one for Order to find back here.
It's important that if Suave dies, that Jelly D's still alive, so there's still plenty of entry here. Null Command comes on through. Snakebite did get dropped before the null command was able to be committed, and Maple, okay, well, he's just going to go down straight away. Gets Cream super low. Tuck's trying to survive as long as possible. Can't really do much more here in terms of utility. Tux will at least get one. Oh my god, Tux is doing a lot. That's a lot of kills for a player that was caught out.
Spike dropped. Milky does actually manage to collect it and starts to move through, but they're not going to rotate straight through. Texter, never mind, he does. Oh my god, Tux, like, you know, back up against a wall, dives straight through those nebulas and, you know, decides to send them home. Packing bags, and there we go. That's the round that they desperately needed, and they managed to put it in the back pocket. Finally, the gap starts to close slightly, but Honey Badgers still have plenty of cash in the bank account.
Yeah, I think Suave dying early really affected them. You had this kind of 2 versus 1 set up to defend against Autumn's aggression, and he still goes 1 for 1 there. Losing Suave probably hurts a bit more than losing Autumn, to be fair, in terms of difference of utility. And you look over towards the rest of it as well, where, I mean, definitely talk about the fact that Tux just stayed alive for an unreal amount of time. Autumn this time are going to get that opening kill without losing anybody.
Double up. Will he collateral? He will. Suave makes it happen, which is actually a little bit unfortunate for Autumn because he did so much work taking down that early frag onto old mate Cream there, but in the end, it's Maple walking down very, very aggressive through long.
140.
And, yeah, exactly. The Phantom Curse. The Phantom Pain. Feeling it. Metal Gear Solid style, but there is the heal. Disco is going to be able to help him out with the regrowth there as they do start to move down into short. And they are in a good position to kind of maybe make a collapse early on. It's still only a 3-on-2 here, Kev.
Yeah, and if Suave gets spotted, it's kind of all over.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, actually gets a kill through the screen. The screen's actually not good for him at all. He kind of gets ruined in timing by his own teammate, but he just had the correct line in terms of understanding where a player could be positioned. It's enough. Maple's on low HP. It's not interesting going... I mean, look at the money from Order's side of things. It's really rough. If Maple lives, he's going to get 1k, which is just enough to drop a single rifle. He's can't buy a drone, can't buy any armor, but it's going to be able to give somebody a gun, which is super important.
Yeah. Rocket a hard place.
I don't know if Honey Badgers are going to have the confidence to go for this as well to try and hunt it down. I don't think they will. Time's going to run out here. They're on the 12, and now we get to see the round that I was kind of alluding to a little bit earlier on. Showstopper take into a pit and play the post plant from there. That's assuming Tux doesn't just ruin them by staying alive and killing everybody.
Yep. And how's this? A second timeout to be utilized by the side of Order. I don't actually know if I've ever seen that, to be quite honest with you, in my time casting this roster so far. But look, it's good. You know, it's showing that they keep stable, because that's the one thing, you know, we don't always on the reg see Order sort of get into tilt mode, right? They can keep their composure. They've been playing, you know, upper echelon kind of Counter-Strike, obviously, for so many years, especially in Tux and Texter, obviously that international experience that they held over the years. But yeah, look, it's just been a surprising one.
I can tell you that, you know, forcing Order into a double timeout in a single map is like, that's a small W right then and there.
Absolutely.
You take those small wins. Beyond that as well, I think, you know, they'll definitely be talking about how you deal with this particular round. They have 4 to play through to be able to hit this OT, so it's going to be tough for Order. They can do it if enough mistakes are presented, and I can see ways where Honey Badgers push through on this double ult combo. It doesn't work out as well. And again, if you go into where... I think Tux is the difference maker. If you go to where his site is, and he managed to land a snakebite in time in a critical location, and he splits up this offense so that the showstopper comes through, you double pack past snakebite. You're cool if you're Cream, but the other 4 members can't do anything. So Cream is at a huge risk there. If he goes down, doesn't get a trade on the showstopper, doesn't clear sight, and the rest of his team can't enter because of the snakebite, you don't ever get into a post, but you don't even get to plant. So there's multiple ways where that can sort of fail, but looks like so far they're going to try and go through B first.
Mm-hmm. And look at that money. You know, the cash that we talked about, the Motley Bite, Sheriff for Tux, Bulldog Disco. Only those couple of rifles that are available. So clearly Maple has opted for the shield, has opted for the extra. What he needs to get the job done. Now, waiting slowly, patiently, wandering over towards that site. Information gathered. So that's a good call there off the back of that guiding light. But Jelly D, he's ready for something.
Okay, well, had no idea that Disco is playing around the side. That's going to really significantly impact their opening now. That's a teleporter. They should have heard that, so they know that Disco's gone out of it. There should only be 2 defenders at most now. If there's a time for Honey Badger to go in, it probably should be now, but they're being super patient about it. They just want to scout it out first. Milky's going to get a kill, so that's Disco spotted and found.
There's info. There's a pit. There's a showstopper. Absolutely everything is happening here, and this is going to be the potential moment where we see Honey Badgers walk away with map 1. We spoke about how Icebox was going to be their bread and butter, but Vine, the teleporters, apparently looking to get it done here. Milky holding the line, but Maple will be able to at least find one now. Cosmic Divide comes in. Drone does catch, but Fulvus inside Hookah does manage to find a coupler. Now it's the experience of Texter. The pit is up, and everything he has to do here. Cream just on the other side, and he's got to be spotted, and there we will have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Inhuman in order have been made mortal, and map number 1 goes the way of Honey Badgers.
I mean, it was looking pretty mortal even in that first half. He had a 6-6 finish, and things were looking dire for Order at multiple points. You get into the second half, and they lose the pistol again. This time, they don't get to steal away the anti-eco. They're behind a couple of rounds, and that 2-round lead just seems to be constant and always going in the favor of Honey Badgers for the longest time. And this is one of those maps where, like, you know, they got Fulvus, really. And there's, again, on that final round, and Fulvus comes up big. Suave's had some huge moments as well. Between Suave and Fulvus, there have been so many rounds where those two got enough impactful kills that despite all of the good defaults in the Order does, it gets undone instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just cannot believe like that, you know, early push-pull where we saw it was super, super close, and we're kind of thinking, okay, you know, Order's doing a really, really good job. It's the attacking side. They've managed to pull 6 rounds, but after all that, it just went Honey Badger's way the entire way through. And as you mentioned, that just lead that they held on to. But what a brilliant opener, Kev, today. You know, we sort of said this was one that could have gone, you know, sort of the wayside of maybe being a little bit one-sided, kind of looking forward to that next series. But this one has absolutely started as strong. So guys, you know, I'm sure you guys are sitting in the exact same boat as us on the edge of your chair. So make sure you sort of resettle, get yourself a drink and a snack, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes, eh? And we are back with the Valorant Oceania Tour, and we have had an absolutely electric start here with Honey Badgers walking away 13-8 on Order's map pick of Bind. I'm Conky, this is Avril, and mate, it has been an absolute treat of an opener here today on this Sunday.
Really unexpected, but in a good way. That's kind of one of those, Christmas morning presents. Like, oh man, I didn't even think I was going to get anything, but this is great. As long as it's not coal, I'm happy with that. Bit of a call to start the day for Bind on Order, though. They have an insane win rate on basically every single map. It doesn't change for Bind. 76% win rate here. It'll go down by a little bit of margin after that loss, but just to give you an example, in the last, 13 now, in the last 13, including what we just saw, maps of Bind they played, this is only their second loss, right? Wow. So they've had huge win streaks on Bind, beating every single team. They've been wildcard 4 times in a row on this map as well, just to, give you a bit of an identity to it. The only other team they dropped Bind to recently was Peace. So, and Peace, that was in VOT Grand Finals last year, where Peace was was that really insane team, so that makes a lot of sense. We're talking about the Honey Badger squad that is basically essentially new. In fact, they are so new, they don't have not only do they not have a recorded win on Bind, they have no recorded official games on Bind whatsoever. So their first official game on Bind is a win versus Order nonetheless.
My God. And it was so off the back of that, right? The KO and the Viper. We saw so many good things coming through from that, and just the confidence and, the Fulvis moments that we saw so much on that defensive side, locking down A, just making it really his home. Yeah, get Fulvis. Exactly right. And I think we saw a few fans in the chat as well that was loving to see it. So I think he might have to sign a few signatures after that one, but only if they do manage to pull away that next map. And Kev, Icebox, my friend, we're going to be seeing a very different roster of agents, as we always sort of be assuming here.
Yeah. Especially for the side of, I think, we look towards, Honey Badgers. This is where they change things up most significantly. Now, there is actually a recorded Icebox game between Order and Honey Badgers, and that was in Group Stage Week 1. Fun fact, it actually went close, 13-10. So there was 10 rounds being put up by this Honey Badger squad. Jelly D, big money on the Reyna pick. That's kind of like the key pick for this Honey Badger squad. We saw Fulvis really kind of clutch up and bring some huge stats over on the Bind side. It's Jelly D's turn now to pick up the pants on that and be the guy to carry on this particular map. I expect that Disco will also go towards Reyna, so a bit of Reyna versus Reyna action.
I think there's going to be a few people that'll be, maybe tuning in a little bit later. Like, imagine if they come around this afternoon or something like that. So, oh my God, Order got 2-0'd by Honey Badgers or something like that, which is, potentially on the cards at this point in time. And as you mentioned, the close game that they had in the opener only sort of a few weeks ago now, there's always that potential. And Icebox is a map that's warmed on me over the last little while. I was sort of not quite against it, but it felt very, clunky in sort of its early days, but now it's really started to settle in. It's super exciting, very flashy, I think is the way of putting it. And here we go. Seeing those picks come out, obviously we're going to see Texter and Fulvis move onto those Sages, a staple in this map. So Milky picks up the Viper. Obviously Tux continues, and seeing Jelly D float at the moment. He's got the Rays open, but he is going to go for that Reyna.
I have 2 categories of maps in terms of how I classify them. Maps where you have to play Viper and maps where you don't.
It's getting to that point, hey.
And right now, it's getting to the point where you play Viper on all maps. It's pretty nasty. It's dwindling the number of maps you don't play Viper on. And I don't know if that is a sign of good or bad map design. If you think about it really, Icebox, you want to know why Icebox got better, why it wasn't very good to start with. It's because Viper got buffed and the team started using Viper on Icebox, and then they realized, oh, okay, B's actually playable now because of Viper, and you have to have a Sage War. The fact that you need to create your own line of sights and your own map geometry just to get a plant down tells you a lot about how these sites are designed, but that's just me.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with you, and I think that's the perfect way of putting it, because it was back in the day where we only really sort of saw that centerpiece of Viper coming out. I believe it was on Split in very, very early days, kind of, locking down certain positions on the map accordingly there. But and that was very much like an iron pick that I remember seeing, obviously, back when Sonics was still over here, and putting in some really, really big innings on Split. But now, it's really starting to change up. Very, very common and uncommon to not see her pulled out on any of these maps here. But it is map 2. We've got a different lineup now. We've got Jelly D on the Reyna, and Kev, mate, I am super keen to see how this one unfolds.
So last time these two played in group stage, attacking side was where all the money was made. Order got 10 on their attacking side, started 10-2. They're on the attacking side in the beginning again. And that's right, Honey Badgers did come back and get more rounds. So they actually got 8 rounds on their own attacking side, which is nuts considering they were down 2-10. So expecting a lot to happen on this attack. And if you are Honey Badger starting on defense, you cannot allow yourself to be in a 2-10 trap again.
How's this lean? Straight over towards B. 3 members there, and it will be a couple of frags being found, though. Cream only able to find one, but there's Suave for a couple more. A Dink as well. Texter very low. I think that's actually some of the healing that's already been done and dusted as well, but now we see Tux try to swing out. Another tag up. Can he find the headshot? Not quite, but he does in the end look over. Suave is the one-man army down towards this position as Milky already making his way through mid.
Oh, he peeks, but not with the gun. He would have had the kill. Texter on like no HP here. That was just a single shot from Milky's enough, but the information's been given over. Not really acting on it just yet. 2 members from the side of Honey Badger still hanging out on B. To be fair though, Order aren't exactly committed to either side. Texter's about to get another heal up, which is super important. Man, that is a missed opportunity for Milky. You hate to see it.
Just such an interesting duel. You know, how often do we just see the A hit very, very early on in these pistol rounds, but the way it has just gone down to the wire now. 30 seconds left. Fulvis gets the heal over to Suave, who's already done so much heavy lifting on this round, and now surely they're going to hear the footsteps. And the recon bolt does go out. Information gathered, but with that wall still being up, a little bit of a tag being done, but how's this from Fulvis? I absolutely love this. Is he going to be able to find it? Is he going to take the duel? No, he's waiting. Even more patient. So as now he jumps up on the reverse, and Fulvis does find it onto Texter. Now Tux 1 versus 3. Great shot here with that ghost. And can he find more? Oh my God! Almost gets the job done, but it will be Milky to close it. And I've almost fallen off my seat for that round.
I've seen Tux clutch that. You've seen Tux clutch that.
I have.
And the only reason he didn't do it is because Milky swings at the same time, and thank goodness he does. Crisis averted. I mean, that was very nearly just 3 back-to-back 1v1s. Tux even knew where Milky was going to peek from, had the crosshair swung over, but couldn't land the shot in time. So that close to clutching a 1 versus 3. My goodness, Honey Badgers only survive with them, but they do get the opening pistol.
Man, an absolutely awesome start to this map already. And it is going to be that very, very fast B hit. It does appear on the all side of Order. Looks like Disco's the only one to upgrade, implementing the Sheriff into this round, whilst we do actually leave Fulvis here. So it is going to be that wall early on down towards the A side of the map from the Viper. But Fulvis just looks for info early and he falls away.
Yeah, let's save it and maybe use it for a retake if required. I mean, it looks like Order just wanted the orb anyway, so walk away now. Takes to 5 out of 8. There's been the solid planter here as well, so really just accelerating these resurrections. Honey Badgers don't really know what's happening on the map anymore. They've split up quite a lot, put some mid pressure in there, exploring out with their drone. Milky's here. He'll hear the fact that there's another orb being taken. I mean, Texas is about to be 7 out of 8, and if he dies, he'll be 8 out of 8.
How good's that? The orb control. Just both sides of the map, utilizing the eco to the best of their abilities. Milky holding just underneath Heaven. Tux, he knows. Do know they're very close, and that wall's going to go up. So the aggression does actually come through. Very nicely picked there from Tux. How much longer can they hold them off, though, for?
No kills really coming through from the Honey Badgers just yet. They have the better guns, but they don't really have the capability to get the frags. Good news that Honey Badgers didn't lose any guns. Milky didn't carry one with him, so Order don't get an upgrade just yet. Jelly still 2 orbs to play through. 13 HP, needs to get a kill to get a heal.
Okay. Okay. No, not okay. Never mind. I thought it was going to walk out for a second, but Jelly D has to go big here. 5 bullets left. The res from Texter, which is exactly what we spoke about. Could be enough for the bait out. Might have to get it to half. He's only got the pistol left remaining. Will be the old Spectre and Texter. The 2 orbs, the ultimate in round 2.
That's why you got to talk about those things, man. You have this kind of orb control. Order go for double. They get the plant as well. Texter gets a kill. I thought it'd come through next round in terms of relevance, but hey, in a 1 versus 1, you're like, I'll get a free res in there. And okay, you do see Maple kind of get baited there and dying, but it gives Texter all the info to play through, and Texter can just play that the 1v1 afterwards. You also have the fact that Jelly D ran out of ammo, has only got a pistol. Texter finds a great time to swing while he's on the ropes and get an easy kill. And that's after finding an upgrade on the floor as well. So brilliant stuff coming through from Order. And it didn't even have to come down to Texter's moment. It's just the fact that Honey Badger were very awkwardly responding to the movements of Order. They didn't know what Order was doing at all.
Yeah. Definitely shaken. But should be easy breezy here. Disco finds a couple on the entry over towards that B entry door, as now Jelly D sitting up on the top of the box, and he will be spotted, but he does actually manage to net himself a pretty decent shot there. Texter looking to play with Fate a little bit more as well. The Decay will force him down, and now with the wall being put down, at least they do manage to find this spike plant nice and easily, but they will still have to fend off 3 hungry members of the Honey Badgers side.
It's a lot of damage here for Honey Badgers. It's interesting to note as well, it's the second now anti-eco stolen away in terms of that last round, and we saw on Bind as well, same thing happens. Honey Badgers win pistol, and then they just can't win that anti-eco. Well, takes to pick it up a couple frags here. Milky, dead to rights, 4 alive, 4 rifles retained. Ought to do well.
They do, indeed. Keeping it all in the store for them for the next round. And now as we do see the final first bite come through. It's looking good for both sides. They'll be nice and comfortable. Plenty of things in the back pocket to work with. So how are they going to set up this site? Looks like Milky will be the one going back towards B again on the Viper. Poison Cloud on top of the long boxes. So still a bit of an early lean towards this B site from Order again. You know, a little bit of extra mid control potentially from Tux to come out. But regardless, good start from them. Autumn straight over the top of the long box already.
Snake Bite will only barely slow things down, not significantly enough, especially not when you have Autumn that will just run on over. Let's go pops the Empress, so that is, I mean, that's info if nothing else, the fact that they're committing something over towards the B side. No rotations just yet, still only Milky here to respond.
I like Cream's positioning as well. He's already gone for a little wander down through the mid position. Taking control of Kitchen, but Tux is looking for the exact same light, right? The push. What are they going to do with it? Wall goes up over the top. Oh my god! The double up of the shock dart. You love to see it. Now Maple gets spotted nice and wide from Snowman. And that's going to make it a little bit awkward here. Milky does get tagged up slightly, but in the end they run in towards the corner. Maple dodging, fighting Milky straight on through. And now Texter right up on the side here. Could he be the X Factor once more? The answer is likely going to be yes, but he actually does get denied by Fulvis, and Suave is the man to close it. My oh my. Chaos on the B site.
Get Suaved. That's another one of those Suave moments. I think it was actually off the back of either decay damage or vulnerability status coming through from Milky's utility, because you see the Milky double assist on that one, and I believe it was only 1 shock as well. So to get a double kill on the 1 shock, you definitely have some sort of Viper support utility that helped with the extra damage. And it's a rare moment like that. You don't see that every single day. Brilliant double shock that absolutely opens up the round. Texabias himself can't do anything against the recon. Gets scanned. Goes down. Wall was saved by Fulvis. I mean, to be fair, saved being like, I mean, he was nowhere near where the aggression was, so I didn't have to use it early on. Was able to use it for the retake. Jelly D spotted out early.
Oh, can he find it? Just misses. Jelly D does actually manage to pop the Empress nice and early, so we will be seeing some action over towards this A side. Texter with the opener. Does actually miss a couple of shots here, Jelly D, as well as Fulvis. Also spotted up by the recon drone up on top of the site. Somehow, again, Texter still alive. Just doing it all. Absolutely stepping up to the plate. He dodges as well. Gets the res too. This guy's a one-man army right now. Disco pops another. And now it's a 5 versus 2. They're almost done and dusted, but Fulvis at least does get 1 for his troubles. But now it's a 1-on-4, and Milky, I think he might be looking a bit spilt if he goes for this round.
Texas in the Matrix right now, man. He's dodging all these bullets, and then you see this Empress being popped from Milky, not from Milky, from Jelly D, missing all these shots. To be fair, he didn't really have much of a hitbox to shoot at with, you know, Texas jumping around and all that. But Texas just swings back 190 degrees. It was close to 180 there, just instantly taps away. And Jelly D gets rid of that Empress, finds another res. How about 2 reses in 5 rounds?
Yeah.
Donkey? How's that for a stat line?
Well,
2 reses in 5 rounds.
8-2. Battle Sage, diving up on the site, being the man, the myth to get through. Orb control out the wazoo. Just incredible.
Has had every plant.
Talk about heavy lifting.
That's 16 ult points you need. And he's gotten that in 5 rounds. I don't think I've really ever seen that. And that's a very expensive ultimate. I mean, there's more than enough rounds that he gets a 3rd res. If he really pops off, there's a 4th one there for him.
Oh, man. Well, it is going to be this time the take of the knee for Honey Badgers. They're going for the pause. Suave's going to make that one be called. And they're just going to have a bit of a conversation about what needs to be done. Once again, side of Order, as we can see on the handsome cams. Cool, calm and collected. They've done plenty so far already. And again, just looking a little more confident on their attack this time round, right? You know, Bayern, we did see some hesitancy here and there, but this time they're straight up into the face. And, you know, they've only sort of been punished a couple of times in the denial, sort of on that post-plant retake that's come through from Honey Badgers.
You don't have Cream activated either yet because you haven't had enough pressure to get this Blaze Storm. You don't have an operator because you've no money. In fact, you've barely had gun rounds. You don't have money. So Cream sitting all the way at the bottom. Your Jet is not really doing too much. I mean, you can say the same thing about Autumn, but Order are currently in the lead. And they only by the one round, but momentum-wise, they're in the lead. Money-wise, they're in the lead. Tex is on a different level right now. So if nothing else, Tex is just kind of outplaying all 5 members of the Honey Badgers.
Certainly feels that way. And now that Motley sort of purchase that's come through, I did see that originally Cream did look to buy himself a Marshall, but he's gone to drop over the weapon to Suave, the old Guardian. So certainly going to make it a bit tough here if they can find something, but they are pushing through in mid, very aggressive. Tux does manage to walk out just.
That's a good slow orb. It's Milky in the corner. Long flank coming through, the important couple of frags here for Tux to get. Oh, Jelly
Nice
D.
shot.
Good angle to be able to catch Tux as he's retreating through. Here comes the first raise of Honey Badgers, so they'll still have 4 alive.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. You know, they've definitely invested plenty into this round, all their eggs into the basket of round number 6. So they are going to start their movements in towards this side. Autumn just waiting outside CT, seeing if anyone will come through mid, but it's Disco pinning up with one, Texter getting another, and Disco, couple of nice shots there, but it's all on a Cream inside a 1 versus 3, and he'll get his head taken off by Maple. So Order certainly starting to stabilize here, and unfortunately for Honey Badgers, they're looking down the barrel of an eco in this round.
Yep. And the last run already wasn't great for that. To be fair, Cream will now be able to Blade Storm, and something to work through. You know, really thinking about small details here in terms of what they can even try and attempt. They got rid of Tux on that last round, and both teams traded out Vipers. But the with the retake coming through from Honey Badgers just felt like they were maybe lacking utility or something. They couldn't quite enter on the side. You're basically attacking on A at that point because you're all fully coming through from attacker spawn. Cream instantly pops the blades. Struggling to find anything with it though. He's just eating utility. Okay, never mind.
God.
Hello.
How's he pulled that off, Kev? He's absolutely out there. We were talking about him being a little bit quiet, but man, he's clicking some heads. Does get taken down, and I've sat back down. Now, the quality sort of does start to at least be brought back forth here for Honey Badgers, but the rest of the members, they're all sort of settled. They're back 2-2 split on towards this A and B. And still looking like the B long aggression is going to be there as Texter watches the reverse.
This map number 2. Also going to do some interesting standing up and sitting down type exercise at the moment.
I haven't been in a studio for so long, man, that I just feel like I just need to kind of jump up and dance a little sometimes.
Yeah, you go. Viper's pit on both ends here, so the difficulty will be the plant. Milky, he needs a snake bite and just doesn't have one, so it will be the plant, and now Tux will go for the pit.
How's he going to work around it?
And Milky's dead.
Oh, Jesus, Texter. Settle down. One more.
One enemy remaining.
And Suave kind of gave him that one, understandably.
Watch this. If Texter gets this kill, he's got another res.
Oh, okay.
In fact, even if Texter dies, he's got another res.
He's got the res. 1v2. Maybe doable, maybe not. He's picked up the Vandal. This could be scary, but no, Tux. Straight from the pit, and he will unleash 5 rounds. I was sure that Cream's early aggression might have meant something, but they do obviously have the purchase coming through here. And is this the first operator that we've actually seen in the entire series?
Yeah. 7 rounds deep on this map. Yep. We didn't get one in the last map, did we?
Not at all, no. And
to be fair, I think
not super needed, maybe. Yeah.
Bind is starting to, for me, not be like a strong operator map anyway.
Yeah.
Especially when teams play quickly and all that kind of stuff. But alrighty, Cream, it's your turn to come online once again. And part of the reason why Cream's 2k on that last round didn't mean as much is because none of those guns could be recovered anyway. So Cream pulls a couple over, but then the huge gun advantage from Order really is the difference maker. And it's not just guns, man. It's utility. Milky had no snake bites to even prevent the plant. So Order just walk up. Get the plant. And they're walking up again, but this time with a little bit more U2 on the defense to deal with.
I love a good journey. It looks like Jelly D. Oh, maybe thought he was a little bit over to the other side as Autumn clearly activated. Had a little bit of a rest in the previous map, but now he's getting things done. And Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to line up the collateral, making it work, changing the pace. It's into a 3-on-2 still. But as that cloudburst does allow him some extra space here, Autumn does choose to hold firm. Just waiting, seeing if there will be any of that mid-aggression. Is now
here we go.
Walking back in the kitchen. It's going to be Texter. Does he have the gun out quick enough? No, he absolutely doesn't. Texter still holding onto that res, of course. He's found so many frags in this first half of the map. Suave all alone, 1v3. So much to do, and he might just have to waltz away and save.
And the only reason Texter can't res is because his teammates dead are too far away, because he's went on the long lurk. He had kitchen control. Cream had zero clue of that one. He wasn't prepared for it whatsoever. To be fair, you don't really have a reason to be prepared. Then again, you know that you have no map control, so anyway, could be dangerous. Suave has the headshot lineup. Obviously, he isn't going to go for any sort of defuses or attempts to go and get on site. Be lucky to get out alive.
I think he saw him. Yeah, he did. Clearly, he's made the call. Now Maple looking for a hunt, looking for a journey in. Nice little shoulder step. Does spot him out, but won't quite be the frag. Texter walking through A, but it looks like Suave will live. So nicely done. And yeah, just to reiterate, right? 14-3, 8K in the back pocket. We'll have to reinvest here and potentially drop over for Disco. But just the, you know, guy that we talk about so regularly, you know, quite often even, like Texter being on those agents that he's got to play, being in the IGL position, he doesn't get to sort of, you know, flash his ability too often. And really here it's, you know, we saw that one flashy round where it was over the top of, you know, A site getting in the grill. But realistically, it's just been holding flanks, you know, sitting in the lurk, and he just gets so much done. So I would love to see his ACS after this map. He's
averaging an ultimate every 3 rounds, because he had his first one, I think, on round 3, second one on round 5, and third one on round 8. This is 9 now. Might just use it on Autumn now, to be honest with you. You can get in. Autumn is kind of deep, though. The body might be covered by Jelly D, which is an issue.
There it is. There's that res. Jelly D tries to make something work, but this was a round that was all basically honey badgers to lose. And now Fulvus sitting on the back of that site, moving in very, very quickly. Disco looking for the hunt, and he will find it. Milky, last man standing. Obviously just a sheriff round here, so nothing, I suppose, really to write home about. But again, it's just damage, it's rounds, it's things found for Order 7 as we move into the last couple of rounds of the half. And it has just been a beautiful display because I don't even particularly feel like Honey Badgers are playing poorly. They're definitely not playing to the standard that they showed us on Bind, but it's not a bad sort of map from them just yet. It's just Order being very, very versatile.
It's getting worse is the problem. I think maybe we change our tune by the end of the half, because it starts out okay, and when you look at the first 4 to 5, like, okay, 2-2, 3-2, 3-2-4 is even manageable, and then it just keeps going the way of Order. And this is where we start to go back in time again. You remember that group stage game? 10-2. First half attack from Order is what they were dealing with. It could be that again unless Honey Badgers can pull through some real magic. They do get the opening frag. A couple of tags coming through from Hunter's Fury. Response from Maple. Nice kill.
Nicely done. The equalizer, the heal. So both teams in very much the same boat. Rotating back through spawn now, leaving just Disco. It's like the tale of the two Rainers there, both sort of looking across from the hall at each other, but still not wanting to ask each other to dance. Very, very split up. The rest of these members, though, on the side of Honey Badgers.
All coming up, and Texas is going to go exploring. Thought about it anyway. All got broken. Jelly D got broken. That's the A site. Also broken now in half. And the entire team of Honey Badgers, little pieces. Money's broken. So many things. Just in pieces. The scan at least goes well, but the only small reprieve so far.
It's just in that position. They obviously want to go for it. They're looking excited for it. Texter does shake the aim a little bit, but in the end he does get taken down on the trade, and Disco will also do one really, really nicely there onto Cream. So ultimately here, 8 rounds for Order. We've got 2 left in the half, and as you mentioned, you know, we could be looking at that 10-2 scoreline and then sort of see where the rest of the map takes us. But regardless, just haven't seen much life. Like, it's that really sort of odd paradox, right? Where you're on the defensive side. It should be the easier side, but Order, just the way that they move as a unit, as a 5, and, you know, control the pacing on the map, sitting on those lurks, it just makes it so challenging to actually defend against.
And they're on eco again. I mean, half of these rounds, they just don't even have money, or they don't have the proper util. They're just lacking so much. You can see them always making risky plays because they know they're behind. They have to try and take more risks. And unfortunately, Order are one of the best teams at just kind of dismantling those risky plays. So very rarely does it work out for Honey Badgers. And again, Jelly D just trying to peek up early. Disco cleans it up.
There's the heal for him as well. Had to utilize the dismiss instead of the Devour. And Texter picks up another. So again, more control. I do think Suave was spotted. And now Texter's doing some further damage too. Still has the wall obviously available as well to utilize 4 away from that ultimate. The orb is there. Suave does get the heal from Fulvus as they do at least sort of start to walk back in. But I think Water's still going to get up in there. Grill as Disco finds another. More damage. Nice and easy. And that's the 9th round. I think I'm starting to agree with your sentiment. Yeah, they fell off.
Last round before the switch.
Well, I don't even know if I could really say they were on, because even the rounds they win, okay, the pistol was decent, but pistols are pistols. And if you have to really, to convince me, it's not even just, you have to win the anti-eco. They've lost 2 anti-ecos now to Order, which is really quite concerning. Beyond that as well, that round 4 in the summary that you can see they won, that was a Suave round. He got that double shot kill.
Yes.
And they had a bunch of those moments on Bind, and they've had none of those moments anymore. But the other issue is, Conky, you can't even rely on those. You can't have rounds where you're just like, well, let's just see if we can Suave them or Fulvus them. It's a good meme on Bind, but it doesn't hasn't done anything for them on Icebox.
No, certainly not.
Take flight.
So a slower start here, it does feel like. Jelly D, once again, getting aggressive, but Disco's certainly sort of found his mark a number of times. Wrapping around to a different part of the site, though, however, as he does sit and lay wait. Poison Cloud and the wall will go up, but that is obviously, again, on the side of the Honey Badgers. Jelly D repositions. So he has at least managed to sort of, you know, choke the control here as Cream does find one. Bit of movement.
One of the rare moments that Texas doesn't have a res either, because he actually died early last round, so he's not able to play for any of it. You can see he doesn't even want the orb, because he just knows he's really far away. They'll just dive over straight towards the B site. A couple of utils being placed by Fulvus. No wall either. Fulvus already dead. Milky too far away to snakebite, so he's just too late.
Spike planted.
Just on the line, but the wall was deep enough to hold it. So they do manage to kick on for the time being. Jelly D in a good position, so late, but Maple, he's running with his knife. The timing of the Empress, nicely done. The dismiss in the combination, but Maple still good here, finds the frag. Now Tux holding for as long as possible onto the other side of that position. His left, just onto the one man in Maple, walking on up. The defuse is going to hold, and I think that's the round. Yep, nicely done. 3-9, the half is found in the way that, you know, is okay. Like, I guess that at least we did see some sort of change from the side of Honey Badgers towards the end there. But look, Order just super solid. 9 attacking-sided rounds. It's going to be a very hard chase on the return.
Yeah, it comes through from Cream having an operator after they have to save for so many rounds. He gets an opening pick on towards, I think it might have been Autumn. And then in the mid-round as well, Jelly D gets Empress kill over towards mid, dismisses away to buy more time. Maple has to kind of deal with him, which gives time for the rest of Honey Badger to get in position on B to clean up. So they will bring one back. They've avoided the 10-2. Man, 3-9 versus Order is still not great. I mean, I think Bind winning was plausible because you finished 6-6. Very plausible that you can win the rest of that second half, but 3-9 comeback is pretty hard.
Yeah, it's going to be that fortitude. They need to keep their mental in a good spot. And obviously only having those couple of rounds to lose, it can be very demoralizing. So if they don't walk away with this pistol, it can start to get scary. But regardless, they walk towards B. Slow little journey. Jelly D holding, see if any aggression will go through A. And it does look like Disco is starting to sort of play with that idea. But not hunting too far just yet.
Here.
exploring over towards B. Tuck's in position to snake bite this plant. Maple's arrived as well. Beyond that, Jelly D, the lurker, on towards A has been completely denied. In fact, Tux is even denying further. Order are so in control of the site.
Just gets so much, you know. Already the crosshair in the right location. He's just got so much free damage with that ghost. Another frag, and Cream, it was so far away, so far removed. Now with that one way going down. Maple does go for the hunt, but he won't quite find anything. But as he jumps up onto the box here, still so much room to look for. Tux is already around yellow. Tex is there to join him. It is just going to be almost impossible to overcome this one. He does get one more. But onto the other side of yellow. Texter is there. 14 seconds. They're all in position. They don't need a peek. Don't give up anymore to old Cream. As he walks on in.
I got the spike.
Round done. Round done. There we go. 3 alive, 4 order. But good damage in the end from Cream to a degree. However, good damage might not be enough at this point in the game.
Be interested to know that's actually Order's first pistol of this entire series. So that's
yeah.
1 pistol out of 4. Although denying 2 anti-ecos out of 4 is pretty odd as well. Well, it's out of 3 really. The 3 pistols that Honey Badgers won. So they get to play their own anti-eco now. We'll see if Cream and the rest of Honey Badgers can do something about that. Sheriff online for Jelly D just to see if maybe the Rainer can do some sort of pop-off. Tex is feeling confident enough that he's already brought up a Vandal, and why not?
Why not indeed? He's been making money moves all map. And they're looking to take control already. Straight through B. Lockdown on the flank. Everyone is slotted into position nicely. And with those Spectres, they should be able to clean up very, very handsomely. So it's just going to be a matter of timing. How quick can they move? The second Maple spots it. Their information will be confirmed. And now they know. Now they know exactly what's being done. Flank was watched. Fulvus does get spotted, but now it's going to be that aggression in Maple. Love to see it. Nice little 3K wrap-up as Autumn does get 1 for his troubles as well. And nothing to come out of that round at all. Order just looking vigilant.
That's a clinical anti-eco. Pilly will be proud of that one. He had quite a speech about anti-ecos a couple of nights ago. As, to be fair, he saw a lot of teams just kind of whiff them, and you don't have to make aggressive plays. You don't have to take a bunch of risks. You play your gun advantage. You let the other team walk into you, and you just strip them down by the fact that you have superior weaponry. You spray them down as they walk on through. You trap them on positions like what Order did on A. I mean, they had brilliant information, knew it was a 5-stack on A, had a big flank going on as well. And when, you know, Honey Badger's push comes to shove and they had to go for it, they just walked directly into the Spectre of Maple, got ripped to shreds, and now it's 11 on board. And I don't even know if we're going to see any form of comeback, because last time on Icebox, and again, we go back down memory lane here, 2-10 start for Honey Badgers, but then they get 8 rounds on their attacking side to finish 10-13. And I think if I was casting that game and if I was in that moment, I'd probably say they're not. It's no way. They can't get a 10-13 finish. But they did. But even so doing that, I just don't see it happening. So I'll just say again, I don't think it's going to happen. I think this is looking like a 13-4.
Yep,
and the 4 is I give Honey Badgers this round, and then Order finish up Icebox, and we go to a set.
The profit. We love to see it. But yeah, look, it is always that sort of situation where we see counter eco, something that AUNZ does struggle with in their FPS titles accordingly, and I think that's why Pilski remains so true on it. We're even seeing it now. We've got some teams over in Europe, and watching the European teams just, you know, walk together as a group, not allowed to be taken down by those pistols, but we'll get there, you know. We'll, as we learn and live, we'll definitely get there. I have faith, but what I do have faith in is this Jelly D position. If he doesn't get checked, if he doesn't get cleared, this could be 1, but will he run knife out to 2? Not quite. Does move away.
My God, he nearly did as well. And if he did, I would have been so tilted. Okay, the rest of Honey Badgers will come on through. Milky for a couple of pickups here. Just playing the range. I mean, this is good. You're allowing the Order guys to kind of push into you a little bit. You get to play the range. Now it's going a little bit poorly because timings and all that. Milky would have to go large here. Jelly D for the first peak. Dismissed, but 5 HP is a problem, which means Tux can actually win this round and make it 12.
This is just the stalemate.
And Spike is out in the open.
You hear that? The doo 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 doo. The Western film. Who will peak first? It's going to be Jelly D. I can feel it. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Well done. Tux has had a few of those duels in his time, and he is the sheriff of this town. Icebox falling away. Definitely looking cold for Honey Badgers. As, go for it.
Think about that round. I mean, what you have is you have that round 2, perfect anti-eco from Order. Round 3, which is, I think Pilsky would describe that as an anti-half buy, where, I mean, it's their bonus, but you are full guns going up against not full guns. And Honey Badgers, great start, but then they just kind of with Order know how to get within, you know, specific positionings of Honey Badgers to take them down. They get some B control, take away a couple of guns, turn into a 1 versus 1. That's going to be an Order, by the way, has already picked up an operator for this round, so really just rubbing salt into the wound.
And it's crazy to see a score like this where Autumn is 4-9, right? Like, how often do we see the Autumn diff come through on this very map, on that jet, throwing the operator around like it's no one else's business, and he just hasn't really had a whole lot of impact, which is fine, because when you've got Texter doing what he's been doing and Disco in the same Tux as well.
I think most of his impact would be found from operating on the defense, but you're not even going to get that many defensive rounds. So he'll pick up this one. And if this defense goes for another like 7-8 rounds, yeah, you will see Autumn pick up a lot. But they start on the attack where Texter, it becomes a Texter Disco show, and on the defense where Autumn would start to shine on his operating on the defense. You've already won the game.
So the pressure amounts. Can they hold true on towards this side, Autumn? Repositioning, a couple of warning shots through that Viper's pit. They're all very, very much locked onto the site here as well. So, Kev, you know, the second that Viper goes down, it could start to get a real bit scary. Autumn, one more through the pit. But it's not quite the Viper just yet. Milky's still holding into position. Spots one more, but he's in a 1 versus 2, and it's not quite going to be there. Milky finds 3, but it's just not enough in this position, and we will see Order walking away with a 13-3 victory on Icebox. I guess much more to the tune of what we could have been expecting for this series.
It's a masterclass showing from Order. I mean, they barely lose rounds. Only a 3 on the first half. Completely flawless second half there as well. They handled everything as you'd expect. They won all these rounds that, you know, especially in terms of equipment value, the rounds that Honey Badgers did have an advantage, they actually lose. Honey Badgers lose their own anti-eco. They lose their own bonus round as well. What would you say? No, they lose their own round 3, the anti-half buy, right? So they fell apart fast. You know, it looked competitive in the first 4 rounds, and then it was instantly in the bin for Honey Badgers. And we're not even going to get that sort of 8-round comeback on the second half, because Order have been against that, and they're not going to allow it to happen again. If you've only just joined us for that second map, you would have thought like, oh, there's no issue here. Order about to 2-0 this one, but you know, you kind of have to remember buying didn't happen, but this is definitely what we expected, this result on this particular map for the entire series. But we go to map 3.
We did go to map 3, 13-8 on Bind, 13-3 on Icebox. And yeah, look, I think the hype was sort of there for that one cream round and then the Suave round, and then that was really it. So I'm hoping that we do see some more stuff come out in the next map, because it has to be competitive. It is going to be Ascent, but guys, we will be taking that very, very short break. We'll see you all back very soon.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Show me what you got.
And I hope you guys are having a fantastic Sunday so far, because we absolutely are. Welcome back. I'm Conky, this is Avril, and we've just witnessed a 1-1 in the scoreline so far between Order and the Honey Badgers. Honey Badgers starting out of the gate very, very strong on Order's map pick of Bind, but then Order decided to kind of, get out of bed again, and they walked away 13-3 on Icebox.
Order happen. Order do as Order does. It's chaotic on Bind, and Order come through, and they just settle it all. It's, they put all the files and file it all away in the correct cabinets, and here we go. Map number 3, Ascent about to come on, and if yes, you really feel the momentum show. I think that break between Bind and Icebox was, I think that's the wake-up call, really, because Order lose uncharacteristically a map. It's not like it's not impossible from the drop maps. I mean, they nearly dropped the map to Meow Meow, but they still clutched that one through. Dropping that to Honey Badgers seemed a lot more plausible, because Honey Badgers weren't on some huge comeback. They had a 6-6 first half on Bind, so it was really good and really plausible for them to actually finish Bind. Icebox, totally different story. And Ascent, well, who knows? But Order look like they're in control again, and they have the momentum behind them.
I think it'll be more those agents that we see come out on Ascent. Will they switch up in a little bit of way? Are we going to see the KO come out again for Jelly D? That was obviously one of the real big X factors on that previous map of Bind. So time will tell, right? I'm happy with this series. At the end of the day, you kind of look at it in the morning, you see the lineup of what the games you got to cast for the day, and you go, yeah, that one might be a 2-0. And then the second game might be a bit better. Yeah, correct. Exactly. But look, it's always entertaining to cast Order regardless. But to have that opening map go the way it did was a treat. So I'm super happy that we got to see it. A little bit disappointed we didn't see more like kind of meat and potatoes on the second map of Icebox. But Ascent, it's here. It can be the redemption arc for them, or it can be Order just basically doubling down and saying we're still the best and by far.
And the thing is, even if Order stomp, it's still really good to break down and watch what they do, because they are experts at showing like masterclass Valorant and kind of the height and the peak of what should be done, and how a good structured, experienced, high quality skilled team is meant to play. They make the least amount of mistakes. They have generally the best standard strats and defaulting and all the best normal structures. So getting to see them do their thing and get to work is still an entertaining thing, even if they're beating another team. So you watch at Icebox, if you watch that back and just watch those Order rounds, it's just it's entertaining to see them break apart Honey Badgers the way they did.
Yeah, the measured aggression, how they are always sort of waiting there for the lurk. Icebox is a match where you very regularly see, kind of played maybe not quite, but to a little bit, in line with Haven, how you just constantly see players trying to take that early control, even as a defender. But, now we move on to Ascent. So that's going to be the exciting thing. Now, we actually do see the KO, but it's on the side of Order. So Disco is going to be pulling that out. I love to see it. Very, very nice sort of versatile setup here. We've got Autumn as usual, sort of on that jet. But yeah, over the other side, the only alternator that we have is, of course, Jelly D going this time for the Sky.
So a couple of changes here, obviously, as you've already noted. Nothing out of the ordinary, I think, for a map like Ascent. I'm just trying to see if there's any weirdness in either comp. It's the Sky and KO difference, really. That's the only thing that's changed here. Killjoy is still monstrously good on a map like Ascent, so you're going to keep that going. Sky is okay. I'm a big fan of the KO. I think this is actually a map where you do want to run the KO. I'm a little surprised Jelly didn't go towards that, considering Jelly D did play the KO on Bind. Had some reasonable success out of that one. You will have the extra info, though, from the Trailblazer, the extra drone between both a Sova and a Sky. So in terms of finding information, that would be nice for the side of Honey Badgers.
So who gets off right? Of course, thinking about pistols back, you know, you mentioned earlier, 3 have gone the way of Honey Badgers. Order only walking away with 1 so far. And it's actually Suave to get dinked down immediately. Very, very low on HP as it stands. But plenty more time to work with in the round. Mid-control established. Jelly D's also there. Suave sent the owl drone out. And it does look like they're going to be going for that split through market and trying to find some B-side control.
Autumn didn't get tagged, which is really unfortunate from Suave. You have to hit those tags, which means Autumn doesn't take any damage. I mean, because he put full Sheriff here, he would have taken quite a bit of damage, no armor. To scope, single flash, knife up in 2. Depending on the timing here, he could just knife straight away. Dexter's going to dry peek it and get traded.
How does he get away with that as well? But now the suppression, the flash, the chaos doesn't quite happen. And Fulvis actually manages to walk away with 1 onto Tux as well. This round is very much turned on its head, going the way, of course, this time of the Honey Badgers. But Autumn moves up, gets aggressive, gets close. He's got the Sheriff, as we mentioned earlier. Jelly D is going to be jumping into position as well, walking towards Heaven. Order are very much walking away for this one, going back towards the market line. But Jelly D goes for it. Autumn, though, does get the trade 1 on 3.
Yeah, this won't happen. You would have to kill Fulvis first. But he's the safest member all the way in A main. It's a rare mistake from Texter, I have to say, over towards Tree, because your knife was up in 2. The communication probably just wasn't there between Disco and Texter. Disco could have been like, don't actually push out. Let me knife first and see what info we can find. He dry peeks, trades, I think, 1 for 1, and then Disco gets nothing done. And it's one of those KO curses where you pop flash through, you flash just about everybody, but at best you kill 1 person, or in this case you killed nobody, and then they just all kill you because there's too many of them there and you don't have another member. If you had a secondary member you could flash 4, that's where those pop flashes are really, really good. And, you know, Autumn 1 versus 3 just wasn't going to happen. So here we go. Honey Badgers take away another pistol. They've been good at taking the pistols.
They have, yeah. 5 now.
They've also they failed to convert anti-ecos when they've been on the defense, but so far they've at least been able to convert anti-ecos on the attack.
Yep. So how are they going here? Aggression. Members spotted. Very, very nice dart out to get that early info. But KO will spot a few. Start to send them back. But it's a very slow round here. Text up, going for a wander up short, seeing if he can find anything. Just looking for that control. But the bot does get him. He's having to walk away.
See the patience from Honey Badgers. They expect that Order want to do something. And this deep into the round, you probably have to know that Order are not going to attempt anything anymore. It's going to be a little bit of pressure over towards the A side of things. We, of course, know that's not where they're going to end. They want to end over towards B, so they're making a hell of a lot of noise over on A. They pulled over an extra defender in Tux. They're going to get a couple of frags. A couple of frags actually starts on Maple, who was the one member who was still anchoring B. And because Maple's gone, it's going to end up being a free plant. But still have to see the rest of Honey Badgers arrive, because there's 4 defenders now coming on through, and they'll spend a bit of util to get on and try and take away some guns.
Well, they've played this round very well, right? You know, they pull the rotate, they managed to walk on in towards B, overwhelming old mate Maple in a 1 on 3, not allowing any sort of picks to come through. Like, that was always the call for concern. It's like they have a very, you know, convincing looking pistol round, and then they lose a couple of members in the process. Jelly D doing the rest of the work there for old mate Suave. But a flawless round. Very nice.
See how awkward it was for Suave as well. Spectre at long range. Yeah, not your favorite duel. And versus what? Long range Spectre versus Classics. I mean, Stormtroopers on both sides of that exchange, to be honest with you.
Pretty much.
5 rifles now. Okay, here we go. Auto typically do win these, so we'll see how they break through. I think Honey Badgers, I mean, what do they have here? We don't quite have ultimates online. Seekers would be pretty decent this round. Seekers would allow you to make a fast play. Seeker straight away and just dive off the cabbages.
No info gathered either, so it will be that extra ult point. Trailblazer to go out, see if they can spot out Autumn onto this other side, but actually goes the way of Texter. So I do think they gather the info. You know, they would have heard the gunfire from either way, but it is still a slow-paced start. Suave does walk his way in towards main, seeing if he spots anything in wine, but nobody is home. He has actually pinged, so maybe you think someone has gone for a little journey, but they do start to wander back towards B for now.
See the stars being placed as well. 2A, 2B. This time around, Order are not interested in getting out-rotated. And well done, like you sort of mentioned, well done to Honey Badger for being able to do that. And that's also going to be double orbs picked up by Jelly D, so taking a page out of Texter's handbook from last map in terms of getting these ults online. All right, 45 seconds left to play through this. We expect them to explode on site with these Seekers available. That's probably the best that they can do in this particular round.
Disco in such an aggressive spot, has chosen to walk away. I think that's quite wise. But there's the Seekers, so they will start to move through. Gravity Well does come out. Texter 1, Autumn a 2nd. But Disco's also going to find one for his troubles as the Rockstardom does come through. It's all left on a Suave and a 1-on-5, and it's just going to be the 1 frag for him so far. The flash drive does come out, and Disco picks up 3. Nice and clean there for Order. Yep. They did well. Like I think you sort of broke it down quite nicely in the fact that they did still try and execute that plan, but a couple of them, you know, just on the other side of Garden got clipped inside that nebula and spotted out by Texas. So it all kind of fell apart from there on that short take.
It's rough because they just didn't have enough control. So it's one of those plays where it's like, just, you know, play the ultimate, hope for the best. But like I said, Order don't lose those rounds. They do lose a single member, but it's very small consolation. Disco in a perfect position over towards Tree. Cleans up everybody. No opportunity for Honey Badge to get more than that. And we'll head into round number 4 now, where because of Disco's 3k, he's actually only 2 off from that null command, which we could throw a retake eventually. He's changed his position a little. He was defaulting A, now he's over towards mid.
So denies the info early. Not going to be able to find that one. Cream. Do like that early mid-round aggression getting through, but does choose to wander out. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, which I think is absolutely fair and reasonable. Nothing down towards wine either. No connoisseurs looking for a bottle of red just yet. Maybe later after the series, depending on which way it goes. But B is the area of choice, it does appear, as they will start to wander on in now with just the 1 member, which I do believe is old mate Tux on that Killjoy, yet sitting waiting firmly.
Well, they'll be looking for red in various other ways, seeing red in terms of blood here, okay? 4 stacking over towards B. 3's already there. Rotates on the way. Disco is close by. They'll leave Texter behind to just play the stars and see what happens over towards A side of things. And off the back of that, Honey Badge is cancelled. They're going to go towards A.
And they've dropped the spike there too, so that's very nicely done from Order. Maple also won for a consolation prize, but Texas taking matter into his own hands again. Disco to flash through. My God. It's just disrespectful at this point in time, isn't it? That was just very, very clean, but I'm not really sure how I feel about that rotate, right? You know, Texter obviously spotting out. I do believe it was Jelly D over towards that position, trying to fake out A. And then the second he did get a little bit of site control. Yeah, I don't know.
Usually when you make a rotate like that, you have some actual control, and I don't think they had enough.
No,
like,
not at all.
was there, but... sorry, Jelly D was there, but not even in a significant way, and you know nothing in mid. So as soon as they try and break through mid, they just caught by everybody. So I almost feels like they should have... what should have happened is... if Order were a less experienced team, they probably get faked out over towards A, and Texter calls extra members over, and then Honey Badgers can just execute B. But Honey Badgers are the team that get a little bit sketchy there, and they panic and they go towards A and get cleaned up.
Absolutely, yeah. The duality of man does happen. But this time, a waltz up towards short. Disco has obviously been doing a fantastic job. Jelly D will choose to throw down the guiding light in just a second. So how will Disco respond or react? He'll just fall away nicely. Gets the fragment down. Cool, calm, and collected. Like, how often in those positions will you see a member start to flail around trying to sort of get out? But Disco's actually gone forward. He's repositioned. He's sold the fake. And it does look like they are going to at least check it. But how do they go through here? Nup, 1, 2, 3. Not quite. But Autumn picks up one in the process. And it's going to be all left down onto just Fulvis.
Another easy cleanup. I mean, to be fair, economy wasn't great coming through for Honey Badgers anyway. I thought this will clean up one. It's a far cry from the old get Fulvist moments. Feels like we're very far away from that now, Conky.
Yeah.
2 maps ago that happened, and you'll take the pistol, you'll take an anti-eco. Pistols have been pretty damn good for Honey Badgers today. That's the only real W's that you can really give them across the series outside of Bind, obviously, where I mean, part of that was they took both pistols. It's a huge advantage. They'll at least get the anti-eco, but when you get to the gun rounds, when push comes to shove, when the real strats come through, we really test your skills, your composure, and the depth of your team's ability to play across the map. I mean, Order tick all those boxes so far. Operator online for Autumn. Won't see anything mid, but that's also good info.
It will go down in history, though, I'm sure, that map. It's almost like, you know, as we were doing prior to the broadcast, like breaking down how many maps have Order lost. Not many, you know, over this time.
Yeah.
And a credit to them, you know, obviously receiving the support from the org and keeping together as a roster for so long and doing like the slow kind of upgrades. And when they shifted around their roles originally, I remember for a little while, it was sort of Texter still on that duelist along with Tux on the Jet, and then pulling Autumn and Disco into those roles because, you know, Tux and Texter, they can, as we've seen, put up big numbers, duelist or not. So Autumn now with the operator out, holding from the CT, gets the info and will break the drone at the start.
Is that it, though? We gotta get a little bit more here.
You are divided.
Can definitely see... Okay, here we go. That's Cosmic Divide coming on through. I was gonna say Cream has the opportunity to make something really happen
The
here.
rotate.
Yeah, that's pulled through. And that's what you wanted to see in a couple rounds ago as well, when it was Jelly D in the same position. And now you're getting to see Honey Badgers walk on over towards B, but not for free. They still lose 2 on entry, and they had this site almost cleaned up. It was only Tux they had to deal with.
Autumn a little bit brave there to get through that position. Now the Cosmic Divide to try and force the members out of Boat Shed. Milky spots out Maple, but can't quite connect with the shot. And now it's left all on to Milky in a 1 versus 3, and Maple just makes it a little bit too easy. That rotate, they were halfway through, but I think the aggression there, as Cream went down on A, it was immediate game over. You know, they already started to force their way back in. Cosmic Divide goes down, and even with Autumn taking the risky play, there's still 3 members to come and sort of clean up ILB site there, and Autumn walk away with 4. There's been no real sort of serious action ever since those couple of pistols and the counter eco.
I mean, that sounds exactly like Icebox.
Yeah,
if you think about it.
Absolutely.
And the rate that we're going to get a repeat of Icebox in a hot second here. It doesn't take Order long to figure out that A was indeed a fake. See Cream going in, no one else following up. Start hearing footsteps. Tux is like, definitely B. Still trades 1 for 1. Autumn turns around and frags. And around that could have gone really good for Honey Badgers. Falls apart.
No info gathered off the Owl drone either. Text up once more, pushing short. They've not really sort of pressured it. You know, the mid control has almost sort of fallen off to the side of the Honey Badgers at this point in time. Disco does get punished, however, for overextending. Cream allowing Jelly D to go and collect one more further cabbage. Ready to be sent out shortly, but he's going to still sit in position. And a leg shot, was that almost? No, not quite. Jelly D was already tagged up. But Texter, look how deep he is. Now Fulvus has to sort of rotate around and try and give his team a little bit of extra space. He's picked up another, but Jelly D will take him down. But Maple and Autumn are good for a couple more. There is some more damage, but now inside that smoke, the cloud burst. Jelly D can't quite find Maple. That's a round that goes again the way of Order, but a little bit more chaos there and some further damage. But, you know, Order, they've still got just, what's the money looking like? So much to reinvest.
Order playing that one a little bit more loose. I mean, they didn't have to dive all the way in mid and chase down plays. They got to play that one a bit more patiently, and so they lose more members because of it. But they're getting really confident now. They know that they're in full cleanup mode. Really nothing changes from Icebox in their minds. You're talking about, like, well, where's the Autumn impact? And like I said on Icebox, the reason why the Autumn impact wasn't there wasn't because he was underperforming. It's because we never got those defensive rounds where he gets to shine with the operator on a site. And the opposite's true now, where we start with a defense from Order. He gets an early operator because they can afford it. He gets frags like this, and Autumn currently is carrying. And then, you know, this would have happened on Icebox if Order defended first instead of attacked first.
Absolutely, and just, you know, it's always that sort of perfect lineup, right? Where the other members of the team are doing the lifting because it's just a different sort of style. Like, when your team is so skilled across the board, there is no constant heavy reliance on any one member. And Autumn now able to feel a bit more loose, kind of moving around the map in whichever he chooses. And now he's back up towards short, watching the line. Nebula will fall in just a second. Disco watching towards Milky, gets the info. But they have made their way through mid. That fragment's not going to do a whole lot, but he knows Milky has walked through.
Here.
Not too deep. Beats are still clear. Alarm bot, very important util. Gives Autumn some confidence that still some members might still be in the mid grass. And just whittling down members. You've lost your Undersray, you've lost your Seekers, you've lost your any ultimates. You're down now, multiple members. It's going to be flawless.
It's looking like a very sort of open game now in that way for Order, as in just like it's a complete change of tune. Almost a flawless here, played to perfection, info gathered by Autumn. Disco holding down for a market. They've heard the audio cue now from that shock dart. Maple, he's going to swing on in. Like, they didn't even care if he went down at that point. You know, they've got money. They just want to sort of wrap up the match. And, you know, whenever we get to, at this point in time, have a little bit of a chat with an Order member, I'm assuming it'll be exactly that. How'd the game go today, guys? Oh, yeah, business as usual.
Well, outside of buying, they'd like to forget buying.
Exactly.
Happened,
They'll act like buying never happened.
It's a 2-0. You know, hopefully we missed out on talking to Tex on day number 1, but hopefully that'll happen today properly, and then we can roast him a little bit for buying and then praise him quite well for Icebox afterwards. And maybe even Ascent as well, if this is super clean. This is going to be a Honey Badger's timeout, as you'd expect, where they really need to figure out if they're actually doing a timeout in a round where it's looking like it may be a half buy here. You got 4 rounds left to play through. At this point, you are trying to salvage a 3-9 half. And they're only 1 round away from doing that, but trust me, that 1 round is going to be rough to get. Even just that 1 round. Because they've had 6 rounds to get 1 round. That hasn't happened.
Yeah.
So, Order have too much money. They have a lot of resources. Autumn's been activated. Operators quite difficult now for Honey Badgers to deal with.
Just need to see that change. Couple of rounds strung together may make this a reality, but yeah, just the confidence. I feel like it was almost like, you know, it took Bind to switch Tex to on in a way. Like, okay, this is how they're going to play. You know, we can kind of catch them with their rotates a little bit stronger, whatever that might be, whatever the answer is. But now it's just like, okay, they leave space open. I can push, I can take control, I can gather info. And they're very much taking advantage of that. So Aldrin goes out mid. Nothing spotted as of yet. And Maple will likely gather a whole lot of information in just a second here. Yep, there you go. Jelly D, he's found. And there's the Hunter's Fury. Does he even almost drag him over that way? Not quite. So does miss a couple. And unfortunately, no dividends paid from the ultimate.
You can see that the reason Jelly D pulled out the ultimate is because he probably thought he was dead. So he wanted to commit something before he dies, if that actually does eventuate. Tucks on towards the line on the speed lane. Texter on the other side as well for 1. And not even Jelly D can get down Maple. So it's only up to Cream. Cream will get cleaned up. So that Cream spill on your kitchen counter bench, it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Wiped it up.
Thank you, Tux, for being responsible. Airbnb 5-star rating. And
Tux sounds like it could be a spray, you know. You got Ajax spray and white, you know, a little bit of Tux. Clean it up. No, nothing gets cleaned up better than a little bit of Tux.
Yep. Perfect. I'm looking to order now for a product.
Right here.
They've got some good merch, but maybe a line of cleaning products in future. So, once again, another position where, you know, very much in that sort of round, we saw the aggressive take. We saw them doing something as a team, but ultimately it just didn't quite pay off. So, good hold from Order again. But this time the action goes through. Autumn, oh my god, he's straight through, but it doesn't matter. Texter gets a couple for his trouble. Scream does find 1. Jelly D good for the trade. But Autumn, he's actually swapped over to a different weapon. This time the Phantom. I think he actually did spot Cream. Our drone goes down. He is going to not be tagged up. And he has to go for the reload here, but the ult will go down and the spike will be planted. Maybe no. It's a little while away. Jelly D. He's going to be falling down as well. So no spike, no sight, and no Cream. Tux cleaning up again. Suave's going to try and do the 1v3 from A main.
Scanning ahead.
Get you a frappe, no cream. That's what I have sitting next to me right now. Suave going down as well. And around where Texter goes big for 2. Autumn stays alive for ever, just hiding away in tree. By the way, it's huge info. They know it's not a split push coming through both Catwalk and A main. So they don't have to really deal with A main. You have this minor cancel from Honey Badge, but then they recommit. They're like, oh, we can just Hunter's Fury, this lockdown. I mean, I can't remember how much time they had, and part of me almost wishes if they had enough time that would just fully commit to B, or at least go mid, go silent, force some rotates out, see where it settles. But maybe they just ran out of time because I don't actually remember what the clock was at that stage.
Oh, Jesus. He just makes it look so easy. Like, the operator has been, I guess to a degree, like, nerfed into the ground. Lots of people will disagree with that heavily. Still a very strong weapon. But how challenging it can be. You know, you make that one tiny little footstep and the shot will go up north, you know? So just the way that Autumn is so confidently able to play around with it, you know, then you think of his others, you got your Ronsky, you got your Ninum, just the starlets of the region, but Autumn's still pushing. He's still aggressing, and he may even find Cream here. He shoulders it out, like, for free. Real estate found. Like, you just don't teach that.
Yeah, shots like that, man, like where you just instantly nail the guy. You're almost still moving at the same time as well through the box. I don't know how it happened, but Milky was on 1 HP, so he got healed back up fully. I mean, it's one full regrowth just to heal one person.
Even the reposition now. Oh, narrowly misses it. There's that footstep I was talking about, right? But he does drop down towards mid, does find a third, and Tex is there to wrap up. The package has been delivered and sent. Australia Post on time for once.
Last round in the half.
As, yeah, one more round. That's all she wrote.
I told you. And I said this earlier, that they are looking for a 3-9 finish. Honey Badgers, like, what, 3 rounds ago? 3 rounds ago said they were looking for a 3-9 finish. Because just getting that one round was going to be too hard to get. Now, we'll see if that happens here. They are pretty close to more ultimates. There will be a timing here where you can get yourself a lockdown, and there's not going to be Hunter's Fury on the other end to prevent it from coming through. So, that's probably what you're going to play for at the end of the day. You also saw that Autumn, by the way, bought up an extra rifle on top of this Phantom just because the money is so big.
Why not? Make it happen. Play around with what you got, and that's exactly what Disco's done. Finds a frag, gets the fragment down. Allows himself the additional space. But they have at least got through just outside Pizza here. So some mid-control gathered. Order, though, hunting through. Fulvis will not be spotted on the back of that owl drone. Maple's obviously got the Odin here as well. Very nice. Autumn peeking around. Should find Milky, and he does. And he's also got the blades out. Another shoulder step. Cream spotted. But Autumn...
Hands over.
Jesus. Very close. 2v5. Probably a bit too hard, mate.
Close game. As the only out for Honey Badgers this round was to go for a lockdown. They couldn't even find that. They didn't play for an orb at all. So they have 0 outs in this particular round.
Alright, walking slow. Disco spotted, tagged up. But nothing done there. Cosmic Divide goes down, keeping them out for longer. It's basically just buying themselves time at this point in time. They have to go somewhere. Texter peeks up short, 20 seconds. What do you even do here? Autumn's wanting the frag, and he will find it. So he continues his charge atop the server, 14-5. He has had an absolutely stellar opener here on Ascent. And yeah, I almost think, yeah, exactly on the sense of what you said. If we didn't have Bind, we would have been seeing a very quick 2-0 at this point in time.
And how many flawlesses was that, by the way? I mean, that was one at the end. Yeah. How many flawless rounds? I want to say like 3 to 4 flawlesses out of order for sure. Somewhere in that 12. There are very few rounds where players even died. I look across the board for deaths. We have... this is out of 12 rounds, by the way. Autumn, 5 deaths. Maple, 2 deaths. Texter, 5 deaths. Disco, 6. Tux, 4. Again, out of 12 rounds.
And it shows, right? Like Maple holding down B. You know, there just hasn't been that pressure applied. He's been able to sort of wiggle out. Had a few multi-frags to get some good positioning in. You know, good trades as well. But another timeout. Look, I like that they're still taking it. They're having a conversation, trying to work out if there is any sort of difference that they can approach.
Well, Mitch, I'll tell you what. I mean, if you take a timeout, you might as well take one for the Pistols. These have apparently been the only rounds that Honey Badgers can realistically get against Order in these last 2 maps. At this point, I'm kind of... I don't want to write off Bind, but Bind was so long ago, and it feels so relevant now to what's actually happening in both this map and Icebox. And I said there was a 10-2 that happened in the group stage. That was on Icebox, so we had a 3-9 instead. That 10-2 is now eventuated on Ascent, where you're going to have the craziest good defense from Honey Badgers. 5 Ghosts as well. Whatever magic they've been doing on their pistols needs to happen again. But the other issue here, Mitch, is even if they win the pistol, there's now been a history and a precedent set where they can't convert the anti-eco afterwards.
Exactly. And I think that's a perfect sort of way of summarizing this series, right? You know, absolutely awesome to see Honey Badgers walk away with map number 1. 13-8, you know, it's even a good scoreline too, but definitely not anywhere near indicative of how this series has been looking, you know? Like, regardless of opening up a map, it's a best of 3. It's important to, you know, make sure that there's consistency across the board. And if it's going to be back-to-back sort of 13-2, 13-3, that's a rough way to sort of go out here. But look, you know, Honey Badgers still a relatively new roster. Hoping for big things for them over time, where Order continues to look strong.
Yeah, I think for everyone else, you know, we'll be focusing mainly on these 2 maps, but for Honey Badger, they need to remember Bind. They need to remember that feeling of what it was like to win versus Order and be able to recapture that in their future matches. I've kind of already written them off in a way, but it's hard not to at this stage. So, again, Pistol has gone the way of Honey Badger in the past. We'll see how this defense goes. They already have spike control, the fact they got that opening headshot. Jelly D for the follow-up as well. And look at this. I mean, Honey Badgers have really positive trades on this opening pistol.
Milky with the turnaround as well. Disco's hunting for him, but we won't call away the 1 versus 3. He's made it very, very tight now. Does make the footsteps as well of the drop there. Creeping on up. Very, very close. Suave not quite planting. He's playing with fire here. Disco, but he's got the head out. Oh no. He's been allowed that one very nicely, but Fulvis does get the job done. Swings out wide enough to close it. So, okay. A pistol round found 5 of 6 in a 3-map series.
Yeah, because they got the one on the first half of this as well. They've been excellent in getting these pistols. It's the attacking side Order that have really made Honey Badger sweat on these anti-ecos. I mean, Milky was thinking about... He is going to go towards a rifle, so... They'll take some chances, but not too many. They go 4 Spectres full armor, and a rifle. We're expecting some speed to come through from Order this time around. Shorty on board for Autumn. Now, when you're attacking with a Shorty, you're either going to be lurking, or I think he's just going to go balls to the wall.
Straight through. Where's he going to go? Already utilizing that dash, so not a whole lot of extra space that he can find just yet. And he's actually going to choose to waltz his way back up towards this A site. It's only Jelly D. Obviously with Cream up in towards Heaven as well, but Maple's firing a couple of warning shots. Maybe trying to sell some sort of fake information. Texter now spotted, but it looks like they're just going on in, and oh no. Disco has already found this opener, but he does quickly get traded out. Now the shock dart goes through into Heaven. That's going to allow themselves a spike plant, which they shouldn't be earning in any sort of way, but they do manage to get it through. A couple of frags from Milky, not bad. Tuck still on site, trying to hold down for as long as possible. Tuck actually gets another. Oh, jeez. Cream and Fulvis do clean it, but, you know, that's good control, but at least, it's 4 rounds. Bit of movement, bit of play, and an extension out of the game slightly.
I mean, I'm glad they got that round. That was important for them to get. And it will show that they can convert these eventually. But where it gets tricky, and this is where, you know, when they look back at this map, they need to go back to that round and consider the fact that they gave up so much map control for no good particular reason. I mean, you really want to play full retake versus pistols? It sounds like, you know, clearing those angles could be dangerous. You're playing really up close. They gave up mid. They gave up cat. They lost A main, B main. They literally only had B site, A heaven, and their own spawn, and that was it. The control was so little from Honey Badgers, even on that anti-eco. You could see how they could potentially lose that if the guns just, you know, the duels don't go their way.
So Cream's taking a lot of control, but so is Autumn, and there's that null command to come through, so it's going to be very, very challenging now. Disco does fire a couple of warning shots there. Fulvis gets 1 and 1.5, and that's actually the ultimate drop too. It's got to still keep kicking, obviously, even whilst those seconds are ticking. I don't think he's in a position to be resurrected, though maybe Texter can jump on him, but Suave does actually help out and leaves him a little while longer. Suave with another. And now it's only a 1v4, but it's going to be 4 alive, Kev. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a much different Honey Badgers.
That's really, I mean, they nailed the null command coming on through. Decently defended over towards mid-market. Suave doesn't lose to a timing there, gets a recon out, wins his 1v1. Pick up some extra rifles, and they're in a winning position. Okay, this is where they can string together a decent number of rounds. So, on one side of the coin, we have a 2-10 start. On the other side of the coin, we have that 8-round comeback as well that they had in that group stage, which is what they need to lean into now.
Info gathered early. Got a lot of stuff off that recon drone as well. Recon bolt. Disco does throw the flash drive through, but he's just going to sit inside the nebula for now. He looks keen. He looks tempted. The drone's there too, and they walk on out with the fake, but unfortunately it's not quite going to line up for them. Jelly D actually doesn't manage anything. Now he's stuck in the reload. Milky also in a bit of an awkward spot. He does find one. Autumn's got 2 here. That's where it starts to get scary, but Milky does manage to equalize. Tux, though, gets the trade. These are the rounds that you cannot be losing if you're Honey Badgers, and it's a 3-on-2. Spike is dropped. Disco does damage. And Fulvis has now so much work to do. Texter holding that line. Will he check it? Lambot. Texter! Oh, my word. Now, Suave inside a 1 versus 3. He's got 5 points of HP, and it's going to be a good day, sir, to the bot. No, not quite. Tux gets it, but Jesus. What a round and what a trade, and it's all off the back of an Al drone inside of smoke.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they... Well, how many... Autumn picks up 2 sheriff shots initially. Tux and Texter will get 1 as well. Tux will pick up then a rifle. They'll get to convert into further rifles now from picking them off the fallen bodies of the Honey Badgers members. And just when you thought Honey Badgers were maybe going to get a bit of momentum, because usually that was a pistol round coming through from Order. You win that round 3, you convert number 4, and then you play the proper gun round in number 5. Is usually what's meant to happen. Order have just won an eco, so momentum is already starting to slowly shift away. Ultimate's coming online now. This next couple of exchanges will be super important. Double lockdowns, but only one side actually has a Hunter's Fury.
So
and it's not HP.
In. Yeah. All the 3 members have to run away immediately too. Milky wants to do something, but he's actually going to be standing in a very, very awkward situation, but he gets around. It's nicely done. But he does get taken very, very quickly as well. Now that Nebula to lock him out for even longer, and they're so sort of far apart. Autumn picks up another on the Jelly D, but Cream walks through. Will get taken away as well, and now they've already re-established so much control here. Tux gets spotted out, but he also is able to at least move away. Suave, good damage, and should be able to take down the bot. He will, but Fulvis has to watch that line. Texter swings, he does get taken, but Tux is there, and that's in Suave in a 1 versus 3. Does get 1, but oh no, hang on a second. Hang on just a second. 1 versus 3, takes onto the defuse. Tux, sorry, he's spotted, and oh my god, there it is. Does he have enough time? I think he does.
Yes.
It's going to be tight, but Suave has done it. A 1 versus, was that 4 or 3?
Yeah, 4.
Incredible.
Wow, I think, did he have a teammate alive at a certain point? Maybe, but certainly gets 4 kills. And it takes a lot of his teammates kind of going down as well. They looked like a really... almost a round that shouldn't have happened for Honey Badgers, but Suave will... Hey, we talked about those get Suaved moments. That was one of them. Comes back
there
in.
It is. Finally, we
Big
see it
boy
again.
Moment. I mean, it was looking dire because there were, what, 3 members versus 5 at one stage. Full Order, 5-man post-plant. Maple even had the Hunter's Fury, still does have it, for a counter if Fulvis decided to go for a lockdown in the retake. Fulvis initially couldn't play for the lockdown because he was over onto B and it was a head on towards A. But slowly winning a couple of gun rounds, Suave. Some real damage there. Right? We're going to drone through now on the side of Order, walking into quite a lot of utility, to be honest with you, and also Cream having full control of tree catwalk.
I think the perfect way of putting this right now is reading in the chat someone saying, imagine if Order loses this right now, and it would be an absolute, mind blower here. But Autumn, he's up on the side again. He's got that control, but he has been felled, and now is the advantage going the way of the Honey Badgers, but it's equalized. Texter brings it back to a 3-on-3 here. Still very, very split on the defenses, and there is no sight control with the spike. Maple does reaggress. but he gets taken down. Jelly D will manage to find him. I'm, not exactly sure what the call was there, but they do continue back towards A rather.
It seems like they want to go A anyway, but they have Maple go solo. No particular reason. I'm playing off him, and it's not good. Well, Texas will get a Cosmic Device. Suave just whiffs a shock dart. That is not what you want to see. Guy goes on a 1v4, but then just does that. So the round is open. Plants come through now. Just waiting for the Cosmic Divide to fall first. And by the way, there's a counter Cosmic Divide, and might have to be played just to cut off hell or something. No,
what a line.
He's dead.
Suave has to go big again. He had the 1 versus 3. Now he has to find the 1 versus 2. And obviously with that null command going, it's just pulsing. It's making it so challenging. And there we have it. Disco pulls through in this time, and it's now 12-6. So look, I think what we can all say is just at least there was some further life brought back. And it's, another showing that Honey Badgers have the potential one day to do really, really good things over time. And even though the scoreline is a little bit sort of more stretched out, it was, off the back of that loss of momentum, or straight after those couple of the pistol round of the counter eco. So a little bit more movement, but 12-6, 1 round away from closing out the series and moving into that upper bracket final.
You definitely want to at least save a little bit of face here, put up some more rounds, make it competitive. This is a dangerous round, though. Cream will at least open things up on order, and that's a decent opening frag. They won't be able to recover that gun for quite a long time, you have to imagine, because mid is fully in the control of order so far. Trying U-tools, they force a fragment out. That's a barrel spotted by Cream as well.
Oh, how's this line? So close, so tight. Disco, unfortunately for those blades, they aren't that sort of wallbang strength that you need. And Disco finds it. So it does bring it back onto that 4-on-4. The advantage that was found by Cream, and also the information that he spotted too. Now Milky, he's seen Disco. Will he walk back into the crosshair?
A contact.
Oh, it's so tight. But yeah, you're exactly right. That focus. Thank you, Crash, for taking us this way. Texter, come on, mate. You can't do that. It was just so easy. He did not freak out, did not panic, just looked at them both as individual targets and took them both down 4-on-2. And this should be the last breath for the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, the water is rising fast. Plant is going to come on through. Soon they'll be submerged. 2 members trying to do their best right now. I mean, I don't even know that this Cosmic Divide helps. I mean, Milky just dies on the other side of it. Suave will peek on through to his death, giving Texter the 4th in the round. 13-6. Pretty clinical still. Almost as dominant as their Icebox. I mean, I put in the same category here. Order, they'll lose buying, but the way they come on through on the next 2 maps is unreal. It's exactly the order that you expect to show up. You kick the Hornet's nest on bind, and boy, do the Hornets come out angry on the next 2.
Absolutely. Super nice job there from Order. Very clean and crispy towards the end. And as you sort of say, luckily we did see some Honey Badgers on the way out to show some signs of life. Some really good momentum. Suave with that 1v3 at least gave me some excitement towards there as well. But yeah, no, look, as usual, very clinical from Order. Very solid. They're going to be the first team to obviously head on over into that upper bracket final. But of course, we're not saying goodbye to Honey Badgers either. They're going to be going down to that lower bracket where I think they'll actually be facing Mind Freak, and then the loser of next will be going to verse against Bonk. So, I think that's still going to be a very competitive game. Mind Freak are one of those teams where it's kind of like, you see it happen sometimes, and then other times they fall a little flat. But, regardless, it's just been an exciting competition so far, I think. And it's a new year, it's a new level, and so many different things are happening.
Yeah, so probably got the expected result eventually. Took a while to get there. Still got Iconic and Fun Crew afterwards, which will definitely be the closer game. And like you said, already into the upper bracket finals. Order will be up against the winner of Iconic versus Fun Crew. And I got to say, oh, that will be an interesting one. If Iconic make it on through, I mean, it could be either team, but Iconic have looked a little bit sharper. We'll see if Iconic can do a little bit more than what Honey Badgers did. Now that everyone has seen this bind loss, that might reinvigorate every other team across the board to at least be able to look within and see like, okay, well, is there a vulnerability in Order that we can take advantage of? Because that kind of does pry open a little bit of a wound, which gives confidence to just about every other team in terms of catching up and taking down Order.
Absolutely. It's, as I said, making them look human, right? Making them look mortal. They definitely are. It's just a much sort of harder thing to sort of break down. So many, players in the region can kind of be subject to that tilt sort of mentality, after a little while. But given the experience that the Order players have, and obviously with the leadership, obviously, even just in Dick Stacey and coach role, being able to sort of, keep them reeled in whenever something does start to sort of go a bit array. But I think, they're going to be sitting at the helm of our region for so long. And as Tuck's sort of saying, I think we saw in the stinger earlier, like, we want to bring the viewership back to OS, and I think they're definitely still at this point in time the best team to absolutely do that. And I think if they just keep kicking that way, but we do have to give obviously credit to where credit's due for Honey Badgers, right? I think that's the only sort of way to do it. They have just played phenomenally to get to this position, and to fell out at least on one map. Go back to the drawing board, boys. Don't get demotivated, because it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I think there's more teams on the way to catching up. The competition between, I think, second place to sixth place, which we're currently sorting through who is who in that regard, is pretty close. I mean, we don't exactly know where those teams kind of lie. We've had plenty of, I say, quote-unquote upsets, depending on what your definition of that is, because the teams are close enough that I don't particularly see them as upsets anymore between teams 2 to 6. Even 2 to 7, really. I think Meow Meow were the only team that were like really seriously kind of written off in a way. But beyond that, the other team that was kind of at the bottom was Fun Crew, but they even proved to be really, really good. So, between 2 and 7, I'll even give that. I'd say it's pretty close. So it's exciting stuff down there.
Yeah, it's certainly just such a big change up, because there's only that one roster in Order that's the same as last time. So, Meow Meow, exactly the same thing as I thought. I saw that roster get thrown together. I was like, oh my God, there's like so many really sharp players, but do they care? Maybe not. That's probably where it sort of goes to there. Whereas the rest of the, out to that 7, they're doing absolutely fantastically. So look, guys, we don't have an interview this time around, but that's absolutely okay, because it's business as usual for Order. We'll be back in a little bit. Oh, hang on. Never mind. We've just been pulled. So have we got Mr. Dick Stacey? Is that the man himself? Oh, Jesus.
Hello.
Look at that handsome
Hello.
fella on the screen. Big Ollie, how you doing, mate?
Testing 1 2. Am I working?
Dick Stacey on the mic.
We got
Am I
you.
actually
We can
working?
hear you. We got you.
Oh,
Yes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Actually works.
Love to see it, mate. Look, we'll keep it relatively brief. Thanks for coming on and saying g'day, mate, especially, in that coach role. You've been doing such a good job. We do have to talk a little bit about map number 1, because, map numbers 2 and 3, it was very much business as usual for you guys. How was the composure after that first map? Because it was like a switch flicked immediately into map 2.
I think the composure was beautiful. Even on bind, we were very composed. I think on T side, we had a few rounds that, I don't like to use the word should have, but if we executed a bit better with better timing, we would have dominated that T side. Then when it came to the defense, their attack side, they played really well. They won the pistol, and then they did a lot of damage for our bonus, because Tux had to clutch up in a 1v2. And I think that just screwed the entire half once you've kind of, lost the pistol, then lost the bonus round, essentially, in my opinion. So it spiraled out of control.
Speaking
and then
of
there was one
pistols-
mistake on the buy round that it was catastrophic.
Yeah, speaking of pistols, you guys, I think you won 1 pistol out of the 6, so that was a little bit rough. You stole away a couple of anti-ecos, which was fun, but not having a lot of luck on the pistols today.
Yeah, definitely not. It's hit or miss when it comes to pistols. Like it's pretty hard to be consistent when in that round. It's a bit of RNG involved, and some people just pop off with the pistols. Like their team is really good on them.
All right, so looking across the rest of the competition now, you guys are in the upper bracket final. You had a close run-in with Meow Meow on Haven, but you managed to get past them. You've dropped a map on Bind versus Honey Badgers. Are other teams starting to get a bit closer now? I mean, you're obviously still, when push comes to shove, you're winning some maps super dominantly, but some teams are sort of scraping close now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the teams in Australia are putting in a lot of work, and it's showing. I think a lot of them actually do have good fundamentals to a degree. And honestly, it's just good. I like when they push us, because that means we all get better as one. So I'm happy for it. We're not really too scared, because I feel like any close game, we're learning more than the other team is. And I think we have the better 5 individuals consistently. But a map upset here and there is definitely going to happen. I don't think we can be perfect. So I'm happy with our current performance and where we're heading and where Australia's heading. So.
Fantastic, mate. Awesome to hear it. And look, we won't keep you for any much longer, mate. Thank you for jumping on and saying g'day, and, go celebrate with the boys, and we'll see you back in that upper bracket final.
Absolutely, mate. Cheers, boys. Have a good one.
Thanks.
The legend himself, the man, the myth, the legend. I don't know when the last time when Dick Stacey was on cam, but that was certainly a beautiful moment to be a part of. So, look, it ended up, I think I love that sentiment of the fact it's like anyone that takes maps off order, pushes order further, the whole region gets better. And that's always going to be the way it is. You know, they are just a team at the end of the day. They're just a team that's been putting in a lot of work. And if you recreate that, and obviously this game being Valorant, it's like such a different game. There's so much more accessibility when it comes to, new players entering into the market. We're going to see more push them. And I hope that happens soon.
I mean, what a positive way to look at it. And I totally agree as well. You know, actually, when you think about it, you can be a glass half full kind of guy and be like, oh man, people are catching up. But on the other hand, that actually improves everybody and it pushes order forward even further, which is always going to be good for them and probably good for the region overall. But you do want to see closer gameplay, and that's interesting for the fans. So if more teams can push order, the more interesting it is to watch.
Absolutely. But we do have another series around the corner, guys. But it is going to be a couple of minutes away. We'll take another short break, and then we're going to be back with Iconic and versing Fun Crew. So I'm very much looking forward to that one. Take a break, guys. We'll see you very soon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you haven't joined us already in this nice little Sunday evening matchup, we've obviously already had a opening series, a best of 3, where we did manage to see Order walk away from Honey Badgers 2-1. It was a very strong start from the Honey Badgers, walking away with Bind 13-8, which was very, very nice. But ultimately, it was Order, running at home in the end, like we did expect. And we got to have a little bit of a chat to Dick Stacey afterwards, which was also a treat. But my name's Conky, this is Avril, and we've been having a very, very nice day so far. But of course, we do have that other series. But to wrap up, sort of, Kev, did you think anything sort of different about Order versus Honey Badgers? How did it sort of go for yourself?
Yeah, I think map 1 was a pleasant surprise, but the rest of the 2 maps, as explained during the cast and afterwards as well, was pretty much as expected. Great talking to Dick Stacey, get some thoughts in there. And really, positive outlook on how everything has gone. I mean, you would have if you're now a 21 match streak. I'm sure it's all roses out there for you, but even dropping a couple maps. So you heard what he said. It's you can't have flawless games where you win every single map, and that's understandable and I think totally reasonable.
Yeah, for sure. But now we move on into that next series. Of course, it is going to be Fun Crew versus Iconic, and I've been told that we're going to be looking at the handsome boys from Fun Crew first of all. So obviously, that's a little bit of a roster where it was kind of a mishmash of 2 former rosters. Obviously, you have Fleshes from that old Fun Crew roster, which is they were Bliss, I think, for a little while too. Lou and Kyoto from Direwolves, and then obviously Dragon coming back into the fold as well. So they're a team that is has such a high capacity, and I think they can be a really, really exciting and flashing team going forward.
Fun Crew as well. They're a team that went 0-3 in groups, didn't have huge expectations for them. I think they're a team that have been around for a while. I mean, Flesh has been on this team forever. Bliss is a team that did super well in the past as well. So you're talking about a squad that has high capabilities but didn't really show it in groups. Damn, did they came in really hot during the playoffs and taking down Christmas Disciples 2-0 nonetheless. A couple of close maps, but they got the W's.
Yeah, for sure. So, definitely a team that has all of that potential sort of bundled up in itself. But another team who I guess can almost be said for them is Iconic. And, we'll have a little bit of a look through what their roster is sitting to be at this point in time, because I don't think this is actually ever meant to be the final roster or something along those lines, but it's working out now. It's sitting as it is. We've got Panic into the fray, who's kind of roughly on that IGL and playing the smokes as well. We've got the the style of the Swirl, a player that's always been someone to impress us over the time, and then it was Punda, Duddy Boy, and Mike from that legacy roster, I do believe. So again, bit of a mishmash, something sort of tossed together. Swirl from Wildcard, Panic sort of from a little bit of an outlier. Hasn't really been in too many teams lately, but they put up some really big things, and to see them get that 2-0 in the last couple of days was brilliant.
The fact that this isn't meant to be their final lineup, I remember watching that game with Dion and Pilsky, and they were saying how, X and Y person is standing in for this guy, and this wasn't meant to be the one person on the team, but it's working. Whatever formula they have right now, it's like, don't change it. Don't mess with it. It's working for you.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing. Don't reinvent the wheel here, guys. Fun Crew. For Iconic, rather, going up against Fun Crew, because Iconic suddenly, they get the 2-0 versus Bonkers. Huge result. It was a close game, and you'd expect it to be a close, good game. But Bonkers had been the team that was meant to be, next to Christmas Disciples, one of the next teams challenging Order, and both those teams lost, and Iconic came through in a big way. So super impressive stuff.
Yeah, always crazy things happening in this Oceanic region of Valorant. And why don't we take a look at 2 of the key players as well that we will be focusing on during the course of this game. Dragon, super, super sharp. As I said, he's sort of come back into the fray. Quite often seeing him on that jet doing the very sort of high impact, high performance things. And Duddy Boy, he is just someone who, he just has those moments. Duddy go kill is quite often the strategy, taken upon by this roster and also previous rosters. And I don't think that'll be changing anytime soon. He's a very, very entertaining player to watch with a little bit of a versatile sort of roster set. But I'm interested to still see how this kind of all unfolds, like, say, for the Fun Crew side, Dragon and Lou kind of flex a little bit between the duelists, and who's going to be taking it up, obviously, on the side of Iconic, because, Duddy Boy has been the one to come to strength recently.
Yeah, Duddy and Mike have been together on the same team for a while now, even coming through from Straight Out of the Zoo, which I remember being one of those up-and-coming teams, and very impressive. The whole Duddy go kill thing was that was something back then when you had a very amateur team coming on through, and now he's evolved into quite the player on a much stronger roster, surrounded by much more veteran players, and I believe currently out of all players in VOT playoffs, that includes the group stage as well. Well, sorry, including the group stage and the playoffs, you have Duddy in second place, just underneath Ronsky in overall ACS average. So he's like top 2 in the region based on statistics. So really crazy stuff coming through from Duddy. And Dragon on the other side, didn't speak to him yet, but he was huge in that matchup in round number 1. When they played up against Grimace Disciples.
And to only be second to Ronsky as well, another player who's also adopted the Ronsky go kill style. So, player that's, highly sort of relied on his roster. And Duddy, I feel like, it's sort of a little bit more equal, right? He definitely has the capability and does a lot of the heavy lifting, but has the teammates around him to kind of step up when they need to. So this one's going to be really exciting. Very much looking forward to it. Do think we've got the vetoes as well to dive into now, so we can really start to unfold what is going to be coming forward. And okay, so it's going to be the Bind and Breeze denials, Icebox, Haven, and Ascent. So very similar to what we experienced in the last series, closing up, but Haven swapping out for Bind.
And what's interesting about these bans are usually both teams have a first priority ban on Fracture. And I think the mind game here is like, well, we both ban Fracture. I'm not going to do it then because I'm going to make the other team ban Fracture. And then what happens is neither team bans Fracture. But that's also okay because they're both confident and neither team's going to pick it. So eventually you get to the second phase and somebody's got to get rid of it, and they do, because you don't want to play a chicken game again then have Fracture be
That's
your
what I
map
was
3,
about to say.
really
It
awkward.
goes to map 3. Yeah. It's gonna happen one of these days, I reckon. But look, I'm okay with that map pool. Haven's gonna be chaos as it always is. Icebox could, sort of go any way, but we know exactly what to expect. We're gonna be seeing big things on the operators from those jets coming out, very much on Icebox. And then, Haven, a lot of versatility around the map, and Ascent to end up there, that's the one that will, again, be that 50-50 factor. So I think we've got a good series on our hands here, Kev.
Yeah, and I think there was a recent Icebox as well. I think it was maybe Fun Crew had that against Grimace Disciples, map number 1. They beat Grimace Disciples 13-10, which included a 7-5 first half as well. So reasonable stuff. Yeah. Dragon went and did quite a lot in that particular map. I mean, we expect the Rainers to come up big time, so get ready for Dragon to lock in the Rainer. That should certainly come on through. And for the side of Iconic, Mike hovering over the Killjoy, but more of a defensive type of composition rather than the, more duelist heavy.
And that's what we used to see very much from Order, right? Like that little period where Disco was constantly bringing out the Killjoy and doing really, really big things on this very map. And only really in recent times have we seen that sort of switch out for the Reyna. But it's going to be locked in. There we go. Mike with the Killjoy. So definitely going to be a hard team to sort of break through on this attacking side for Fun Crew. But we'll see. What's Dragon going to do? Is it going to be that Reyna like we expect? I'm sure it should be.
They're taking their time, but I think we all know it's what it's going to be. It's Dragon on this Icebox, and last 7 Iceboxes in a row. Stretching all the way back to, actually just January of this year, but it's always been the same composition coming through from Fun Crew. So a little bit more of an offensive-sided, duelist-heavy type of composition, and then the slightly safer Killjoy, defensive, Sentinel-based composition. What I will say, though, is it should be much more difficult for a team like Fun Crew to plant when there's an extra Killjoy in the map, and there's now Snakebite, plus Shock Darts, plus Nano Swarms. Just a lot of stuff in your face when you're going up to plant.
Yeah, look, I definitely think that we're going to have to see Fun Crew take advantage of this in a way. They've got to push, right, on these. We've got to have big things come out from both Lou and Dragon here. We can't have any sort of heavy lifting thrown back onto the other members in that way. They need to break through the utility that's going to be sent up against them. But regardless, I think we're in for an entertaining series here, Kev. This will be the last of, if you want to consider Sunday as the first day of the week, sure. But if it's the last day of the week, like it is for me, I'm back to the office tomorrow. It is the last day for now. And then we'll be back Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, again for the playoffs, the remainders, which is going to be very, very exciting. I believe I'll be joining you again on the Sunday, Kev. So it's going to be a treat for us all.
Whose day starts on a Sunday?
I remember it was set in like primary school or something. It's like Sunday's first
calendar,
day of the week. Yeah, it's like no.
On a calendar, there's a Sunday there, but no one starts their week on a Sunday.
Oh man.
So I don't know about that. Maybe if you work at a church.
Yep, true.
From that.
Yep.
But even then, I think that's you're more likely to have your weekend on a Sunday, if anything. But we'll see how things go now as we get the Sunday festivities done and dusted. diving real deep into now our second series. Okay, so 3-man up over towards B. Checking green. A little bit of damage exchanged. Iconic backing off for now. And the full rotation from Fun Crew over towards A. Solo member over that is just going to be Panic for now.
Gets the info, falls away. And he will manage to live on nice and comfortably. He gets the wall down as well, but it looks like it will be broken open very, very quickly. But it does buy additional time for the rotation to start to come through. Panic will be the first to go down. Duddy, though, gets some damage out. However, Dragon obviously going to be using that little bite back. And he goes back to full HP. Easy low, but a 4 versus 3 going back in on the retake.
And when you consider there was only a solo defender over towards A, it shouldn't be too difficult for Fun Crew to plant. You don't have enough utility yet to throw through all of these different mollies and different utilities to stop the plant from coming in through. Dragon's already off to a really hot start. A couple of trade backs coming the way of Iconic, and low HP actually coming on to Easy. Doesn't make things that clear for Fun Crew to be able to finish this with Dragon down and Easy on 6. I mean, surely this is Iconic, especially on Swirl's 3k, they're going to be able to clean it up. So Dragon gets 3 and then falls, and beyond that, Fun Crew can't clean it up.
That is a crazy round to even be thinking about the way that that has all sort of unfolded there. You know, the opening frag, the dink as well, the full heal back for the Reina of Dragon. But in the end, it is going to be the round going the way of Iconics. So that's a very nice start for them. Good little cleanup from Swirl. Liking seeing him on the Sova here. Because, yeah, Swirl has been, like, you know, he's been one of your little prodigies for quite some time as well, Kev, right? And
I'll take credit for scouting him.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you can take that any day of the week, mate. But how versatile it has been, like, you know, watching him play so many different roles. Like, you've seen him dancing around on the Jet and the Rays, and then he kind of gets poked and prodded to wherever he needs to be.
When he was on, when I was coaching him on old Direwolves, he was not actually flexible at all. He refused to play smokes. He didn't want to play Breach anymore. Breach was a bigger meta back then. It was only after he left the team that he started playing everything else, and as we're sort of going over the history of that Iconic, getting a pretty easy cleanup on this anti-eco, as you'd expect. You know, just receive the aggression, hold your ankles. Dragon will do a little bit of damage, but that's probably going to be it for now. They might actually be able to plant if Wesh survived and went over towards A, but not going to happen. I certainly, to finalize that question, did not expect the Swirl would one day be on a Sova.
Yeah, correct. But that's the thing, like, and one thing that I've constantly sort of been drilling in, right, you know, because my opinion is firmly based around the fact that I want this region to get better, so much better, because it only means good things for us, right? You know, it means more viewership coming in, more work, more jobs, and greater hype casting events that we can put through. And you don't need to be on the duel list if you're the sharpest on the team. You know, you can still do big things from any of these roles. And just like we saw Texter on that Sage in the previous, like, the man's always near the top of the scoreboard, and he's always playing the quote-unquote like, supportive agents.
I mean, Texter's like one of those almost like hard carries on a team, kind of like a Duddy, kind of like a Ronsky in a way, but he's on a full support agent. He's doing it from a support role, which is absolutely crazy, but Texter's one of the absolute sharpest players that we have in the entire region, and it's good to see different people being flexible. I mean, you look at, we'll see Dragon's agent pool in a second here as we get through this BO3, but he's got a lot to show as well in terms of his versatility. By the way, that's Punda scanned out, so his life is forfeit.
Oh, that's a deep wall bang there, Jesus. Bit of pain felt. But yeah, Dragon has already been getting up in their grills. Sitting there 5-2. The only member, actually, of the roster to have some kills so far. That might change here as Panic does have to wall up. Actually puts himself up on top. But Lou will get on the board here. Easy's also made up a little bit of space as well, but they choose to fall away with what they've got. They've got the advantage. They've got the orb control down towards B long, and now they can sort of settle their way back towards A as the rotation's already been pulled to B.
I mean, you already have the spike over towards Belt in a position where there's no way Fwesh just knows it's clean. They might not even commit to A because you have some mid control currently where Kyoto thinks about what they want to do with that. It will just to be a smoke up, allow them to cross, no issues. Play this 4 versus 3. Start walking up now. They start to clear angles. They don't know that Duddy Boy's solo over here. But it's going to be a long rotate for the rest of the defense between Swirl and Mike, and they obviously cannot prevent this plant because Duddy has nothing in terms of util to do that.
Firm. Oh, what a shot from Loot. Very, very clean and in there. Wall will now go down, actually up in towards the pipe. And, ooh, that's a big, big brain plant there.
Saw a few of those yesterday. When you have full site control, you definitely get those underway. And now the long range versus... Well, I mean, both teams have a couple of rifles, and one of them is in Mike's hand.
Will they find Fleshes? That's the question. Rifle recovered, but Fleshes looks like he's going to swing around the belt at the opportune time. And he should be able to clear himself a couple of frags. Information gathered. And he... Oh, there's the shot. No! He's lost it. The patience, it wasn't quite there. He's low, but he's got the heal at least. Swell's actually moving in. They don't have enough time to retake this, but they've done too much damage for anyone's liking here. I don't think he's got the time. No, he doesn't.
Absolutely not.
No. Okay. Maybe a second earlier or a second and a half earlier, but that round got way too down to the wire for my liking, given the fact that the Fun Crew had such a solid start there.
I mean, Flesh just was on a... he could have been on a bit of a Texter journey there in terms of cleaning up frags on this Sage, but he'll miss out on the ult points because he doesn't get those kills. He'll be denied in spike detonation rather instead. It had, I think, Mike's as an easy frag for sure, but just didn't have the trigger discipline to find the frag. Was concerned about a turret that I don't think was actually ever going to spot him. Now into round number 4. Duddy instantly on the operator. Okay, they lose the round 3 expected. It's fine. Iconic can prepare for that one. Just Fury, nice and early.
Look at that. Straight down into the mix already. Tagged up for Punda. Panic already up on top. Gets his slow orbs in. And that's already forced them into a very, very awkward situation. He doesn't quite manage to slip away. Panic, no! How?
Oh, he's stuck.
Of all people to happen to as well. That is hilarious. He does get out. Wall is breakable. But that is, yeah, quite a sight.
I mean... Yeah, it was a worrying moment, though. He gets out with a bit of support from Punda watching the line. But if they get pushed there, and Punda gets pushed out, I mean, Panic that would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Panic's literally stuck behind his own wall. He's no impact, can't do anything. Burn both the slow orbs. That's actually a big factor. Wall, double slow orb is gone. No util left for the Sage of Iconic.
Oh, and that timing, too. Daddy Boy can't quite find the line. Punda's in a good position still, but... I think now the tail is, yeah, they're heading back. And why not? Only leaving that one member of Swirl all the way back towards the site. They've seen nothing whilst the poison cloud's been up. 30 seconds though, Kev. They've got to get moving. And now there is a little bit of a rotation from that Killjoy.
They should know it's A now because you have members like Punda looking down B. Green's completely clean. And if Mike gets here in time, yeah, he's got 2 nanos all perfect. That's exactly what, I was going to say, Swirl playing for retake here. Can't really do a lot. But now look at these plays on the nanos. If these nanos actually stop the plant, it's over.
Not quite. Maybe just missed the mark slightly. Easy. Does get taken down, but at least he gets away. And obviously there's that heal to come in as the factor as well. But it's a very interesting time in it. It's a 5-on-5 retake. 0 members coming in on the flank here as well. Every single member of Fun Crew has allowed to be slotting into position. But you're exactly right. There's no wall. There's no slow orbs. There's nothing really to kind of mitigate any of the risk of getting this defuse here as Lou picks up one more. Dragon now looking to take the control. Swirl does take him, but Fleshes good for the trade. Actually seeing Panic now inside this poison cloud. Getting the defuse. Is it still being stuck? I think it is. I think it's glitched, but he's got the job done. And despite finding all but one in Punda, they've won the round here.
Wow, I mean, I think you actually do have to go for the risk of the full stick on the defuse because there's not much to play. You just got to play for guns and gunfights. Utility's running kind of low. Normally what would happen on that retake is you would wall up and then like do a vertical wall. You have to break through 4 blocks to try and kill the defuser. That would be quite difficult to do. But because you don't have that available, you just simply go for the defuse. And here's a really interesting thing. They win the round, but they cop such heavy losses, Iconic, that they actually don't have money.
None at all. Echoing after you've won the round. Name a more interesting situation. Alrighty. Bit of pause for thought, but as the action does start to find its way in, Daddy Boy still holding on to that line. Swirl just below, but Dragon has already found the sort of presence. Now the scope walk does come up. Will he find the one? Yes, he will. Very nice shot there from Daddy Boy as it equalizes in the 4-on-4.
Got this Fury available on the post plant for easy as well, so back out.
Oh.
Keep yourself alive. Dragon going down's but an issue. Lou, though, oh my goodness. Yeah, these are some great frags coming through from Lou. That 2-piece will put a lot of pressure now onto the last couple of members on Iconic. Duddy still has the operator. You actually want to save the top. So the problem now is you're committed to the retake.
Oh. Hang on, Kev.
For the Vandal.
Oh, never mind. Hunter's Fury. That's when it becomes not being enough. They're still going in for the aggression. Swirl actually finds the frag. Born Identity.
They can't defuse that.
Yep. No time. No frag. Daddy boy. Will he go? That ends up, yeah, being a little bit of a blunder. But I guess, look, you know, still such an odd round. Kind of a half save. Operator goes, but can they buy it? No. No, they can't.
I think the... If you want to play for the odds here for the entire half, I think the smarter thing to do would have been for Duddy to save the operator, or actually, Swirl saves the operator and Duddy goes for the play. Because you're a jet and you can sort of just do jet stuff, right? Jet go kill, Duddy go kill. But not having that operator on this round does hurt a little bit. You are going to have the Blade Storm, which is okay, but being able to kind of snowball on operator lines and defense is pretty huge for a map like Split. Panic actually gets tagged out nice and early, so he's pushed off.
So what do they make of it? Daddy boy. Info! But traded back. Lou, reactions. Absolutely on point there. What a turn of events, a trade of affairs. Lou looking for more, but it is going to be Dragon finding one. Swirl nice on the trade, but do believe that's only one blade left for Lou. Needs the shot on the head for the reset. Kyoto swinging around, can't quite find Mike, and that's the spike dropped. A little bit of a worrisome situation there with the spike going to where it is now, Snowman.
And that's the information play that Duddy got. So it was a 1-for-1, but because he sees all these people on green, the rotations start coming on through. Hunter's also got the sort of orange area covered next to Mike already being there as well. Still no plant coming through because they have to recover the spike. Mike loses that. Easy just spins around. God, Mike should have had that for sure. Easy converts further on. This is now down to a 1 versus 1.
How has this happened? All sort of going back and forth, left, right, up, down. Who even knows at this point in time? Easy. And the one-on-one gets the spike planted. Does need to reload 6 bullets. Going to head back over towards Snowman now, finding himself some additional time. Panda is actually going to get the Poison Cloud down as well. He's still got that in hand. Very, very wise. And he's going to get that time. And it gets close up in the grill. And it will be Panda to walk away with the round here on this Viper. And that's going to be 4 in store. And likely an awkward financial situation to come out the back of it for Fun Crew as well.
It's not always you have a Viper on the retake, still have Orb in hand, so Hunter had time to pick that one up from wherever it was and bring it over, and that made all the difference for the retake, or for the 1v1, especially because, I mean, Easy doesn't really know where to look. He's looking on the right side of the smoke because he doesn't know, he assumes that Punda's inside the smoke, could peek up from anywhere. No idea that Punda would have been from the left side. If the smoke wasn't there, he just checks the left angle, probably. And that might have been a different story. But back and forth rounds, I mean, the last 5 matches just been, you know, defense, offense, defense, offense, defense. Probably defense again now, considering the money difference.
He's got some space, walked on in. The turret is there, however, to keep his interest. Swirl, very nice tag there, gets the info. The tail end of the B site hit, but yeah, Lou hasn't actually pulled that information. Might have just spotted it. So he's walked on down. Duddy Boy's actually holding the entrance, and he might hit this shot. He will. Great shot from Duddy. I am loving watching him on this jet, by the way.
Lou exposing himself just a little bit too much there. Still going to make the play for B, though. Utility available. So this is where having the Killjoy will be a difference maker. Mike can slow this plant down by a significant margin. That includes just kind of fragging with the Guardian, too.
Another for Duddy.
Kitchen.
Okay. It's actually gone pretty cleanly then in the end. Only losing the 1 member, which, as it should have been, right? Very nicely done. 5 rounds now set up for Iconic. And they are looking very, very strong right now. Kyoto and Fleshist still sort of having a little bit of a rough start, but that's not to say Lou, Dragon, Easy, all really putting in work here, putting the pressure down, but just not converting as many rounds as they would have liked to so far.
And they just haven't had enough buys yet, so here comes one really important buy. Everything on board. In fact, they have a minor gun advantage this time, considering that Swirl and Panic don't quite have the full rifles just yet. Buddy Boy's operator, though, causing problems. This is why I really wanted Iconic to save the operator earlier, because, I mean, you see what Duddy can really do with this. And the slower Fun Crew want to play, and the more they want to kind of just default, the more Duddy gets to rip them apart.
Playing so patient too. Look at this position from Panda, but Fweshes is just absolutely ready for it. Easy pick. Oh, Daddy, no! He's gone forward. Ah, geez, that's a little bit awkward, but it's okay. 3 on 5. Res available. Swirl spotted by the Aldrone. Same with Mike, and now the pit will go in. So this should be... Oh, I don't even know. Do you even call a save this early? They are walking in for it. Panic. Will he meet the crosshair of Dragon? It's likely that he will. There we go. That goes down, and the round is pretty much Dunsky now. Close it. Lou to even close it further. And Swirl in the 1v5. Maybe ready to flex a little bit. Yeah.
You just run in and die.
Basically, at this
you're not
point.
saving a Guardian, and you'd have to find a gun of your ally. I think if you really wanted to play for that round, it's funny because they were halfway between saving and also playing it because they were looking for the res. If they get the res, it's suddenly playable. But then because they didn't get the res, they actually have to just run in and die because you have a Bulldog and a Guardian and your 2 guys. So that situation was apparent. So Lou now has the operator in hand. Bit of a... Again, Duddy dashing in was really awkward. You don't want to be looking at that. Everyone says Duddy go kill, but we never asked the question. It's like, should Duddy go kill?
So, early hold. Duddy in position, drops down, gets a second. Will he be a third? What? Not quite. Very close, though. Lots of damage being dealt. Panic should know, but doesn't want to peek onto the other side of the recon bolt, and that does actually manage to see Dragon get away. So, all the work that has been done has been recon slightly, but now it is to the advantage once more going the way of Iconic as they do start to wander towards A. But guess what they're going to meet? They're going to meet a happy little Panda inside his pit.
Kiara also being found out over towards mid is a little bit unfortunate as well. That kind of cuts off Fun Crew's options. We'll see just how happy Panda's going to be in a second. Yeah, not too happy, I think. That's definitely not a smile.
Somehow managing to make things happen here, but that's going to be another res to come through. Duddy Boy back in the server. And Swirl also doing good things. He has been quite a solid run from this position on towards the A site, playing it relatively solo, but now playing an aggressive line.
30 seconds
Going up to get the spike, easy. Really find the space. Duddy Boy back in position. Huge. Even on the ladder, even on the rope, he manages to find something. But now he's got not a whole lot of time, and rotating in is going to be the Sage of Panic. He should be able to be spotted. Yep, done. Nicely done from Panic. Good timing, though, really, all it was. That round was very back and forth. Lots utilized. The res coming in. And in the end, Iconic walk away with 6. So they've at least ended up on the half in a good spot so far.
Yeah, I mean, you still just have really good kills coming on through. Panda might not have done much to slow down A, but a decent amount of damage was done beforehand to make the retake more than doable. So it's a bit of bloody back and forth. I mean, again, you look at the round summaries. No team has really strung together too many. The most is 2 in a row at a couple different points for Iconic. It does mean they have a 6-3 lead. But as we head into the bye now, this will be an Empress round for Dragon and Fun Crew as we head over towards round number 10. And they need to start stringing together some stuff because otherwise we're looking at a 5-7 finish where I think Fun Crew are still in a position where they can definitely get a 6-6.
Absolutely, they are. Momentum behind them to a degree, even after the back and forth in that round. Now walking up, Duddy Boy again, though. Continuing to put in the work. Lou's even going to be taken. This guy is on an absolute tear right now. He's been spotted, but he's looking for another. Easy does get the trade off, but it's already 2 members down of the team. That advantage, once again, going back the way of the side of Iconic.
This is unfortunately the curse of the Oceania mindset, where you get 2 kills, and instead of doing the fundamentally structured thing where you back out and play the 5v3, you, for some reason, dash deeper in and just die.
Man, it is just like music to my ears, Kev. I tell you, the amount of times I've seen the best Jet players in our region get 3, and then because they want the, OS highlights episode 3.
You want the Twitter clip.
Yeah, correct. They die and then lose the round in like some ridiculous 2-on-5 or something.
It's just really unnecessary, you know, if you have a way better percentage chance of winning the round by playing the wider player advantage. And it's moments like that where if Panic doesn't kill Dragon and Dragon use the Empress to pop off, then actually Fun Crew win that round because Empress has the capability, especially in the hands of someone like Dragon. If he would have to beat Panic in that 1v1. And Panic just had the better shots coming on through. I think a little bit of aim punch helps as well. But a couple unnecessary risks there for Duddy. Hasn't had an operator for a while now. I'd like to see that dropped over eventually. But it's pretty expensive and no one can really afford it. So it's going to be another Blade Storm into now the opportunity to close things out. An 8-4 would be a good finish for Iconic, I think.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I only did manage to see a tiny little bit of it, but I do believe Panic is wearing the He's Drinking a Red Bull t-shirt, which is very, very funny. The old Counter-Strike clip that made it to the very, very tippy top of Reddit of him. Good old days. Anyway, Duddy Boy is up and over the top. Can't quite find much with those first couple of blades, but he's still waiting inside the position. He's on the tight line, but Dragon says good day. And we'll send him to an early grave. Lou now firing a couple of warning shots towards Long as well. Panic's also been spotted, and I think that's going to make it a little bit awkward on the other side of Yellow. Goodbye as well. 3-on-5, control in the hands of Fun Crew.
Lockdown available. You'd have to preemptively use it, though. Brilliant kill by Punda onto Flesh on the other side of the map. That guarantees that they have knowledge that it's going to be beat. An opportunity to bounce back, to rotate to A now. At least you probably wouldn't want to. I think there's not actually any nanoswarms available, which is problematic, with Swirl deleted and a heal coming on through. That's going to be the plan. I mean, both Mike and Swirl had very little impact.
You're not able to convert. Getting the little bit of extra control that was actually brought back from that frag, but Dragon just very, very sharp right now. Could have almost been a 4K. Lou kind of did him dirty a little bit, taking one of those frags there, but kill secured. And yeah, it's getting very close to what you sort of were predicting here. I think a 7-5 definitely makes it sort of a winnable prospect. You know, then they move over towards that defending side. Can kind of turn the tides potentially, but at least, you know, so far, we have seen good things from Iconic, but at the exact same merit, you know, when a couple of these members are fired up. And Kyoto also has a very, very good B-hold with this Viper, so we'll give him some time. It can be very, very challenging to play it on the aggressive side.
So like I said, Iconic playing for the 8-4 here. And I was kind of looking at that as a plausible scoreline even before we saw the result of the previous map. Brilliant opening pick by Panic and nearly a conversion by Duddy. Will miss a shot onto Easy. That was actually, excuse the pun, but probably an easy shot to hit. Easy now really deep sees that barrel. That'll be a conversion as well. So Fun Crew now in position to clean this one up. Dragon as well into Panic. There's only 2 remaining and they're both not really even onto site just yet.
And look at all this control that's already been found by Easy. He's up close. He's heard Swirl. And now all he has to do is just wait to see if anyone actually does sort of try and find that line under the tube. Kyoto not quite spotted. Punda, though, has found the gap. Walking on in slowly. Easy. Does spot out Swirl, but I don't think they actually have that info now. Or no. Unfortunately lost the opportunity and Dragon will deny. There we have it. It's a 7-5 half in favor of Iconic. But we've seen Fun Crew certainly sort of pull some things forward, and it's making for an interesting map so far. Good half as we swap on to the defense for Fun Crew.
Very similar to, in fact, exactly the same as what Fun Crew did versus Criminous Disciples. Other way around, though. They were on the 7 side. This time they're on the 5, but 7-5, 5-7 is kind of the scoreline that I'm talking about here. So Fun Crew potentially on the comeback here. An important pistol to be able to equalize straight away. It's a 7-7 if they win this pistol. Dragons fired up on that first half, especially on the bottom end of it, where that's when Fun Crew started to really get their bearings straight. Opening, I would say, 7 rounds didn't go great. Last 5 went much better.
Definitely a turn of the tides. Duddy straight through. And obviously there will be that a little bit of pain coming through from the decay from the Viper. The Poison Clad will force their hand a little bit. But how's this for the reversal of the plan? Actually on the other side, because that's going to isolate Kyoto. There was 2 members over towards this yellow position for Fun Crew. But it is an equalizer on the frags already. Fweshus just outside the kitchen. Punda is aware, having a little bit of a look-see over. But who's going to find the jewel here? Will it be Dragon? It will. Now Mike still looking to hold firm. 3 members of this Iconic side, but how long will they manage to hold on for? Dragon does get the information onto another, but Lou also picks up ones for his troubles, and a second. Make that a third. Wow, what a round here from Lou on the Sheriff as Fun Crew. They're certainly kicking now into the into this half, opening with the first pistol. 6 rounds for them now.
Yeah, that'll be 7 shortly as well, assuming Iconic are not going to go for any forces. I think it's a little too early for that. And what have we got picked up? Marshall, Bulldog, a couple Spectres as well. Having a Reyna, I think, does give you quite a bit of benefit on that pistol. 1 kill gives you a heal up. It's pretty disgusting in terms of the difference it can make on a pistol round in particular. So that's one area that Reyna gives you a pretty big advantage when you have one versus a team that does not. Dragon will just be over towards the Sheriff here, so expected to maybe even pick up a rifle the next round. That is a beautiful scan, but can you really do much with it? Trying.
That's what you talk about, right? That counter eco. What are they going to be able to do? Because it's Dragon all on its lonesome. With just a Sheriff, they do manage to at least break that mold to some degree. They found position, but Kyoto's found 2 on the board. Panic's found another, however. There's that Sheriff. It's a 2 versus 2. Kyoto should find Panda, so he's on for 3. And unfortunately for Panic, he has found... Actually, that's fortunate. Do you remember that 1v3? Do we see another? Could it be this 1 versus 2? Lou slowly creeping in, but he has been heard. Kyoto in the exact same light. Panic, 10 seconds on that heal. If he even buys the extra time, maybe a possibility. Cruising around. He's spotted. Information gathered. Lou still unable to connect, unable to secure the frag so far, but Kyoto with the 4K, well and truly on the board. It's an eco, but who cares when you got 4? Because it's 7 rounds, and they managed to walk forward, tying up the scoreline.
Hard situation for Panic to be in. He would have to be able to get Lou down almost instantly with a 1-tap and then play the 1v1 to perfection afterwards. But I just can't quite land the shots. Despite getting Dragon down nice and early. But Dragon also was secluded on his lonesome, so not unexpected that he will go down. Kyoto, 6 out of 7 towards the pit is a great timing for a round like this. Where unlikely that he pops it off of the rip, but for a retake where numbers seem reasonable and maybe they have a gun or 2, I think it'll be a great retake utility.
Alrighty.
Scanning ahead.
So how's the early round going to look? How's it going to play out? Just that early sort of engagement.
Take flight.
Once again, a little bit of utility down, keeping them at bay. 2 members of the Fun Crew side just waiting patiently. 1 spotted by the Owl drone, but still able to lock it down for now.
Tagged really low as Fleshist. I think maybe even ate a shock dart in there or something as well. 5-man walking up, currently got 3 on the defense. And really, it's up to Easy, I think, to do most of the heavy lifting as far as utility goes. So we'll look over to the other end of things. Dragon's pretty far away. Kyoto is solo anchoring over towards B. You're not seeing Iconic fall off either, so they're very keen to stay on this.
It's just been such a slow waltz. Swirl. That gets that info. Panic will find 1. Panda another. So it's on to Lou to try and do some big damage here. Does he dash over or does he just hold true? It looks like it's going to be the latter. Does manage to pick up 1. Dragon's there for another. Doing some further damage here. Getting a little bit spicy. 3 versus 2. Kyoto has now joined the fold. He had a big round in the previous. There's all that lockdown position now. Lou does get felled here by Panda. Kyoto is definitely looking for something, but I think he just wants to do damage. It's a similar position, right? Don't really need to save a Bulldog. Just kind of see what you're able to find, and unfortunately, that's a greatly timed recon bolt. Does find the Nano Swarm in the end, but Mike should be able to fell him. Round done, and business is back for Iconic as they take the lead 8-7.
Yeah, the only damage they'll do there will just be to force out the extra snake bite. So what is that? Just a little bit more money. Nothing considerable. Recon timing was pretty unbelievable coming from Swell. That just ruins any opportunity for Kyoto to move forward on the ropes, because you want to be able to shift up the ropes, see if you can isolate somebody, play off the back of that, do as much damage as possible. Simply isn't possible when the recon comes on in. Pit has been retained because there was no opportunity for a good retake there. On the other end, Panic has found himself the resurrection early. So, well, yeah, it's round 4. I'd still say that's pretty early. We're not everyone can be Texter at the end of the day.
Very few. Information spotted, Mike. Nice line onto Easy there. Dragon, though, good for the trade, and he's going to return to his position after being happy with that little fishing journey. Mike does get the resurrection, though, on him, which means he'll be back into the server. So it's still a 5-on-4 in advantage of Iconic for the time being.
1-for-0 trade.
You should run.
And Barrier Orb to basically force Iconic to only take that right side from attacker's POV. Now, Wishes actually has to get out of here. Or, you know, that'll do. Just die as well. That works.
Yeah, not quite what the doctor ordered there, but it's okay. Daddy boy, he's found more. He's looking really, really good in this moment right now. He's had an absolutely stellar game. Now, Lou looking for the jewel as well. It's just such a scary prospect here. What do you even do? Looks like they do potentially want to save, but they're also kind of going for it at the exact same time. There's another frag, at least, to have a bit of a consolation prize, but I think, yeah, they know now that's the call. They've got to get out of there. There's just nothing further for them. They're better off taking those rifles into the next, but you're exactly right. Punda is in tune, and Lou's doing spins in spawn, but he might be able to take this Vandal on into the next round. He's heard Punda, should be able to position around it.
Let's see Punda as well. There you go, got vision.
Nailed them.
Donk, that's a tick. Ahead. No other players will come running by, so Lou will just pick that one up for free. 6 out of 7 over towards the Bladestorm Dragon. Actually managed to get the Empress off his exit frag as he walked out of A. Would have had it anyway by dying. So they've recovered 1 rifle. Into now what is going to be a pretty awkward buy, but I think if you really want to play for this round, you drop your Vandal, pro for Easy or somebody else. You Bladestorm, potentially play for the Empress here and see how it goes. So you're at a stage now where you lose this one. Iconic go up to 10. They reach double digits and they extend the lead to 3, which is a little bit upsetting.
Exactly what Iconic are chasing. You know, being able to do some early work in this series would be absolutely massive for them. Because if I do remember correctly, this was Fun Crew's map selection, wasn't it?
It was on Crew's map selection, correct.
Very good. So if we see an early sort of, you know, line of sight onto this series, you know, Iconic would be absolutely laughing if they managed to pull away a 2-0. But still plenty of series left. Hoping to see Fleshes fire up a bit more, but the shock dart yet was perfect. They've taken control of the site. They've already got into heaven. Duddy goes for the fadeaway, but he only hits just a little line for now. Wallbang through, and then he can happily potter away back to the post plant.
Yeah, look at this control on the post plant as well. They have full control even on the extremities. Though they do have to pay a little bit more attention to the site itself. With Duddy Boy down, you can't really afford to be wandering off too far,
They're on
Mike.
this.
In fact, now we're looking at a situation where Punda needs to come on in fast. Mike is holding down the trigger and gets enough kills. Actually, who won that? It was did Easy defuse?
They pulled it through. Easy stick the whole way.
Wow. Mike got a couple of frags and what? Punda went on a long journey on the flank and no one stopped the defuse.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder.
Okay.
I think the plant was just like slightly too deep, it seemed like. You know, couldn't quite find the line, Mike, but oh, yeah, good response.
They played 2 members so far off. I mean, I understand that you got Punda going on the big flank. Mike was so far away for some reason. Johnny leaves a couple members kind of watching the plant itself. All right, Blades will actually get part this time. Who was that from? Lou, as you'd expect. This is definitely where you want to see some ultimates. I mean, they actually stole away around, though. I thought this would be a 10-7. Nope, we got a 9-8 game.
And more green on the map as the Viper's Pit does go in from Punda. Still have to find the site, though. They've got a little bit of extra control, but given to where he is right now, Panic does have the plant available potentially, but it's actually been tagged up a little bit by the snake bite. So he's looking for it. He does start to walk on up, but he's actually going to try and take some further control here. Does he get around? Yes, he does. Very, very nicely done there from Panic. Lou, however, manages to find one. It's a very, very awkward round right now. The utility making it very, very chaotic, but in the end, it's all onto Dragon. 1 on 3. Now the Spike is in a safe position. No! The Spike's been dropped. They have to leave the safe home of the green. And Dragon is in the perfect, perfect position to deny everything here, potentially, Kev. Mike on sub. Wants to find the jewel, but we just need the double up. Come on, join him. Go for the peak together. Punda's just taking his time. Nano Swarm down.
Empress is running out. This could be awkward. The time is even worse. Looking over from Mike's POV, they actually get it. Okay.
Oh my word.
Empress is gone, but Mike gets out. Mike has to go for the plant. Now Dragon's thinking about just running in, but
6 bullets. No way! I didn't even know what to say. Like, there's dead air in a cast, but then there's a dead round in the exact same light. They just sat still and weren't able to do it as a duo, and Dragons walked away. That's just incredible to see what we have seen.
Yeah, if Dragon doesn't get the first opening shot there and turn it into a 1v1, I don't think that's possible. So you'd have to get a 1v1. But Iconic end up leaving it so late. Like you said, just get together, boys. Click this plank together. Call it a day. But they really mucked about, sat on their hands for a little bit. Eventually, they went for it with like 15 seconds remaining. You have to run for a plant then. Dragon knows exactly where Mike's going to be. Both players had the same idea of going towards the rope, but Dragon was there first.
And they've even gone for the pause to just sort of rub it in here. Just a reminder, hey, we won that round. Now we've got the big spectacles of the Killjoy. That'll be on your screen in just a second. But yeah, big shouts to Crash at the exact same time. Obviously our massive, observer in the way of his performance that he's been putting in ever since the start of this game.
Another person I take credit for discovering alongside Swell.
You are Esports.
Just got great scouting talent in OCE.
Well, there is so much of it, isn't there?
That was true 2 years ago.
Like, it's all there. It just depends on, like, will it be given the opportunity? And also, if it does, will they take it seriously enough?
MH 99 now. Lou with an operator on board. 2 Spectres, not a comfortable buy. So Fun Crew, the timeout does make a little bit of sense. They have to figure out how they were going to convert the rest of this money into something useful. But the boys already burned double updraft here. And, I mean, they might expect that he's still potentially on top of the tunnel, but opening drone pays off.
So all that info sort of spotted back and forth, but still at a relative stalemate right now. Looks like we do see Iconic wanting to make their way through mid. Swell, just onto the other side of the poison cloud, but he's going to step in. But Kyoto, he is right on that line here, isn't he? Swirl, very nice pick. It's a terrifying line to hold right there as a hungry Swirl swings around, the wall goes down. I don't think there's anyone on that A site. No, there's not at all. And now Mike should be able to hear the audio cues in just a second from the sage that's walking through of Fleshes. But the timing actually might not... Never mind. Mike's gone straight in.
Yeah, I mean, Fleshes has been shifting through the entire way. I don't expect that Fleshes will get too much done here. Lou is obviously going to be saving the op. And if you're Iconic, you don't have safe enough money to actually go for this chase. In fact, you have to deal with Fleshes first. Who has a Vandal now. Taking some pot shots from the turret even.
And the shock dart and the Punder on the flank. He tried his best. Now Lou, desperately needs to sort of save that one. What are we looking at on the money situation here? Not great. So even if he does save that, there's not really going to be a whole lot sort of around him. Oh, that's unlucky. Goodbye, Lou. Yes, goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, Lou. And hello. Nope, not quite hello, operator. Mike. He's saying, Duddy, you want the op? Duddy, you want the op? He's like, no. All right, no, pick it up. One of those really, you have 2 seconds to communicate whether you want the op or not. That's right, tagging side. Normally they don't take it. So, again, you understand why Fun Crew kind of go for the timeout there. They have to find a way to convert that round with minimal buys. Operator doesn't pay off because Lou starts B. Attackers go towards A. Guardian now for Dragon just to make some plays happen. It's crazy, but Fun Crew have ultimates. It's like, if this was another round where they had guns, they could actually do some cool stuff with these ultimates. But right now, it's getting really awkward.
Complete rotation away from the B site right now. Making some money moves as they walk on up. And the wall is still available, of course, as well. So that toxic screen should give them the space, and Panic will get the plant. So we've seen a couple of these 5-on-5 retakes, and it's going to be executed now. But Easy hasn't been able to find a target just yet.
I mean, the retake is almost kind of good for Fun Crew, considering if they can get Kyoto close enough, they can play for the pit. Not put the pressure onto Iconic, but he's not going to get close at all because Panda's just doing all the damage. 3k on the board. Swirl on the other side of the map will clean up Fletcher's as well, so no flank to come on through. Lou is the only one in Fun Crew to get a kill just to make sure it's not going to be a flawless.
Okay. Panda really putting in the work here. He's sitting up at the top of the scoreboard, 21-10 on his team. Of course, Dragon does supersede that with the 24-16. But overall, like, you see the even spread, right? You've got Panic on the Sage as the IGL, 10-14. He's been doing some good things. He's got the necessary reses off where he's needed. One away now in this round. And then across the board, 14, 15, 15, 21. Like, everyone is doing good bits and pieces for Iconic, where it's much more spread out. Flesh just hasn't really activated. Kyoto, 4 of those kills were in one round. Just, it's been very much Dragon trying to sort of dragging his team along behind him, if you know what I'm saying.
Basically.
Yeah.
A little bit of kicking and screaming happening, maybe. Okay, Swell, let's see if they can nail the shot here. Almost. And it gives up on the third shot onto Easy, and I believe that was a heal up coming on through as well, so taking the armor off. How deep are these guys, though? We have both Swell and also Duddy Boy working their way up. Haven't touched the orb yet, so no information given. At this point, Dragon, alongside Fwishes, have no idea, but the crossfire is good.
Deploying drone.
Will they execute it nicely? Very, very interesting round so far in the stance of it. Spike now, though, starting to make its way through. I think that's going to be the first point of connection there. Duddy Boy, which line does he clear first? It's not the right one, unfortunately. But do they look for Swirl just yet? The answer is no, and he's actually broken the crossfire there. So Dragon has completely moved around. Swirl is now basically forcing them out of the site, trying to, you know, make them approach the retake, but they still have to get that spike planted. Alarmbot goes down, but Dragon, he's hungry. He's looking for a fight here. Looking around, and he gets another. Will he be able to pick up one more? Just below, he gets another. That's 3 for Dragon. Looking for more, but it's going to be easy to pick up another, and now it's all on a Punda. 1 versus 3. He's so far away, and it looks like Kyoto's already ready for him. Fun Crew are still here.
You failed.
It's that crossfire setup that initially works out so well, despite a trade coming through via Swirl. The plant was so awkward. I mean, you had Util there, Dragon above you on top side. Dragon just being there in general, picking up a number of kills, uncontested. I mean, there's just no way you can plant with Dragon just immediately above you, swooping down in its clutches. So it's been a lot of Dragon. So I mean, man's almost on a 30 bomb. Like, this is some ridiculous carry power coming through from Dragon. On a round like that especially, that's the power of the Reyna.
Yeah.
Keeping the team in the game. Still only a 1-round difference. I mean, this could easily go to OT.
Absolutely. You know, he was our key player that we wanted to focus on. Duddy Boy in the exact same light. But Duddy's actually started to have a bit of a fall off. He had a really, really nice opening on that defensive side. But ever since, it's been quite tough. It hasn't created a whole lot of space. It's been a lot of Dragon denial. But now, as it stands, it's going to be the lockdown to come through. Dragon is just outside of it enough, but he's actually going to start to waltz on in for a second because they do utilize that position. He's going to go try find one, but nothing happens. That's Dragon down, and that could be potentially the deciding factor here for a 12th round for Iconic as the spike goes down.
It's a huge commitment coming through from Iconic. You can see how badly they want control of the game again to get that number 12. Big damage to come through onto Mike, but they can't quite finish him off, so he'll just survive on barely 1 HP, healed up by teammate Panic. Now Resurrection in place just in case he does go down. Speaking of which, Fwishes has one, but just a little too far to get there. Currently, breaking through this pit just seems like a step too far.
Right on the other side of the Viper's pit, they're just flowing so many warning shots here, but at least Fwishes does get one for his troubles, but still the retake is going to be such a challenge here. Onto the defusal with Panda. He's right there. Fwishes still sticking it. They do see him inside the smoke, but they do see him. Do they see him? No! They absolutely don't! And he's managed to find it by a bee's bloody lower quarters. As the round is done, 11-11. That is absolutely immaculate from Fwishes.
Thorax is the scientific
That's
term
the one,
we were looking
thank you,
for
sir.
there. Yeah. By a bee's thorax. Sounds like
That's the new broadcast friendly.
Quote.
Yeah.
Second round now. If I'm not mistaken, that Fun Crew managed to sneak away. Was it Easy who did that earlier?
Yes.
Who just kind of stuck a
Stuck the
defuse
yep.
out of the noses of Iconic. And I think if you looked at it from Mike's POV, he thought he landed the snake bite. He's like, there's no way they're defusing because I landed the snake bite. But it must have bounced off there was a wall place, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Flesh just placed the wall.
Yeah, Flesh rather. So it bounced off the wall, which gave the defuse over. And another round that looked like it probably shouldn't have gone Fun Crew's way, and they've evened it up 11-11. And you can tell it shouldn't have gone their way because they have no money. They lost so many off that. They kind of snuck through a clutch defuse with no one surviving, and the buy is shocking afterwards.
This match is definitely living up to our expectations. Exactly in line with what we was sort of thinking, right? Both the teams very evenly matched. 11-11 scoreline right now. You know, Iconic have definitely sort of had the chokehold for a little while, but Funker have come back. And whilst a lot of it has been through some, you know, inconsistencies and also some luck or individual performances, Iconic have definitely got to be kicking themselves right now. They should have closed out this map rather a little while ago. But look at this walk. How's the journey? The hunt, panic. He's found easy. And now he's also got the res available, but it's going to be another frag. There we go.
It's especially rough when you consider that Iconic actually put so much utility into that last round in terms of ultimates, but they'll convert now, and it's just mostly due to the fact that Funker will steal away the round, but they just don't have the money to play through. Dragon's got a judge. Coming on the retake with a judge does not sound fun. You'd love to Empress with a proper rifle, mate. Just have to steal that one off Kyoto if you want to go for it, but it is still 3 versus 5. The problem is, if you let this round go, you are giving away the 12. But the money is shocking enough that you want to play for your own 12 in the following round afterwards. So, caught between a rock and a hard place, Fun Crew are. If they had maybe one frag here, I think they would go for a 3v4, but they're not willing to go for a 3v5.
Nah, and look, at the end of the day here, Lou's got enough money to buy up something. Kyoto and also found some damage, so it's going to be okay, potentially, here. A drop over for one. Kyoto can drop over a Bulldog or something of that nature. Maybe a Spectre, depending on how they sort of want to approach it. But Duddy's got the Operator out here. So looking at the sort of mishmash around of who's got what, it looks like it is the Bulldog in the end as well. Flesh just has said, hey, look, I'm having a roughie. Send me the Spectre. But regardless, you know, it's enough to get the job done. But you're exactly right. They've lost that round. They've sort of thrown it by the wayside. And now they've got to go for OT at a bare minimum with an average-looking buy. But Kyoto has got down the pit early.
Important first shot to come up through. And that is so good. I mean, I guarantee you, if you watch that back in slow motion, it would still be impressive. Really insane shot coming through from Duddy on top of Dragon, who otherwise was the big carry. Now you lost the Empress. You lost your big duelist. It's going to come down to everybody else. Oh, you've broken the pit as well.
Oh,
this could not go worse for
no
FC and
res.
Fun Crew getting eliminated.
There was the res as well. He wanted it so badly. Now Lou in the 1 versus 5. Don't throw. Lou, if you want to take it, make it happen on your map pick, mate. Now is the time to shine, to step up to the plate. There's no post-play. Oh, never mind. I'm a liar. There's the Killjoy utility. There's a couple of nano swarms on that site, but they can be broken. Now, Lou.
It's Sova and Killjoy. That's about one of the best possible two survivors you can get on a post-plan, actually. So
only missing the Viper, just for good order, but Lou does creep through. He's burnt so much time, and Swell's already watching it. Never mind. They get the job done. Certainly leaving it very much up to the end of it, but they do close the map 13-11 on Icebox.
Man, what a shot from Duddy. I'm still impressed by that. You just land this unbelievable shot into Dragon, like the most important member on that defense with the Empress, with all the firepower. And then they delete the pit as well. I mean, Kyoto, if he stays alive with the pit up, you can maybe just slow things down and allow the rest of your team to enter site for a retake or something. But you lose to pit, you lose one. There was like 3 kills unanswered until Lou started firing back. But mate, like you said, it was a 1v5.
Too hard. Absolutely too hard to do. But no, look, I'm very, very happy with what we've just seen. There was moments of brilliance from both teams. I felt like, you know, Iconic actually had like more consistencies, I would say, but then they very much fell off for a few rounds, and Fun Crew was able to capitalize. When you've got Dragon and Lou running around doing that kind of damage, it can certainly be scary. But regardless, we've seen map number 1. We do have another just around the corner. It's going to be Haven. It's the map selection of Iconic. Will it be a 2-0 or will we go all the way down to Ascent? You guys take a quick break and we'll see you back very soon. We are back in action for what very well could be the final map of the evening. I'm Conky, this is Avril and Kev, mate. We have had a very back and forth, toe-to-toe game that almost went to overtime in the very end. Aside from, it felt like all of a sudden Iconic just decided, no, we've had enough. We're ending this game right now. And around the corner, of course, we do have their map pick, which is Haven. So interesting times ahead, I would sort of feel.
13-11 finish. It's pretty decent. I mean, I think there were a couple of just unfortunate rounds for Fun Crew on that second half, and a couple of rounds as well where they only won through, the 2 rounds I'm talking about where they snuck through this defuse under the noses of Iconic, but it didn't give them the power to convert into further rounds. So you sneak through a round, but then you still lose momentum anyway, and Iconic then pick up further rounds off the back of it. So it's really awkward when you win a round and then have to half buy. You'd like to see a Fun Crew string together a little bit more, find a little bit more momentum than just the 2 in a row. You start to look at some of those round streaks in that second half, and it's literally 2-2-2-2-2-2 in terms of Iconic and Fun Crew swapping wins.
It still absolutely blows my mind too. Like, coming from the Counter-Strike background, seeing you win a round and then you eco just is still something I'll never be able to really understand, to let alone see it twice. Obviously, I get it, right? But to see that happen twice in a game was pretty crazy. So here's a map of Haven, which I still very much getting my head around. It's got 3 sites. Why'd they do that? Who knows? But it's good for entertainment value. And
who knows?
On the side of what we see on Iconic, right? It's very, very different to what's being thrown out by what is going to be on the other side. We've seen the Chamber come out, the Breach for Kyoto, and the only sort of consistency is looking like is potentially that Sova, Jet, and Astra.
Well, you know what I like about this map? This is one of those maps that I comfortably put in the no Viper zone. So,
yes, very good.
So it's got that going for it. Haven's got that going for it, which means you can actually take sites without relying on Viper utility.
Select your agent.
That's always a bonus for me. So we are seeing some Breach coming in. So Breach is starting to make a bit of a return in towards the meta. And, some decent Breach setups here. Fault lines going down either into Garage or ASUS as well. C's a big long lane as well where fault lines can really do a lot. Rolling Thunders, reasonable on this map. Chamber coming through for Fweshes is a lot of fun. I think that's a really good pickup where you don't really need... I mean, it's good to have. Cypher is still a really safe pick for someone like Mike, but Chamber is starting to really come into meta in a big way, and I think I'm on board the Chamber a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Mike was always sort of one of those staple Cypher players early on as well. We sort of saw him flex onto the Sage a little bit more in recent times, the Killjoy in the previous map. But his Cypher was always a mainstay for me, in those early days of the straight out of the zoo. Obviously, big shouts to Yifang as well, the man himself. But look, this should be a great game. I think a lot of chaos will come through, knowing that both of these teams, I don't think are majorly like practicing too hard or anything like that. So I think very much relying on some sort of, individual ability and some synergy that kind of is just born of playing together for a little while. But regardless, it should be fun. And this could, as I said, be the last map of the day, unless Fun Crew pull through.
Should be fun. Should be crew. Let's see what happens over towards probably the C side of things first and foremost. Just a couple of exchanges of utility happening on A, as you do. Garage being taken as well by Iconic, and Looking like a C split to start things out with. 3 defenders over on that side, though. Lots of stars being placed.
Oh my God, Fleshes. I thought he wasn't going to get away with that one at all, but he does in the end. Line to come through. Easy still holding side as well. Fires a couple of warning shots, but Fleshes, he picks up another. I think he actually did run out of bullets there as well, but he gets the job done. Easy moving in, but so's Mike and Swell, and now Easy's done everything. 1 versus 3, but I've seen Swell pull these off in the past. Where does he go? How does he control it? Does he swing close? Does he go wide? No. The answer is he gets his head ripped off by Easy, who makes the round look solid. 3 for him on the Astra, and Fun Crew start off strong.
I mean, it's a solid setups from the defensive side. We consider 3 members were already there. They saw utility coming through over into Garage. They had felt pressure from C long as well. They didn't see anything over towards A. Pretty clear that it was going to be a C hit eventually. They popped down some stars, some extra utility. Flesh is surviving over on the back side as well. Even being grav well, but still had that Headhunter at 2 kills. And then allowing the rest of Fun Crew to come through for the cleanup.
Straight on through. No holds barred into that garage position. Maybe a sail on. Easy is pretty happy to pick up one nicely, and he does choose to fall away.
Trigger.
Dragon. Yep, there we go. Swirl, though. Okay, he's found a bargain. A kill for free with the classic. But just... Oh, God. You're always seeing that thing, no recoil whatsoever, is always a beautiful thing in games of this caliber, but... I don't know what Kyoto... I think he must have thought someone was in that corner, but it's okay. Lou will at least collect 1 back, and he gets 2 for his troubles. So 3 live on, and 2 rounds secured here for Fun Crew.
Yeah, we'll get to trade that Marshal off for a Spectre as well, which is probably going to be better in this particular round. Iconic weren't thinking too hard about being mega strategic on that round. They wanted just a fast hit over towards Garage into C. Did not respect the fact that they'd be pushing to Fleshes, who had trademarks down, and a single trademark ruined them. It slowed enough members for the follow-up kills to come through. That includes a headshot, or just a headhunter kill from Fleshes. Got an opening kill on towards the breach of Kyoto in mid due to a timing, but that's about all they really get at the end of the day. This time when we get the guns, a bit more patience, going over towards the mid side. Did see a scan come through, and Lou is potentially stuck. Yeah, they're starring him out.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They need to try and force the narrative, and they absolutely do in the end, but Dragon somehow gets 2. Big frags with the Spectre there. Manages to send them packing for the time being. It's a contest that you don't want to lose in this bonus. Kyoto obviously still only with the Sheriff as well, so this should be one that Iconic take away. You know, they wanted to ride on that momentum that they had from the previous map, the last round especially. They just managed to close it so strong.
Contact.
Yep. Straight up. There's the control. Good day. And then he rendezvous straight out.
Such a lurk taken care of as well. Iconic really struggling to breathe in this particular round. Even just losing 2 to Dragon is unbelievable. You really can't allow that to happen when they're on Spectres. It's called over the extra rotation from Kyoto, and this is where Breach really gets to play.
30 seconds left.
Hotline coming on down. This is going to be a double stun.
Standing ahead.
All right. Still, just continuing to push him back. No
There's
control.
no time now.
Nah. 15 seconds. They have to know. The Chamber's coming in on the flank as well of Fleshist. And, yeah, I think... Have they just called it to save here? I don't really sort of know. Fleshist has actually managed to take them down too. And Dragon with 3. That is a near flawless round on the bonus. And they've collected a whole bunch of Phantoms to boot.
They walked in with 3 Spectres. I mean, they lost 2 on that anti-Eco. They came in with 3 Spectres. Still did a lot there. Dragon starts it out with 3 frags. You nearly had this sweet solo kill on... Not solo, but like kind of a free frag onto Lou that was going to be untraded because you don't assume that Dragon's going to be able to do that. But Lou actually escapes the Nova Pulse, walks up. They get Lou down, but Dragon punishes so heavily. And then beyond that, the mid play as well. Like the Mike just gets caught out by Fleshist. Really goes from bad to worse there. The only sort of negative here is that Easy doesn't manage to pick up a gun, but Lou will take down Panic straight away, and that means no Astra, no smokes.
Is there a heal available for poor Lou as well? No, I do not think so. So Duddy does manage to take him down in the end, but he's stuck in the corner here. The shock dart should be good, but he actually manages to avoid it. Very, very nice tailwind there to get up the updraft, sorry. And Mike now sort of forced into an awkward position as Dragon just runs and guns with that Phantom. 2 versus 4. Very, very awkward one as Duddy Boy and Swirl are just sort of getting tagged up. But of course, as we know, it is just that Sheriff round again. So realistically, they're just hoping for as much damage as possible. But they haven't been super successful just yet. Great use of the fault line there. And now the Recon Bolt will come out. So information gathered. Swirl tagged up. Paper thin walls. They do hurt. But he has done some damage at least here. It's just going to be the battle of who can hold on for the longest. Duddy Boy does actually get another. I think Fwesha should be careful here.
Oh, Kyoto eats a headshot through a couple of different walls as well. Everyone knows where everyone is at this stage in the game. Low HP for Fwesha, so ideally he isn't going to be the one peeking out.
Oh no.
Duddy Boy for 3 this round is massive though. This is going to force the issue now. Bladestorm earn. He's got 12 HP though. They're going to work off a single flash here. I don't know that they saw anyone. Oh
no
dear.
Way.
Duddy Boy! No, it's nearly an ace.
Jesus! That would have been it. That would have been the play. And not even a good play. It's like, one of the things I've always sort of broken down, right, is like, you don't win a 1v4, you lose a 4 versus 1. And that's very much what it felt like in that 2-on-5. But close, no cigar.
Whew. We're sweating a little bit there. 12 HP and a 1v5 dream or an ace. Would have saved that round. Okay, Operator recovered and lose hands. Really big on another going round like this. Ultimate's really slow today for a team like Iconic, where, to be fair, they haven't really been able to pick up too much in terms of the kill department. Fwesh is pulling out the Tor on the other end of the map, which means double ops. Love to see it.
Cape of Punda, giving away some information, but it's namely the contest in towards the garage there, as Swirly Boy does get spotted out. Again, no, Punda here is playing with fire here. There's a very famous clip of Brax trying to take down Tarek. Just doesn't shoot once. It's exactly what we're sort of seeing right here. But Luke keeps true and doesn't walk away with anything on either side. So it's still that 5-on-5. 55 seconds left on the clock right now. They do start to cruise up towards B. They almost had success on that previous round, but it's been a really, really solid start here for Fun Crew with a 4-0 so far. But now it's going to be that B-side execute, and they start running on in.
Well, they have to get past a couple of members here. They don't even know the Dragon's on the back of site. They do finally. Kyoto gets taken down, transitioning over towards A, but they drive directly into the tour de force. I was going to say they actually dodged both the operators, but it doesn't seem like the case now. Dragon moves in just for the 1 so far. It's only down to Mike versus 3. It's not looking good.
Fleshus has been looking good, though, I'll tell ya. Very, very nice on this chamber. Like, it's such an interesting beast for me to sort of be witnessing, right? I think this is my second time, maybe even first, potentially, casting a chamber match. Played him a few times. Do like to enjoy it, but just how, like, you know, you've got to be relying on that aim. You've got to be able to hit those shots. And Fleshus, you know, after having a pretty quiet game on the Sage in the previous, we're now seeing him 8-2 up the top of the scoreboard, and he's looking very, very clean.
Well, a duelist with a couple of trademarks to act as a sentinel, but really I think one of Chamber's biggest strengths is how much he does for your economy. In terms of free weaponry or just cheap weaponry. Even a headhunter.
Yep.
It's like economic actually works out in your favor. So here we go. Big 4 stack coming through from Iconic. Speaking of sheriffs and 1 taps. I don't know that site's free right now. How safe are Fun Crew currently on A? This is like full retake on A in terms of positioning.
Deploying drone.
Leaving B all up as well. Just all sort of sitting down the line in the connector. Seeing what will be shown. Cruising on up. Trying to get their way in. But yeah, no utility. A star now to isolate the vision. But nothing more so far.
And they're going to go into site now. Not a lot happening over here. Oh, there's a big tag coming through from the recon. Gives Dragon the opportunity to go for the Hunter's Fury. Panic goes down. Spike hasn't been planting. See, the gravity will actually prevent the spike. And extra death as well makes things really awkward. Iconic will be able to trade one back over towards the mid side. Lou, though, coming up big on the jet knives.
That's all on the mic. He did hit one nice one, but unfortunately, Kyoto will find the flashpoint out. And he gets the job done. So it's 6-0 for Fun Crew. This is insane right now. I mean, look, there's still plenty of map open up here. And, you know, Haven is a very, very interesting beast on the sense that whatever sort of the way you're feeling on the day, if you're feeling confident, you're taking some control, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of Fun Crew right now. It can very much sort of go either way depending on the player's day, and 6-0 is just a crazy, crazy start to bring that one back through. This is Iconic's map pick, of course, as well.
Yeah, so everyone just kind of winning on the opposite map pick so far. And Fun Crew dominating 6-0, like you sort of mentioned. Ultimate's coming online. A really important. Rolling Thunder just makes the retakes even easier. We'll push Lou off the angle over towards C, but the deal with Fwishes on the other end. Fwishes on top of the stack. They actually just rendezvous out. Wasn't feeling confident about staying there.
Yep, straight away. Now the old Rolling Thunder's going to come in, and unfortunately for Lou, it does actually sort of catch him in the process as well. Fwesh's stuck at the back of the site. Very awkward position. Lou, though, Fwesh's, hang on a second, how is this happening? No business winning any of these things that are coming through right now, but Fwesh's, he's going to be on for 4. Not quite. Kyoto to clean up the pieces. But that was just absolutely incredible. Fwesh's, how's he done that? With the Hunter's Fury coming out, I thought he was dead to rights.
I mean, there was just so many extra members of Fun Crew backing him up, so you couldn't really push into Fwesh's. He'd rendezvous to the back of the site. Rolling Thunder gives a lot of decent covering as well, so very fast rotation from Kyoto. And then that's kind of the boon of Kyoto playing so far off-site. He's not even really on A, despite being mostly an A anchor. He's able to instantly rotate over to C, drop that ultimate, and prevent Iconic from getting a further distance. So 7-0 now. And another save coming through. 5 armored sheriffs. Light armor only. They're going to be walking to loot. At least some of them might be.
It. Yeah. Trailblazer goes out. Same with the guiding light. Some info, but still the hesitation. There has been, I guess, you know, various lacking confidence positions now. Oh, not quite. On the other side of that Nebula, Dragon's actually going to start to walk in as well. I would be careful, though. Daddy Boy is on. So that's a opening pick that's kind of been hand-delivered on a silver platter. But they are looking for Daddy. He's over towards that other side of Long, and Swirl is tucked into the cubby. Spike's still a long way away, though, Kev. I think that's probably the big factor here. They've taken a lot of control. They've got to find some...
Oh,
God, never mind. 3-on-3, but still, again, they need to find this Spike. Lou's picked up another.
Mike doing his best Tex cosplay from yesterday. Not what you want to see there.
Look where Panic is. And he's gone. Oh, jeez. I don't know how to feel.
30 seconds left.
Oh, you're going to be feeling like an 8-0 in a hot minute here. 1 versus 3. Decent plays live for the retake. That's assuming you can get past the operator first and foremost. You can't smoke out any of these angles. Heaven's going to be hard to clear. You don't have a recon for another 12 seconds. Double shocks. Time runs out. You just have to go for the plant. Lou spots you. You're instantly deleted. You weren't even looking in Heaven. You checked one time. Can't smoke it once again. Lou. Patience being shown. Wow, how far are we going to go? Like, what's it going to take for Iconic to get one round here? Because every time they've had a gun round, I mean, I almost feel like sometimes they get more done on the ecos. These gun rounds, it's hard to even describe. They have a cosmic divide for this one, which I would expect to be played, but you can imagine a situation where this tour de force and potentially the operator on C as well causes more issues. They're probably going to get funneled back over towards B again. We know what happened last time that happened. They went towards B, tried to go over towards A link, and it failed.
Puts so much pressure. You know, the amount of space that can be locked down between both of the, you know, the tour de force and the operator.
Oh, that
makes
grab.
it very challenging. But oh my God, Lou, you can't be doing that. The confidence from the man again. And now he's looking to reposition. He might even try and fight it again, but he does, and he's punished for it. This time, finally, Panic onto the board. Dragon gets another, but it's all in the fleshes. Inside a 1 versus 3. Again, tour de force still available, but of course he's going for the Vandal as well.
Funker just pushing through the Cosmic Divide. I can understand why Glue would do that. You played off the gravity well. You know where the plant was going to come through. You knew it was an easy frag. You had the dash away. The secondary peak was a little bit greedy because you didn't have the dash anymore. What's everyone else doing?
Yeah.
There's no good reason for them to be pushing through, I don't think. You can easily play for a retake eventually, even if the plant does come on through. You have the player advantage here, which is to just get deleted because, I mean, you're up against 3. You have no information. We said what was it going to take for Iconic to pick up a round. I think a little bit of laziness out of Fun Crew to start with.
Yeah.
but I wouldn't also say that this is a half recovered just yet. Best possible scoreline for an 8. Most likely scoreline probably along a 10 and 2.
And that'll give us a game, though, that 8-4. You know, all of a sudden we start to deal with a little bit more space. And if the pistol round's won for Iconic, they can definitely get their way back in. So we've just got to, I suppose, for Fun Crew's sake, hope that that was just a blunder, right? Like, you know, just sort of a throwaway round, maybe some lapse in communication, getting a bit too excited for some frags. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But it's going to be Fleshes straight away to walk on out. Panda does spot him, but the rendezvous is there to get him out. So a little bit of a contest early, but it will lead to a relative stalemate. Unless Duddy... Okay, he's going to swap over and around. Just toying with him at the moment.
Ready for this. 3 defenders already here. Easy for the rotate close by as well. Cosmic Divide for the retake if required. Trademarks. One of which is already on the sewer exit. And if you try and check the trademark, you're going to get shot. So, seems pretty good to me. Hunter's Fury might be really deadly. That's a big tag.
So many. So much control. Panda has done it all here. Duddy Boy also capitalizing on those 2 frags. And now, if you're on the side of Fun Crew, you wonder what you even do here. It might even be just worth taking these rifles into the next round. The operator obviously available for Lou. It's so hard to retake this A site. But look, they're keen. They're going for some form of control and maybe hoping to do some extra damage. But at the end of the day, Iconic's got heaps of money.
Panda's coming through from the flank side as well. Gets an easy shot over onto Easy. Lou with full utility. No shot at 1v4 can happen, so exits the only hope. They're going to chase him down as well. They've confirmed the positioning and a shot missed from Lou. Gives Swirl the opportunity to run further, unfortunately into his own death, but with that, the handshake will come on through with the rest of the Iconic members leaving with their guns. Lou keeping his operator. Second round on board. Trying to get as many of these as possible before we have to swap sides. And props to Panda. Like you sort of mentioned, he's just sowing so much chaos there. Hunter's Fury tags a bunch of members. Suddenly, then the hit comes through as well. Duddy jumps over the top, and just no one can deal with that.
Yeah. Even the early drone that he threw out in towards short as well, it pulled the flashpoint from Kyoto. They go for the peak. That gives the information away that Fleshes was still on top of that box up short. So did a lot of work in just the individual utility to come out there from Panda, and then Duddy Boy just to capitalize. So nicely done. That's a confident peek.
Saw the drone coming in, decided not to pull the crosshair out for the drone. And Lou gets treated with a secondary. Go back for dessert, mate. This will be now 5 versus 3. Looking good for the 9th round coming on through. Lou looking for extras. Swirl's not going to peek any further than that. Has to respect the fact the operator's right there. You can feel the bullet just fly past his hip.
Cosmic Divide is available to be put down to do their best to try and find this retake here, but they do opt against it in the end. Dragon's already cleared out the garage, but Mike's in there, and that's Lou with a 3rd. It's a degustation for the man right now. 3-course meal, looking to make it 4 or 5 if he is a very, very lucky man, but he's holding the line on the side. He's actually picked up the Phantom as well, so it's going to be 4. It's going to be 5. Lou is an animal, and he's got all in store, and that's going to be a 9th round here for Fun Crew. My God, that was beautiful.
Yeah, we'll be able to get that operator picked back up on the other side as well that he swapped out. So Lou across the map, cleaning up everybody. Really impressive opening shots over towards C Long. Again, dodging out the drone. Going
He's
for the
18 and
kill.
4, man.
Yeah, turned on. This is the power of having defensive operators, and he's had an op like most of these rounds because they've been winning the entire time. They've had money the entire time. He's never had to drop this operator. So I did say it was likely to be a 10 and 2. It's looking more and more like that unless Iconic can really pull together something beautiful. No idea where Lou's going to go from the Iconic POV. So do they want to play in towards A? They're certainly heading in that direction. Cage will cover them at least for a little bit. Lou actually backs off.
Fleshes has so much early information, but no control. And that's going to be the Seekers to come out immediately, and Duddy Boy is leading the charge. Lou actually gets 1, looking to make it a 2nd. Oh, that could have been something beautiful, but instead it's going to be Swirl to pick up 3, and that is a very, very big turn of the tides. I think at this point in time, Kev, they're listening, and they want to deny your predictions there.
I mean, a few of them have been denied, but they're only off by like one round every now and then. I think they're mostly there just off by the one.
Yep.
You know, the one round is there just a contingency for weird stuff to happen. You know.
And that round was an anomaly there. So just quick, hungry, good attack, and Flesh is just probably a little bit too deep there.
I think Lou probably thought it wasn't going to be anything happening on A. So he sees the cage. He's like, yeah, that's just going to be a defaulting Cypher. I'm not going to commit my time here. I'm going to go back towards C or B or wherever. And then, you know, once they got the bad news, especially what was a dry peak coming through from Fleshes, that was a little bit risky. And again, it was worked off the information. Well, I say information, they didn't really have information. It was working off the assumption that it wasn't going to be an A play. And once they knew it was going to be an A, it was too late.
Does look like it is going to be the C site hit. So this is where all the pressure is going to go onto Fun Crew. How do they look on the attacking side? Fault line down, but Panic still in a good spot here. Does manage to pull one, but the tunnel vision is there. Does he have a second? Not quite. Kyoto does get the trade. Mike also able to do some damage here, but of course Fleshes does have the Headhunter, and he can't quite connect. So Mike does bring it back, and Punda also to take down Kyoto. Those shock darts have just done absolute work, but easy. Dragon looking to make it happen, but Punda now in a one-on-one. Does he have the shot? He does. What a round. So much chaos. A quick turn, but it's 4 for Iconic.
And then close the shock dart kill in there as well. Super important in a pistol round like this when you have minimal HP to work with. Huge amounts of damage. And there it is. So, excellent hero plays. 4 rounds on the board. Pick up an anti-eco to make it 5. Probably lose the round 3 in this half, so that'll be 10 for FC, and then, what, 5-10. You work through the gun rounds, and you slowly try and catch up. That's got to be the game plan for Iconic.
Well, that'll be the pressure applied there, you know, and a bit of a statement to be made. Like, if Iconic managed to pull this back, you'll be hurting if you're Fun Crew.
Tell you what, if they win a round they shouldn't be winning like that round 3 of the half, then you definitely will be on board for a bit of a comeback, but that would be quite a bit of an ask.
For sure. Bloody Boy gets 1, no scope to try and find 2, but he will actually fall off, and this gets a bit dangerous here, but luckily the tripwire is there to keep them at bay, so we do have Mike not too far behind, and the shock darts also to come out from Punda, so it looks like the party has indeed arrived. Great shot from Lou. Another from Lou. How's he alive? Somehow he's done plenty of damage. Duddy Boy now on that line as well with the Marshall, but now it's actually an aggressive play to come back in. Be careful. Did we not just see an exact repeat of this a very, very short time ago? We did. Fleshes has found another. It's looking scary. Lou, he's got one more. And now it's on to Mike in a 1 versus 2. He's heard the footsteps. He's found the spike with Fleshes. Will he walk on in? The answer is no, but Lou is still there on the other side of the Cypher cage. Camera found, information gathered, and he has to walk away. This is going to be an interesting position of pressure because it could be another situation, Kev. Even if we see Mike win this round, it might be an eco in the next.
Yeah, well, you're certainly not going to get a bonus anymore. So I wouldn't call it an eco, but it's definitely not going to be a bonus. When normally you would be happy with going to the next round, lose whatever. You have to have so many rebuys now going to this next one that... Call it a force. It depends. Are they going to force? Yeah, here you go. Pundits, think about a rifle. Even if you just get a Spectre, it's expensive.
Oh, so no, the judge.
I don't mind it. You go further. Buy a couple of buckies. You do something crazy. You do something different for a round or 2. Try it out. They're going to play this bonus. They're really going to just try and play the bonus. So most players have saved up money here. Got to play the Sheriffs for what they can. Duddy Boy doesn't see the play over towards the right. It's a failed dash as well, but will be able to back out with his own life. So, you know, catch that on an episode I shouldn't be on alive in next season.
Alright, Duddy. Couple of warning shots there, but I think now he has to recover this weapon, but it's a little awkward. Easy. Apparently straight through the wall there. Now, Panic also spotted by Dragon, so this is that sort of throwaway round that we were picturing now. Gonna have the buy into the next. Their bonus is just pretty awful, so they have to kind of keep their heads down, refocus, do some further damage if possible here. Yeah, Punda walking through only with the judge, obviously, of course, but at the distance, has to go for the classic. Might be able to find something here, but I think every single member, except for Lou, are all slotted all the way back down towards long, so it's going to be hard to even find any damage. Another round.
Ideally, Punda gets 1 kill, then dies, and that's going to be Hunter's Fury, but Asking for a lot. Yeah, actually, having the sheriff maybe counts. Might actually just run into the spike, but that's still bad. You actually do want to die properly here, so you can get the 7 out of 8. You actually don't want to die the spike, ideally. And the worst possible thing that could happen is that he doesn't die and he saves.
Yep. Okay, goes down. That's it though, right? You know, nothing really you can do about that round. Don't overthink it. Don't let it throw you. Just refocus into this one, and that's exactly what I think we'll be seeing from Iconic here. They've got that full bite. Panic has to only drop down to the light shield. He's had a bit of a shocker in this one, but so has Swirl. So they've still got plenty more space, you know. Astra, obviously, a very, very challenging agent to play, but I think we can see some more on Swirl on the CT side, on the defensive, where more things will move through.
Depends if they push him or not.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Alright, well, the 10-5 has been found now, so following the storyline, dash out of the grav well. Trade a utility. Need to prevent... okay, that's potentially loose spotted, or at least they would have heard the shots. Ideally, you break the Trailblazer before it spots Lou. Look at the star placement, by the way. 3 all around A. You can see very heavy A pressure. You should be rotating over towards A.
Yeah, straight on in, and look at that control. They haven't even heard him. Lou's lined up 3. Almost. Easy actually did steal one away, but that's the round immediately. How did they not hear him at all? The dash straight in there. And now Panic and Mike are just in such an awkward spot all around the block. Easy does manage to get the star down, so that means the Nebula goes up and below. And now Mike wants to try and jump down. Thought he heard something on towards the other side, but Panic creeping through CT slowly. Dragon watching the Lion, and he does find it, and that is a disappointing way to go out here for Iconic. They were all there, 3 on the site to defend, but Lou was just straight up in their grill.
Turns out to be a flawless, and we talk about economy. You're already playing with a Jet and a Chamber, which gives you bonus economy points, and, you know, and then on top of that, getting a bunch of flawlesses only improves your situation. 11-5, I mean, take us to map number 3 at this stage. This is very, very one-sided. Another eco coming through from Iconic as well. And it's these gun rounds that, you know, are just really eluding them. Had a bit of momentum towards the bottom end of that first half and transfer that at least into a pistol plus anti-eco. But since then, super quiet. Last round, like you said, Lou gets right on top of them. And I'm as confused as you are. Nobody spots that or was able to deal with that at all. They didn't even realize what was happening.
Already that push through. Taking some control. Already the fight looks like it's going to be down towards short, and Mike is actually going to find one in the process as well. Does manage to do some further damage. Duddy Boy walks away with one more, but he picks up the rifle. It's not going to quite happen. Punda, the shock dart. He's made it happen. He's made it work. Bringing it into the 1-on-2.
I have the spike.
Gets the spike, but it looks like these two are going to double up. Duddy still, again, very, very low. Panic healthy. And they both got rifles. So it's really just going to be on to see how Flesh just walks this one through. And he's actually following the same path. This is a very, very interesting round now.
Yeah, this is a crazy round because I think Fleshes believes that he doesn't have A. And Iconic are like... Iconic agree. Iconic also like, yeah, I think Fleshes believes he doesn't have A. So they both rotated. They just all rotated over towards C. Fleshes might actually think about B. He's like, I'm kind of feeling this.
30 seconds left.
The problem is you have 40 HP chamber. You got no smokes. Oh, he's actually not going to plant. He's going to go for the frags. Maybe he's... Oh, they don't even know what. They don't see each other. Hang on a second. Duddy Boy will see this for sure.
Have it. Yep, nice. Nah, well done. What a double up, though. Like, very, very smart. They both walk away from the site. They give up the space. If they're going to go for the retake, they go for the retake in the end. And in the end, they both just sit inside the garage together, holding hands, and get a frag for their travels. It is Valentine's Day tomorrow, after all.
It's true. Anyone want a date tomorrow?
Valorant is not the place to find it, Kev. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe if you're like a 19-year-old e-boy, that works.
Yeah. I'm
on a tier 3
29 in a month, mate. It's getting a bit far on.
It's true. 3 stars all the way down C. Cypher Cam there as well. A lot of presence this time around from Iconic on the C side of things. That includes Garage as well. The fact that extra stars got placed on the attacking side, easy dropping them over. both teams looking for that. This is one of the cleanest A's in terms of there not being any utility place that we used to see. Usually A has a lot more going on.
How's the chaos? There it is. Swirl does find one, but quickly traded. Punda to join the fray. Daddy Boy actually manages to walk away with another as well. Will he find more? Not quite, but Mike is there. Now Flesh just 1 on 3, and Daddy to close. Another round. That's going to be a 7th here. The money starts to get taken down. And it is going to be another buy in the back pocket for Fun Crew, but they might start stretching into the... Nah, never mind. I'm a liar. Couple of members will start to dip into the pockets pretty deep, but there's maybe a little while away from an eco still. We'll have to see over the next couple of rounds, but this is the point where we need to see Iconic stabilize. One more round, it's at OT at the best.
I mean, this is the power of Tour de Force Bladestorm. You know, you have multiple rounds where a couple of members don't have to buy anything. It really just helps you economy-wise. Oh, Duddy Boy's revealed himself instantly. He actually, unfortunately, doesn't line that one up with the recon scan of 2 extra members. Oh, Punda, unlucky.
Very, very nasty shot there to get that entry in, because now the rotation does start to come through. The spike in the hands of the chamber of Fleshes. Duddy Boy inside heaven. What do they do? How do they go for this here? The Trailblazer does go out, but has been sort of tagged up. So the rotation is here, and I'm just sort of looking back right now. Is there an AFK? Potentially there is. Does start to come through now, but they've already lost a couple of members. It's back to a 3-on-3. Lou needs to go big. He finds one. That's 3. Mike, though, gets the cheeky little
run from the cabbage
down.
run.
Yeah, exactly right. Just got to get out of there at this point, and that's where it is. That's where the information goes. So how do they approach this here? Unfortunately for Mike, the neural theft doesn't, do a whole lot. And now it's going to be that 2-on-2 retake on C.
I don't know about that divide. I don't know if that really does anything for me, personally. I would rather see it in a position where it really forces the enemy to run through it. Now they can get past it, no issues. Fresh was to get one, but not any further than that. No, I don't see what that divide really does, unfortunately. I would like to have seen that place a little bit further towards the left, where it cuts off that garage link completely towards the C side. And the C link to spawn as well, ideally. And then that way you force the defenders to really have to push through the wall. And probably, at minimum, you force Panic to drop down his own Cosmic Divide. So, timeout coming through now from Fun Crew, as they're losing 3 rounds in a row. It's looking okay in the first 4, but those last 3 have been quite decent for Iconic's comeback campaign.
Time to think. 3 rounds separate. Plenty to sort of discuss in this position. Losing the momentum, I sort of feel. The wind have sort of come out of Fun Crew's sails just a little bit. And ultimately, that's where Iconic have been able to capitalize. But I do certainly think it's definitely been in the hands of, Mike, Punda, and Duddy Boy, who have all absolutely stepped up to the plate. Lou is just 1 away from 30. So the amount of, heavy lifting he's done solo, not dissimilar to what we saw Dragon doing on Icebox. But regardless, this game has pretty much gone all the way. Like, what was it? It was at the 9-3 half in the end that we saw.
Yeah.
To have it at this scoreline now is really crazy to think about.
It's that defense turnaround, especially now that Duddy Boy has money for operators. I mean, this is where things get even further in the way of Iconic potentially. The 9 will be there soon. The 10, not that much after. If they can continue converting these rounds, it's an awkward buy for Fun Crew fellas, including just the 1 hero rifle backed by a Spectre and then 3 pistols. Lou at least does have a Bladestorm, so it's not the end of the world. Swall pushing up. Here's a 1v1.
There we go. There's the confidence from Swell. Makes it down. Duddy Boy. Oh, he's been tagged. He's been tagged heavy, but does manage to at least live on. Kurdo. Here's the info. Punda has found him. That means he's actually going to have to run out of there very quickly as well. So this, eco sort of hunting round that they're trying to sort of work with at the moment hasn't netted many dividends just yet. But look, Dragon's still obviously holding on to that Vandal. However, Mike has found Easy. Now, definitely looks like they're going to be heading over towards A. Does have some info on the cam, but I think it's just going to be Kyoto trying to find the spike plant. But if he finds Mike, there's a potential world where he wins this, and he will. That's exactly the opening that they needed here, Kev. Now the plant goes down in a 3-on-2.
Hashtag still winnable. Kyoto 1 away from the Hunters, not the Hunters Fury, the Rolling Thunder rather. Gun is the problem here. No weapon. Okay, one retrieved. Slightly better odds. A little bit of utils for remaining. Here comes that Cosmic Divide. Or force Dragon Kyoto either be behind or in front of it. They got to be playing in front. Oh, smoke. So they just have to take these fights head on. My goodness. Great opening headshot onto Swarm. Panic goes down as well. One alive. Now, Duddy Boy. You might even just ult him. You got plenty of util left to go. He's got no HP, but...
That's incredible. 2 versus 5 off the back of just a little bit of space. We spoke about Dragon. That Vandal that he had that was rogue. Able to pull it through. And Kyoto, you know, a player that has just stepped up to the plate, creating that space on towards 8. And walking away with a round that should have never been theirs. And now we are looking down the barrel of the best result for Iconic being overtime.
That was a round that started poorly as well for Funcrew, considering that Fwish just gets taken down by Swell over towards this seagrass area. And so numbers were never really in their favor. Iconic now the ones kind of saw for cash. It's all rifles and a Guardian just walking up with this single drone. 4 stars down on the attacking side and nothing on the defense. The defense is just completely stacked up together. They want to go for a big flank here.
How do they do it? Already looking, already hunting, information gathered there, but lining it up easy. Does try to go for one, but ultimately Panic will be the person to find it. Now the Rolling Thunder comes out. It's awkward. Forces him away. Now the Guiding Light as well. There is so much contest, so much chaos, sending it into the corner, but Dragon will be the one to find it here. Look at this space that Mike's created. He's completely wandered around. Lou does have a little bit of a focus here, but now they will find it in the end. It's all left on the Panda, and it just won't be happening. The comeback was almost there, but now we end up in this position here with a 13-8 victory going the way of Funcrew and Kev. That means we have map 3 on the cards again. 6 maps in a day of Australian Valorant. Does that even happen anymore?
I know, it seems like we get a lot of 2-0s, but a day of 3s, a day of 3 map is 2 1s instead. You'll take those. 30 bomb being hit by Lou. Brilliant map to come through. And considering where we were for map number 1 on Icebox, I mean, this is a real good comeback for Funcrew, where I guess both teams have just won on the opposite map picks, haven't they?
Yeah,
which is really interesting.
Nah, for sure. I guess it happens, you know, more regularly than we sort of think about. But regardless, across the board, it's been a fantastic day of Valorant so far. Super entertaining. And, you know, to have a series go this way where it almost sort of looked like Iconic might have had it in the bag. Lou with 30, Dragon, obviously massive round. And I have to give a shout to Kyoto as well for winning that eco. That was massive to see. But we've got a scent just around the corner, guys. Get a refresher on that beverage and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes. All right, see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For now, what will be the final map of the evening, of the week. It's a Sunday, and we're about to experience 6 whole maps of Oceanic Valorant. I don't remember the last time I've sort of had it. It's been 2 O's or, some other sort of things spiced in here and there. But, mate, Conky, Avril, we've had a great time so far, and now we're moving into a set for the finale versus Fun Crew versus Iconic.
I just checking. There's no draws, like, when I go into, like, bonus maps.
None of that.
Overtime, double.
None of that today. I don't think my heart could handle it.
Okay, no. Bit of an exhibition afterwards. Nothing. Okay, just an Ascent. Finish us off. Let's take a look at Ascent histories over here. Iconic could be bringing out most likely a Cypher, which that's just Mike's specialty at this stage. And on the side of Fun Crew, I mean, they've had a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, they've been trying different stuff out. They tried the KO out, but a Chamber in there as well. Their most recent game was a Chamber, and I didn't really enjoy what Fresh was bringing to the table, so that was probably one of the better things they can play towards. Now, the Breach being hovered here is something they did bring up versus Criminal's Disciples. I am not 100% sure that the Breach really is the best pick here. I would prefer a KO in that exact same spot, or at least maybe a Sky. This is very old school now, but we're going back to, like, early Valorant days, seeing a Breach on Ascent.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. Like, Kyoto has been one of the staple sort of Breach players that's been doing it for quite some time, and to see him pull it out on a map like this is very, very nice. But Swirl, obviously, on that KO, as you mentioned. Would you ever see him on a KO in the past? Probably not. So here he is, bringing it through.
I think KO almost reaches into Duelist. I mean, Swirl way back in the day was mostly a Duelist player. I would imagine that if KO was available back in those days, we probably would have run it. And, I mean, possibly Swirl could have played that. I mean, Guy was on, like, Phoenix for half our game, so what's KO? It's just like a one step removed, really.
Pretty much, yeah. It just doesn't have a molly. But very close, actually. No,
have a
never
molly.
mind.
Fragment is a molly.
That is a molly. Never mind. Jesus. It is a long day at this point in time. The ultimate difference. The same thing. I
like to throw you off by calling it fragment, like a frag grenade. You're like, oh, yes, frag grenade. You throw it like an HE. No, it's actually a molly.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's actually a molly.
Yep. Well, then, purely the information ability. Obviously, that one, but no, look, it's going to be straight in, looking for B, and it's going to be that contest very, very early on, so the suppression onto Lou as he does get into position, but that's going to be, is that 3 members? Yes, it is inside the boat shed. The Daddy Boy does manage to find the entry, and they are going to be stunned up. Daddy Boy gets another, looking to make it 3, but it's going to be Swirl to do exactly that. Punda drops down Flasher, so all of a sudden, the round is basically done. Easy has 1 chance, and he won't be able to take it. That's the round done. That's, all right. A very quick one.
That's Iconic, just kind of running over towards B. 3 members defending B. All shifted to the back of site, into that back boat side, like you said, and they were waiting for utility from Kyoto, which never really came, and members started to slowly drop off as Kyoto was throwing out flash or fault lines or something. They couldn't swing off that. 5 members looking at the 2 entrances was just too difficult to deal with, and the rest of Fun Crew still making their way slowly over because they don't know what is clean and what is dirty, and they have to clear market. They're not too sure how to enter site. The 3 members of the back site don't have info either. It's a bit of a mess in that regard, and a flawless coming through on a pistol is honestly pretty brilliant.
Definitely the momentum booster and the confidence that they need to start off a map like this. Ascent, I guess, kind of 50-50, but hitting those sites can always be a challenge, only having those sort of very small entry points to get through, even though that there is 2 on both ways to go. So walking out, Loot, having a spot over towards mid, does actually see Swirl late. Fires a couple of warning shots, but now it's Easy all the way back in Wine. And he might be met with some contest. Yeah, he will. Very nice shock dart. He hasn't moved an inch, but they are sure that he's there.
Wow, they're checking it. The problem is, like, do you get false confidence here? Because you're like, well, we shocked it, nothing happened, we'll just chill now. And if that is false confidence, Easy will get the chance to swing. Okay, they'll actually check it properly. Well done. That's what you want out of Duddy Boy, jumping into the smoke now. Dora's getting closed as well. A player inside the smoke didn't get cleared. That guy is still there. That's going to be Dragon with an opportunity.
No! Oh my god! That was incredible. I was just sitting around going, Swirl's just jumping around like a bloody larrikin, and then all of a sudden, this round turns on its head. We've seen 3 with a classic from Dragon against full shield members, now sitting back from the position. Lou looking to get into it. How do they pull apart this 3v2? Panic has so much heavy lifting, holding from A main. He's been tagged up. Mike does find something, but now it's on the Kyoto. At least they're going to be able to keep it calm and collected.
Oh my
but Jesus
God.
Christ, I almost lost my mind just then.
I think we both did. That was one of those conky highlight moments that I hear at the beginning of... Every time we come back from break, I'm like, well, there it is live this time. We get to hear it live in person instead of just in the VT. I saw that straight away. I mean, Dragon, he hides inside the smoke, gets past the door. Iconic are like, well, I don't think there's anybody in there, so we're just going to close the door and wander our merry way along. But Dragon just sneaks on through, denies the plant. I was like, okay, he'll deny the plant. That's good enough. Converts for 2 extra. Won't give his team the W because, well, Iconic saw the guns playthrough, but made it so damn costly. I mean, look at the buys for this this bonus now. I mean, 3 pistols on a bonus. And Duddy might end up just dropping this rifle.
All right, door down. Mid control gathered. Still into the pizza area now. How's Easy gonna go? Holding this through. The warning shots to the wallbang position. But it will be Duddy Boy in the end to actually find Easy. So that's that CT rotator taken down. And I think off the back of it, Fweshus has actually tried to take control of B main. Yeah, that's now a lot of map control gained by Iconic. And you see they're actually not even going towards mid or B. That's the best part about all of this is with all that map control, you can literally do whatever you want. Fun crew. Lou up for a multi-frag. Has to get it. There's number 1. Can you get 3? Yeah, you kind of do need it. And with that triple locked and loaded, round most likely over. Now Pundit would have to really get a lot of work done, and it isn't possible. Lou for 4 this particular round. I think that might be, one off the Bladestorm. Really incredible play coming through from Lou. Great angle next to the door. Well, just completely overlooked. Just gave him the space, peeked in, got 3, and then able to sort of sidestep when we had the recon bolt come through from heaven. So good timing. And just to give everyone a bit of a workout from home, there is a quick technical pause. We have lost Panic, but he should be back in just a second. Should not be too far away at all. But wanted to say a big shout out to all of you who have actually stuck by today. You know, we've sat sort of over and above 1,000 viewers across the board, which is just an absolute treat for me personally, you know, being around the Oceanic Valorant product since it all started, and just how far our region is coming over time. And now that the teams seem to be stabilizing and putting up some cool things over the course of the last couple of weeks of competition, it's good to be back. And best yet to come with more playoffs games ahead. No eliminations today, as we sort out a way to get Panic back into the server. Early days here on Ascent so far. I mean, that last round seemed like it was going to be a pretty damn good start from Iconic. Full map control, opening frag as well. But couldn't convert that onto an actual A take. It just came down to 1 member, tucked away in a corner. Didn't get checked properly. Goes big for 3. That's a game changer. And that's Lou. I mean, he's quadrupled up from 1 to 4 kills. And suddenly Bladestorm's just around the corner as well. Alrighty, so it looks like he is back, just trying to work out. I think there was some issues with his game freezing, so we'll just wait to see if that ready call does come through. Appears that he's moving around okay. But yeah, look, explosive start. Very, very nice round in the end just there. What we've just experienced. Obviously, old mate Lou getting those big frags, and the R is here. So it looks like we will be diving back in. Thank you for your patience, everybody. And it's just really about now how Iconic choose to play out this round that they've got. Buy obviously in as a result of losing that bonus. Need to keep pushing to ensure that they economic situation looks okay for this map early.
Study Boy's also one off the 7 as well, so we're starting to get into the situation where ultimates can and will make a bit of a difference here. Timer goes down, map resumed, full guns across the board. This is the round that sets the stage for the rest of the half for sure. Alright, the Swell Knife comes on in, just check over towards log, sees if anyone is going to be close towards market as well, doesn't get any further info. But what Iconic do not know is that Fun Crew have pushed up all the way into top mid.
Great control. Already so much information gathered. Pulling away. Oh, there we go. That's going to be the game changer, though. Very smart from Fleshish to actually leave that. You know, he doesn't need to keep on going. They've already got one member in sort of position. They know as well that, I guess that's extra information in its own right, you know. Going, okay, they know they've got the tripwire down there. They should be fine on the flank.
There he is, easy.
Yep, pops up. Very nicely done.
And he only needs one. Doesn't have to re-pick for extras as well. Start shifting back. At this point, if you want to play safe, you can go back over towards A. Holding top mid might get you crunched up, but you do also have this crossfire set up between yourself and Lou from Easy's POV. Knife's going to come through to scout him, and that probably is going to be a scout indeed, the suppression. Lou's positioning, though,
30 seconds left.
is now the game changer for this round. Swell has no idea.
Absolutely. Trying to get in. And now they're just absolutely out of time. 20 seconds, spike inside mid. You know, you're not really sure what's going to kind of come through. Fleshish does manage to find it. And the remaining 2 members, it's sort of, what do they do here? They were looking to try and potentially find that B split, but it's just all been denied. Fault line comes through. And I think they're just potentially even looking to save here, which is such an awkward situation to happen. And I did notice that during that time, we actually did see Panic DC again. So maybe that was a potential position. Like, none of them watching the flank, so you can't really call it. You can't sort of say that that threw, you know, a stone in the works, but potentially assuming we're going to be seeing another pause, unless he did get back in the time being. We'll have to see. Yep, there we go. Another tech. Call for the pause. And Panic is still having issues with the freezing, it seems.
And this is the thing about 5 manning up into a single location of the map as well, where, you know, some regular defaulting would have spotted the walk up from Easy, and that wouldn't have happened. So it's just the fact that Easy gets to walk through Cat all the way into top mid, allows the flank to happen, gets you a freebie, goes untraded, lose unspotted as well, and finds Swirl over towards the mid, and a slow breakdown of individual members falling off from Iconic. Doesn't help that Panic's having some issues as well, but yeah, beyond that, just, you know, other members getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, basically. So hopefully maybe a restart of the computer or something like that will ultimately sort him out, but that should only take a couple minutes. So, you know, appreciate you guys' patience as always. These things happen because it's been a pretty smooth day aside from this point. You know, pretty much everything has been nice and clean, and a long day in the end. You know, we've been sort of live around, I believe, 3:30 Australian Eastern Time, and now we're moving towards that sort of 5:30 mark, which, sorry, 5:30 my time, 8:30 your guys' time, which is a nice, you know, lengthy day of Valorant, as we sort of mentioned, right? You know, we're so used to seeing a fair few 2-0s. This game is very fast-paced, very quick, and, you know, can be over in 20 minutes, really, if you see some sort of dominant form to come out from one of the teams. But no, it's been a very, very entertaining day. Lots of competition, lots of back and forth. Massive shout-out, obviously, to Honey Badgers, who did manage to walk away with that first map, making, you know, Order look a bit human, and ultimately Order did manage to kick back pretty hard. But just good signs all around. You know, great commentary from Dick Stacey, showing that wins like that do, you know, take the region forward, where we see other teams actually take Order down. So, and now this one, it's just chaos. You know, we're really not sure where it's going to end up, who's going to pull this one through, and it looks like we are ready to dive back in as well.
It's just a close game, is what it is.
It's beautiful.
And we're back in with Panic reconnected. I don't know about you, Mitch, but the longest day I've had on Valorant was 4 BO3s.
Wow. Was that for something NA way, or?
Yeah, so start on NA, 7 a.m. start.
Yep.
2 BO3s, into VOT in the evening, 2 more BO3s.
Oh, jeez.
Love to see it.
Yeah, haven't
Big
done
day,
one of
Valorant.
those since the old back, the CS days. I think longest was a 14-hour broadcast straight, but did have little breaks here and there. The hard yakka, it builds you, breaks you as a caster.
Builds character, mate, is what I call it. All right.
Exactly. Kyoto in.
coming through. Swill deleted. And Kyoto really wants to try and escape from line. He's had enough to drink and won't be able to do so. 4-4.
I know exactly.
Probably a lot of information gained. I mean, more info still to be gained after Neural Theft. That's going to confirm the last couple of members. Oh, Lou just popped the... No, Lou wasn't the Blaze. That was from Duddy Boy. But in either case, Lou's been one-tapped coming through from the Sheriff. And there's just more members from Iconic walking on in. Dragon thinks about peeking a little bit further, but there's just knives right in his face.
Nicely done. Manages to bring it at least back to that 2 versus 2. And of course, with Mike being rather low, Fleshes does actually choose to destroy the tripwire, which does give that information now. So they know exactly where they need to be looking. Panic can kind of keep his attention over towards the site and not going to be able to help out Mike, which is going to make it a little bit awkward. But how far does Fleshes go? Where does he check towards? Panic knows exactly what he needs to do. Mike swings at the perfect time. And now Dragon walking down from over heaven. Mike just needs to spot here and there. And it's a perfect round from Mike. 1 with the Sheriff, 2 with the Vandal. And the round is done.
There it is. Crossfire set up from A main into Hell as well. Extremely difficult to break, if not impossible. So we bring one back over towards the Iconic side of things. Now, Lou talked about the fact that the Blade Storm came out for Duddy Boy. This will be Lou's turn. 1 away from the Hunter's Fury as well. So more Ultimate's about to come online. Punder's not that far off from his own. Kyoto and Swill went down super early in that last round, so distinctive whack of flashes, breaking the 0 point as well. So that's going to be denial of information for the most part.
Couple of warning shots, a little bit of information, but still a stalemate as it stands so far. Seeing if any aggression will come through. It looks like the side of Fun Crew have been relatively sort of chilled here. They don't want to try and take any sort of further control for the time being. Doubled up inside short. Happy with that for now. And Lou's already fallen all the way back to CT. So they're happy to give Iconic this space in this very round. And it all just depends on where they ultimately want to take that towards. It looks like they're leaning towards A at this point in time.
I do wonder if Iconic want to push a little bit further into mid. And again, it doesn't really matter if you want to take B or not. It's just about keeping Fun Crew on their feet. So even if you just break this trademark, it's pretty decent. Speaking of broken, like going down to easy. And there's got to be a bit of alert coming through from Punder as well.
So how aggressive does Lou get? That's going to be the question. He's waiting for the time, but it's actually going to be the aftershock to come through. It forces him away for now, but Lou's also in a little bit of a predicament. Getting taken rather low. Another Cosmic Divide. That's 2 expended in this round, as the time is certainly ticking. Duddy Boy is going to have to sort of hold true for a little while. Easy, very, very low. Swell runs straight through the run and gun with the Phantom. Makes it work. Lou up close and personal. Punder, Panic, Dragon Fleshes. Okay, a little bit back and forth. Now into the 1-on-2. Duddy has to go big, has to go huge. Can he find Dragon? He can, but now he has to hold the extra time. Tap on the spike for the defusal. I think he's burnt enough. Nicely done. Duddy gets away with it after a little bit of composure and some patience on that time on the spike.
The fact that Panic even just is allowed to push through the Cosmic Divide, get a frag in his own right. Pretty big stuff. Both Cosmic Divides burnt there. Iconic having the initial positioning. They having tree is, I think, really the big deal there, because the Cosmic Divide does not prevent your tree players, your cat players from having impact. It's only Panic that's really in a tough zone, and even then, like I said, still managed to get a kill regardless. Thought a force to instantly be purchased being executed through from Flesh's side of things. Flash on through. That's going to be Lou shut down.
A lot of chaos shooing onto this position. Obviously, Null Command has been doing bits. Allow them to get that plant, but of course, as we know, just the eco. Don't want to get too excited for the time being. Of course, they've expended a lot, but it's to secure that round, so I do respect it. Looks like they definitely will be walking away with a 5th here, provided they do the right thing. Punder, here's all the info inside market here. That should be 2 easy frags for him. And the 0 point comes out as well, so it's going to make it nice and easy. And it's all left on to Kyoto inside CT. He'll be falling to the hands of Panic. And all of a sudden, you know, we are starting to see a little bit of a lead come out here from Iconic, and it's on that attacking side of this map of Ascent.
Expected 5. I mean, again, you said it. Eco. Lou with the operator now. This is where things get interesting on the defensive side. We already did see the tour de force, but not to any significant degree of success. So the real operator in the hands of Lou, especially sniping out towards mid. See if this really buys him anything. The only player that could go up mid currently is going to be Swirl. Otherwise, it will be Iconic playing for some A main control. Spike uncommitted. And eventually they do walk on forward. Easy, just kind of just whacking Swirl down with no responses.
Yeah.
Second time now, I think. Iconic just allow Easy to walk through Cat for free and get a freebie.
Yeah, very similar to what we were seeing from Texter. You know, the amount of times he was just able to walk up short and check down towards tiles, get that info. Full-on disrespect players and exactly what they kind of need, right? They're behind. They need to take this control back, sort of establish a little bit of round sort of regularity again. I think one's just inside short, in mid rather, but on that left side, nothing is home. Dragon cleared, our drone taken down, but still just to settle with the advantage still going the way of Iconic. Fun Crew, rather.
Yep. All right, so B main heavily in the hands of Fun Crew at the moment. No one's exploring A main, but Lou is looking over towards it, and this is what I'm talking about. You just kind of want to take some mid control, pop a star down, and then you can start pushing over towards Cat. That is a decent gravity well. Protects Easy from getting killed via and tagged. Reconned. Speaking of recon, just get scanned again.
Yeah. That info gathered immediately, and the rotation's actually already there. It's Flesh just to push inside B main to try and take that control, but Kyoto, he's in a fantastic position, but he only gets to find the one. However, Dragon has got a couple more. That's 2 in store, and now it is all onto Punda, who's unfortunately in a bit of an awkward spot here. He's trying to push through, but he's just got no time. 5 seconds left. He wants to try and live, but now, oh, if he goes down, it's going to be so awkward. Goodbye, sir. Round done. 3-4 now for Fun Crew.
Rolling Thunder plus Thunder's Fury combo, pretty nasty together when you consider stunned up members. Has just got 0 opportunity to run away. It does cost you 2 ultimates, but gets you back into the game. Someone Fun Crew need to get back into the game here, as 2-round differential. I mean, it was 3 not that long ago, wasn't it? So trying to keep this one competitive. Fun Crew in particular, holding onto the operator, super important when money isn't amazing. So just keeping that one to the hands of Lou, who'll be sniping over towards A. Another unlucky opening from Lou in terms of the fact that no one's just walking in towards him. This is going to be a B play from Iconic to start things out with, where the good news is Swill's the designated member to look over towards mid. Again, they just don't want to have a situation where Easy walks out for free. Happened too many times.
Chuck that little tickle. Panic lets out a scream there. But no further walk. You know, they're happy to just sort of leave it as is. At the stalemate for now. Still good focus from the side of Fun Crew over towards that mid and B. Definitely looks like that is going to be the result. But now they just start to make waves straight on in there, right? Easy has a very, very big task of trying to defend here, but it is going to be Duddy. But he can't actually quite find it. He does some damage, and now Easy's picked up another. He's looking to make it a third here. He got the dink, but he couldn't quite connect with the trade on the frag. But it's only now Punda who's a long, long way away. And I really appreciated this lurk, but it just hasn't worked for them in the last round. Two on the line, round done. Certainly seeing Fun Crew start to boogie now.
Yeah, that's just Fun Crew being able to defeat all the members walking on in. 2 members on the speed lane instantly taken out. Market control still held on to by Fweshus as well. And a good dissection of Iconic's attempt to make their way on towards B. And this is where having some mid control... I mean, I keep talking about mid control here, where it's... You try and run through either A main or B main, and it just doesn't go well, because you have to be able to already get rid of some of the utility that is present, or take some rotators off the site. If you do none of that leg work, you're just running into defenders who can spray you down. No issues. Is Lou gonna get a shot onto Duddy here? Doesn't know that Duddy's on top.
Oh, must have heard him now. Jesus, what a contest. Just the battle of the physics of the Jets flying around. Duddy actually managing to get back over onto the top of the boxes there. But, okay.
Obscuring vision.
Little bit of utility.
Not a fan of that smoke.
No. Doesn't do what they need it to do.
It's got to be a bit deeper, to be honest with you. It doesn't give them control. That smoke from Panic tells FunCrew that they... FunCrew that tells them that Iconic actually have no mid control. So Iconic now just dive on through onto A. Blue immediately shuts down Swirl, and this is what I'm talking about. They're just going to try and make their way from main onwards. The Cosmic Divide helps them slightly. That's a head being spotted by Duddy Boy. Great opportunity to get easy down, but Lou is still causing problems.
Still giving it to him, but they do manage to ultimately trade it out. Punda might getting the job done, but Fleshes does actually bring it back into a 2-on-2 here. So pressure now does start to amount onto Iconic. They already had a really nice entry into that site, but the amount of space that Lou was able to find now in position. Mike, he has been slowed. They did manage to spot him out, and they pick together, but it's not gonna matter because Mike will line them up. And he gets 3 for his trouble. 6 rounds now for Iconic. What a round.
Another big round for Mike as well. Big time play over here. Iron Mike. As we rescue that one through. Wasn't looking good for Iconic at all. Again, very little control on the map. They just rush through on towards A main. Lou's causing problems. Gets 2 kills. Does get shut down. So the operator has been taken out of his hands. That's at least something that goes in the way of Iconic as well as winning the round. Just to make sure they don't have to deal with it anymore. Because Lou's picked up a fair few kills off the back of that op already. Blaze Storm's coming up next and the next round onwards, so Lou's not interested in picking up an orb just yet. Leaves Easy, unfortunately, just on the Sheriff. Okay, that drone does not see Lou.
Blinded. Does he look? I don't think he does. Line him up. Even the Dink as well manages to get the job done there. Lou with 2, who again has been the impact fragger, 11 and 6. Very much putting the side of FunCrew into his backpack, and you know, it'll be the changer. If he's actually able to take it home. Doesn't quite connect. Fault line does sort of throw him away, and Panic's taking advantage of a frag towards the A site now. Kyoto, a lot of work to do defending this.
Cage triggered.
I want to see what kind of cheeky Cypher setups we can get here. Just some normal stuff. Put it on down. These stars are a little bit more useful. Still 3 in the pocket as well. That's decent coming through from old Panic.
Alright, making it move now. It's going to be very, very awkward. Fleshes does recon. Bring it down. Dragon. Now, all onto Panic in a 1 versus 4. Does manage to get a little bit of utility down, but they're all looking. They all know sort of where it is. Jumping around. Does spot out 1. He gets some damage dealt, but it's not going to be enough. And ultimately, yeah, FunCrew walk away with another round, 5 and 6. This is probably the close, well, no, one of the closest sort of halves that we're having so far in this day. But with that said, actually, most of them are actually pretty damn close.
That was basically in the retake, just Dragon on the recon and Iconic not being able to disrupt the recon at all. They all get spotted by that one, all these players taken down one by one. Only Panic is safe because he's tucked in towards A main, but he's got 15 HP, and despite all the stars being placed, those are good if you've got other members to work with, but on your own, things get pretty difficult. So, pretty poor buy on the final round for Iconic, which means opportunity for FunCrew to clean up 7. With pretty much every single gun available here. A lot of ultimates as well. Tour de Force being ripped out. That's going to be pretty big.
Where does he take it? What does he make of it? Will it be the turn of the tides?
Just passive on A.
Yeah. Breaks that space down again. But looks like it still will be the focus towards B coming out from Iconic. But obviously, as we know, Buy not great. And they're going to just still try and force the narrative regardless. It's going to be big eyes onto Lou, who is at the back of the site, holding from this position. Swell does cross through, but of course, the null command is going to be causing a bit of a ruckus, and he'll find the first. Mike with a second. Site control is now found, and Kyoto is good for one back, but it's going to be an awkward retake here in the 4-on-3.
Yeah, okay, so that's starting now. Ooh, good shot coming through from Fleshes. Tour de Force getting some work, and that means they have a lot of control. They are coming through from 3 different directions, all 3 possible entrances. On this B retake have been taken. The fact that they've already cleaned up B main is huge, because usually B main is a problem area for a retake. That means you know they're all on site. Probably a player through that double stack as well. Great shot through the wall onto Duddy Boy. That's a very obvious space to be. Flesh is still on his lonesome though. Tagged out, low HP, gets a shot, one more bullet left to the door.
Thought it was for flank, thought he moved out, but Mike was still sitting pretty on the site. So in the end, despite a very, very big performance there out of Fleshist, he can't quite find it. And ultimately, we do have that 7-5 half come through. Iconic still holding on to the lead, but my God, it ain't convincing, right? Like, I'm not feeling like, you know, Iconic are firmly ahead in this sort of position at all. It's 2 rounds, got the pistol up coming now, but this is well and truly anyone's game, anyone's series. And of course, to remind everyone who is watching along at home, this is not an elimination map, but the winner will be going on to that upper bracket final to verse order.
Tight margins here to close out map number 3. I mean, we've had some decent leads in our first 2 maps. It just feels like that hasn't happened here. 5-7 finish. We're going to go in whatever direction. Pistol was taken by Iconic in our opening round. I believe that was a flawless as well. So that in the back of your minds in terms of where the history has been. That's a decent gravity well into the stun as well. Dash to get into safety. Duddy Boy's okay. Mike trades for 1.
Hang on. Hang on. Couple of right clicks for the boys here. Make it a 3rd. Duddy Boy has somehow managed to walk away with absolute murder. But Dragon, remember that round? We saw 3 with a classic. It was against the full buy, but now he's looking to do similar things. Sleeks on in. Spike is down in a very, very awkward spot. And now that 0 point comes out, gives the info. But he's just going to wait. Just going to wait it out. Don't blame him. Does have the recon bolt available in 10, so if he does manage to at least find some extra time, but they've absolutely stacked it up nicely. Top to bottom, top to toe. And that's going to be Iconic walking away with an 8th round, and my word, Duddy Boy, that 3K with the classic there was beautiful.
I mean, the crazy part is he burns the initial dash to get out of the, what is it, fault line plus Gravwell combo, gets 2 kills, resets the dash, and he normally would have died after the 3rd kill, but he is able to dash away and just prolong his life even further. Eventually does die, but again, prolonging his life is a big deal there. Gets enough money. He can afford a Vandal plus light armor for this opening round, for the secondary round, I should say. Looking towards the 9 now. 9-5, both pistols, both anti-ecos. It's a strong looking ascent now for Iconic if they can keep this lead up.
The slow walk, grouped up. Exactly what we need to see. Coming through from Fun Crew. Lou clearing out. Information gathered by Mike. That should be nice and easy, but he actually does get tagged up early, so he's got to be careful. Has to wait for the teammates to rotate through. The Cypher Cage will give him some extra time. He actually throws another one down as well. Duddy does spot out Lou, but still no action. Waiting for that rotate. Are we going to see anything out from Fleshus, who is walking short? Does, of course, have the Headhunter available. 4 bullets. 4 kills, maybe.
Ike actually got robbed there. He had easy, for sure, that kill, but he got aim punched and it ruined his ability to clean up. So, no opening frag.
So, the gentle walk through.
Yeah, map's gone silent here as mid control should be easy, considering there's still pretty limited utility on the defensive side. We're not into those super rich rounds yet. Fragment timing's okay here, and that's a good read by Saw because he assumes that he's under a lot of pressure, and he's correct.
Yeah, no, really well done. Locking down absolutely everything, makes it really awkward in time. Only 2 shots left in the mag there. Easy, will be taken down, but good shot. He actually made 2 frags work there, so this has brought it back to a very, very spicy 3-on-3. Obviously does run out, but now they're lining up. 1 and 2, not quite. All left on the Fleshist. Low is Panic, sitting in the back. Checks the line, does miss, however. But he does go down in the end. Unfortunately, the rendezvous isn't going to pay off for Fleshist. But they did manage to do a fair bit of economic damage there. So the bonus isn't going to look the best to come through for Iconic. Meaning that this is the perfect opportunity for Fun Crew to strike back.
Let's just see how the money situation works. 5.2 onto Punda means they can at least, if they want to buy into it, maybe a second SMG. But for the most part, we're looking towards mostly a pistol kind of bonus here with the 1 hero rifle and the Duddy. And look, in Duddy's hands, anything is possible. Assuming he doesn't get shut down pretty quickly. It's up against 5 rifles. Dragon's 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. And Lou up first. in this B main push up against Duddy.
Confirm. Damage already dealt. Looks like they are going to try and force the narrative here. Duddy Boy actually not yet to be spotted out. Maybe they're going to overlook him. They do for a short term, but how long as the damage is already starting to be dealt? He's looking to find another. They completely have left him alone, but in the end, no, Lou does clear. And Easy also doing the exact same thing. Duddy, if he wasn't cleared there by Lou, there could have been potentially more, but now Panic. Good damage, but in the end, unfortunately, that Spectre not as wall bangable as some of the other weapons in the game, and look how low they are.
Yeah. Leaves Dragon on 23. I mean, if that was a rifle, Dragon dies there as well. I can see a well with Panic and maybe get that clutch just on the HP advantage alone. Like I said, Spectre is not going to be able to get that done at all. And the opening damage trade as well. Lou finds his first shot to Duddy, forces him back, puts him on low HP. And Duddy hiding in that, you know, the button area, can't find any further frags despite not being checked for the longest time. Having the opportunity to get more. Couldn't quite find it. Duddy goes for Blaze this time around. Pundit has Odin available. This could be a big Odin round considering the huge stack from Fun Crew.
Already out. Lou finds position. And there's that Hunter's Fury as well. Dragon already sort of tagging in, making things happen. And he does actually manage to find Panic in the process as well. There's one, though, with that Odin. Make it two. Turning around, he's looking for a third, but it is going to be Dragon. Mike spiking out, though, at the exact same time. And Fleshist, at least he's able to equalize. It's a 2-on-2. But the spike, it's down. Swirl knows exactly where it is. Has the info. But he's obviously got to wait for his teammate as well. Still moving in. Duddy Boy joining the fray as he does actually look to destroy the wall. But it's going to be Fleshist to swing on out. They know exactly where he is. And how does he play out the rest of it? They've got onto the site. Now, Duddy, how does he utilize this? Does have the updraft.
He's using all his util.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just all his util gone. No dash, no smokes. He's trying to fool the other team, Fun Crew, that he's walking up speed lane, but because he kills the trademark, they know he's coming downstairs instead. Shooting a couple of shots as well. All FC need to do is swing together on this one, and Duddy is gone for sure. He would need to hit some unreal knives and just too many angles to clear, and the door in mid-market ruins any chance of a retake for Iconic because Swirl is isolated. He has no help from his teammate in Duddy Boy, who's spending that entire time trying to get past the door. If they could come in together in some sort of way, or at least force Fun Crew to deal with the fact that door is open in market, Saul can play off that, and a 2v2 is for sure a possibility for Iconic, but the way that round turns out, really unfortunate. And Fun Crew will maximize off of the bad luck of Iconic in that situation.
Yeah. But look, so perfectly played in the end from Fun Crew in that 1 versus 2. You know, by the time they got to the site, the crossfire was perfect. Not moving as well, like Flesh just barely even stutter step. You know, Lou was able to core so much control there. So, making their way on towards this A site. Lou's already out into position. Easy's going to follow suit. And whilst there is some information gathered, Punda, he's actually managed to find one. No, it's Duddy Boy. Straight through that smoke. Now, Lou in an awkward position. Duddy, he's found another. This is where it starts to get really, really scary here, Kev, on the retake.
Gyoto does have a Rolling Thunder available. They're playing on the extremities. Just about to get taken down by Swirl. Great timing on that
Duddy.
big flank. Is going to get a free gun as well. And that turns into a free flawless into a round number 10. Iconic, get it done. Holy.
Making it work, man. Really starting to look like they could potentially close out this series here. It's been a spicy one through and through. Haven, you know, there was that potential sort of comeback, but they left it so late in the piece and they couldn't really get their act together on that attacking side. As soon as they swapped over, there was a little bit something back, but it's going to be the tour de force here to actually come out from Fleshes. So over towards that B position, maybe going for the early pick and then getting out with the rendezvous. But it looks like he's actually choosing to rotate away. Just going to hold for that main position. Ooh, okay. I like it.
Enemy mark.
Wow. Super patient round for Fun Crew so far. I mean, they're still stuck in spawn, really, at this point in time.
Teleport's broken.
Now starting to make their way into tiles. Like 30 seconds deep in. Using the Tour de Force to clear out some angles. It's a double ult round as well. Blaze Storm invested.
Take flight.
Yep, now the Owl drone clearing in. Are they going to follow it? It looks like they will, but there's that null command. That's going to be the big one. Looks like they were actually potentially waiting on Panic even there. A little bit of a DC maybe. But he is still kicking as best as he sort of can. It's been an awkward one so far. Swirl, he's run out of ultimate now. All Dunsky. 30 seconds, man. This is really, really running it late.
They're going to have to Rolling Thunder this one for sure. Maybe double ult it. They can even pop in the Cosmic Divide. Seems like it'll just be a little bit of everything. They got the ultimates. Might as well play them. Sword's already locked down. Loot.
Nailed them. One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's just all gone wrong.
Absolutely perfect. Peeking out from CT together. Forcing them back. Very, very, very awkward situation as... there we have it. Mike does manage to win the end. The takedown easy. 3 alive, 11 rounds. Edging closer and closer. And yeah, as I said, like, noting Panic and his, you know, inconsistencies with whatever is happening with his computer right now, they're still managing to put in some bloody big work. I don't know what happened. Rosa, rolling back. Okay, right. What's,
Okay.
Wait.
This is a nice. This goes here.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting one because he DC'd after the round started, but they still...
This goes here.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, no, that's fine. All right. I was going to say, I'm glad everyone sort of had a similar sort of position there, saying, like, we don't need to do anything. Carry on.
I know. 7 to 11. So confirmation, no rollback indeed. Just going to play this one through now.
Yeah, going to keep on rolling with it. Looks like there is a tech, though. Potentially Panic. Yep, frozen again. All right. Couple of technical difficulties. And it's always funny, right? Like, you know, you go a full day, nothing's really gone wrong. And then in the last map, where it actually is important and it means everything, is where it all starts to fall apart for the player perspective, but that's okay.
Long day for the players as well, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, man. Yeah. The resilience from some of these.
In a really precarious state of the game where going to this round, both teams will have a bit of a bye. Money is not in a great position for Fun Crew, who are absolutely probably on the short stick of this exchange. Exploration over towards B main, by the way. That's going to be old Duddy Boy looking through. Big info.
Spotted.
Look at that. Big rotations down the back end.
Yeah. Already pincered. Very, very awkward spot. Panic playing a very confident line too as well. Has actually managed to get out of there, but ultimately spotted in. Now, how far do they sort of sit back? Mike is also in an excellent position. Panic does go down, but Mike does get spotted. He finds one. Does get traded, but Swirl's also there for one more. The spike is now in the hand, slowly walking out. He does have the old flashpoint to go out, but how's it going to look? 3-on-3, spike planted.
Still some utility to play through as well. Lou in an okay position. Look at the low HP on towards Punda. Shot through the floorboards.
Enemy kill.
Wafer thin. Duddy will finally find the opening. Now they have a bit of a crossfire set up. They have to clear through Hell. Dragon's been smoked off and killed through the smoke. Duddy! But 3 kills will confirm the 12.
That's impeccable. I cannot believe after all that, they almost managed to lose it there. But in the end, it was Duddy to go absolutely massive. He has been an absolute starlet during the entirety of this series. You know, thinking back to starting it off when we were on Icebox, he was looking super hot. And whilst he did go a little bit more quiet when we moved over to, obviously, Haven, he has certainly elevated his game into this one now as well. So, match point, series point, evening point, and obviously the last day of the week where we will be dealing with some Valorant gameplay. Then, of course, as we said, back Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you and me, Kev, will be back on the mic Sunday as well. But I think we'll be seeing you pretty much all a way around.
Yeah, all works out well as we are nearing the end now. Even with the Fun Crew comeback, it's going to be a long road. Duddy Boy has been pinged out. At least seems okay for now. No further damage to come on through. Still waiting on this Rolling Thunder, by the way. It's been held in the pocket for Kyoto for the longest amount of time, and they need to try and find an execute off that. Just Fury will be popped in first. A Dragon clearing angles, 0 tags. It's a little bit sad.
Now they start to creep on up. Walking in towards A. Should be able to find that control immediately. And I think the teammates are looking to sort of start to creep their way in. Nothing found as of yet. Walking into heaven is going to be old mate Duddy, who again has been doing some really, really, really big things. Panic gets back at the right time, just waiting. Look at this push though. They're actually trying to get heaven control easy. They'll spot it. It's actually going to be a bit of a failure here. Does go for another peek, but he just needs to wait, just needs to chill, just needs to get out of there. They're going to allow the spike to go down, but Kev, it's going to be a 5-on-4. How do we see it in the potential last round?
No, Fwish is going to cause some problems over towards the mid side of things. It's going to keep Swirl busy on the retake. Again, ultimates is really important here. We're still waiting for that Rolling Thunder. In a great position now is going to be Kyoto eventually when they do need that Lou. Getting Duddy Boy down is going to make the numbers a little bit more doable. Oh, look at the angle from Fweshes. He's just playing off the back of the Cosmic Divide, and 2-piece will suddenly give this round to Fun Crew. You'd have to think.
It's going to be so hard, so awkward for them to do anything, but Mike finds 1.5. Ultimately, Punda does manage to find the frag, but it's not going to be the round. They're absolutely done and dusted out of there. But that was huge. Control will be found. Things have happened. And in the end, Punda does go down. So it should very well be a little bit... No, they've got heaps of money. Never mind. My God, it's actually going to be a bit of an awkward reinvestment from the side of Fun Crew.
Yeah, I mean, Iconic have had a lot of rounds in this half, so they're going to be okay for now. I mean, Duddy can even go towards the Operators. They're on 8.8k. So having a lot of fun there. Not even going to go towards it. Fun Crew, 3 rifles, 2 Bulldog. 3... Yeah, I'm still the 2 Bulldogs. And... waiting for Panic again, who is got another tech issue here, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens with Panic.
Super rough. Very odd too, because I know he's got some pretty solid specs, but maybe it's just copping some heat. So, look, you know, it's been a long day. We may as well continue on and just ensure that he can be back in nice and comfortably. Yeah.
Just blame Australian internet. Done him dirty.
Exactly. Yeah, correct.
Razor's Edge here. I mean, Fun Crew have the capability to still stay inside this game. I mean, every single round is so critical for them currently. We can only see Fweshes and Dragon, but at least it seems they're in decent spirits, especially Dragon. I mean, you would be when you're currently leading the pace, and Dragon's been the big player for Fun Crew today for good reason. Iconic, calm, and measured as well. They know they're in the lead. They know they're in control. They know that this game is within their grasp. I think upper bracket matchup versus order ahead of them if they can just close this one out.
Just one more round. That's all they need. Potential, you know, look for that overtime. But again, as we sort of spoke about, right, you know, 2 Bulldogs. Not exactly what you would want here. So they've just got to make sure they manage to find their way through, checking up on ultimates as well. That's probably a good idea. Only the one, and it's in the hands of Mike. Everyone else quite a while away. So it's just going to be absolutely relying on abilities and firepower here.
You know, they have pretty underrated ultimate as well. One of the cheapest ultimates in the game now. In fact, it might actually just be the cheapest. Dragon's having a good time. As, yeah, one situation where Mike on this defense finds a player on the lurk, throws his hat on the body, reveals Fun Crew's entire game plan. I mean, that's high value.
It is crazy how it's all sort of started to move around, you know, in the nerfs and the buffs that we have been experiencing over this last little while. Riot, a organization that definitely does quite regularly like to take a look in and do some changes where needed. Do wonder, you know, if we're ever sort of going to get to the point where it does extend out and, you know, we potentially look at agent pick bans. You know, that might even be something in the future, but we won't hold us here for too long. I think we'll take a little bit of a break just to make sure that we do manage to get the game back officially. So we'll throw to that ad roll, and then as soon as we've got Panic sorted, we'll be right back. And we're back, and we thank you all for your patience. We have finally managed to rectify the issue. Should be good enough to get us through the rest of the game. Thank you guys again for all your patience, and we'll be looking to see who's actually going to manage to pull this one away. So, of course, the scoreline still sitting 12-8. Yeah, we'll have to find out in just a couple of seconds who potentially actually does run this one through, or if it goes to overtime somehow, Kev.
I mean, to get to overtime here would require quite a bit of effort coming through from the Fun Crew side of things. Never say never, but 4 in a row is what would be required. Buy is just okay for now. Mid instantly being taken by Fun Crew. They should be able to have it for free for the most part. Johnny Boy has pushed out the extremities of B main. Punda shuts down Lou. The door is closed, and it feels like the door to this entire round and match series might be closing as well.
Yeah, that's the opening pick that they need to very much sort of settle out the rest of this map. Obviously, still with that neural theft available as well in the hands of Mike. You know, they've got control. They've got a position where they should be able to retake nice and comfortably. And Mike tucked in, you know, Panic there as well to support him. Dragon has actually waltzed on across. And now with the Owl drone going out, A site is free for the taking, but let's see how it goes.
Panic's around. Still stars available here, so that could make things really difficult. You talked about Mike, and Mike is the guy to really stop things, especially Easy, who doesn't know he's there. Okay, here's a really important duel. I believe it's a Spectre on a rifle, though, and that's the rifle coming up through. Hat thrown to the ground. Last 3 members going to be revealed here. Dragon wants to go in towards Hell. Mike potentially in trouble. Still wins the duel against Kyoto.
Precious almost making it happen, but it will not quite in the end. Very, very nice lineup, but it ultimately will be Mike walking through with a cut plus swirl to close it. And that is going to be GG. Our day is now done, and an incredible way to see what has actually come through in the end, right? It's a big one. It's a huge win for Iconic, and ultimately a 2-1 to close it in a 13-8. Was it 13-8? No, 13-11, 13-8, and now 13-8. There we go. We have it. Yep. And Mike standing up and showing off the Krusty Burger shirt.
Yeah, it's doing a bit of a pose there. Duddy's gone upside down. Not as fun for Fun Crew, sadly. It's a good time in terms of getting some close games in there. It was an entertaining game for the most part, as far as competition goes. But difference maker on towards Ascent. Iconic had the lead for the most part. 7-5 opening on the first half as well. Taking double pistol, double anti-ecos. 4 rounds ahead on that alone. And then on the defense as well, Duddy going absolutely nuts. I mean, Duddy had some decent players on the attack, but Duddy hit that new level on that defensive side, which is what you expect for those Jets, operator or no. It's exactly what Iconic needed. Mike had some humongous rounds as well on the Cypher, which you don't expect all the time from Cyphers, but really beautiful stuff to watch. And with that, they're going to face up against Audit in that upper bracket final.
That should be a really exciting game as well. You know, I definitely think Order, as we've obviously always sort of seen, the ability to sort of run them flat. But I think, you know, if Iconic sort of put in the form that we did get to see in various different areas of that match, I think they can definitely sort of, you know, push it through. But we actually do have a very exciting guest, and that's going to be Punda. And, mate, all I just wanted to say is congratulations. I'm sure you probably built the tilt up a little bit with those pauses towards the end from Panic, but it is what it is, hey?
Yeah, the pauses were quite rough. Panic, every time he entered his astral form, he was freezing for like 5 to 10 seconds. This was the whole series as well. So
wow.
That was pretty rough. Quote Panic, we would have 2-0'd him if I wasn't lagging. So there you go.
That's a very, very classic Panic comment to come out. But, mate, look, I wanted to just sort of get a little bit of an insight into Iconic. Like, you know, this roster isn't the way that it, quote-unquote, was sort of meant to be, but it's sort of settled into the position that it is now. How is everything going over in your guys' camp at the moment?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I mean, results are speaking, I guess. We've been winning, so that's good. I just came back off holiday a bit ago, so I was a bit worried about how my form would be, but I think I'm doing all right. I've played enough to get back to form, and yeah, we're doing well. Things are going well for us.
I mean, results are looking decent. You've made it to the upper bracket final now as well. I'm just going to talk over a couple of events happening over the course of your series. So obviously a close affair. 2-1 rather. It's a full 3-map series. Haven wasn't going well for you guys. The first half was pretty rough. Your attacking side, you only got the 3 rounds, and Fun Crew kind of had their way. So what went on for that Haven map that you guys lost?
I think on that Haven map, I think it might have been the IGL. So we have like me and Swab both IGL mainly, I would say. And Swab was IGLing a lot of the Icebox attack, and it was going really well. So we brought that into the Haven attack, which normally I'm the main IGL in Haven attack. So I think that could have been a factor for that. And then, yeah, we just couldn't close out that defense. Lost a couple of ecos, which wasn't good. And then, yeah.
He'll be facing up against Order next, which is always going to be a bit of a problem for most teams, although I say that. A couple teams are starting to get close now. We talked to Dick Stacey after their win today versus Honey Badgers. He didn't seem too phased about it. In fact, he was quite pleased that teams were catching up, and that was giving better practice for Order. A map was taken off them today. Honey Badgers took away Bind. I don't know if you watched that game. 13-8, and Order actually lost that map. How do you feel about going up against Order now, especially, you know, seeing some of the past results and other teams getting close or even starting to win?
Yeah, so I've definitely noticed that they've been getting close. Like, I've watched all the Order games recently. I just watched them. And like there was like bonkers going, I think it was 11-13 and 12-14 on their 2-0 loss. Like, that could have been bonkers game, just a couple of rounds of difference over. So I think right now it looks like Order's the most beatable they are. And I think if everyone in our team is playing well and sharp on the day, I think it's possible we take the series.
Fantastic. Well, look, thank you so much, man, for giving us the insight. It's awesome to see you going into that final, mate. So we'll let you run and have a good one. So now, look, get pick the brain of Punda. Very, very nice to hear from him. Obviously, awesome to have him back. I remember casting that game where someone else was subbing in whilst he was obviously on that holiday. So awesome to have that roster sort of settling now. Results going up. Sort of any final thoughts for the rest of the day, mate? Like before we run through that bracket.
Oh, just good to see some, third mappers in there. Good to see some closer competition. 2-0s can be interesting, but at the same time, 3 mappers gets to really show you the depth of what teams can do. And, now just looking forward to next week when we get the lower bracket sorted, get some upper bracket action as well, see how Order do up against Iconic, and see who gets to make it further in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Sounds good to me. I think we do have that bracket to actually look through as well, Fraser, I do believe. Yes, it is. Awesome. There we go. So that's today's results. Obviously, if you guys were watching through, we had the full 6-map run, 2-1 for Order. Honey Badgers obviously making them look mortal, but, Order still looking very, very dominant. I feel like if you took Bind away, it was a very convincing win. And then obviously onto the other side, it was the back and forth coming through where Fun Crew had a really solid result on Haven, as we sort of heard from Punda there. Could have potentially been different. Definitely felt like if that attacking side from them was a bit stronger, we might have seen something else. But Iconic walk away with the 2-1, which was huge. And that's the Thursday matches that are going to be right below that at the moment. Mind Freak versus Fun Crew, Bonkers versus Honey Badgers, and unfortunately we'll have to say goodbye to 2 of those teams.
It's a lot of good fun rematches, so those are going to be really interesting games. Probably another 3-mapper on both of them, to be honest with you. That's really what you'd have to expect. Really rough to lose, more good teams in that lower bracket, but that's how the cookie crumbles there as teams start to fly by the wayside. Only the best will survive, and so starting to whittle down the numbers.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. You have it, guys. It has been a stellar day. I want you all to make sure you follow LPL_Valorant to be able to gather all that action over the coming weeks. I do believe it is going to be Kev on the camera for you guys Thursday. I'll be back on Sunday. And so Pilski's going to be joining on Thursday, which is going to be a whole bag of fun again. Hearing that man laugh yesterday was awesome. So, guys, have a fantastic rest of your weekend and, make sure you rest up for a big week ahead. And thank you all for watching. Take care. See you next time.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne. They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a scheme play.
No! Oh my God! The Viper's pit does get pulled on. Our clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! A third! Oh my word!